Section 1 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. Chapter 1. The knock at the door was sharp, demanding. Len Carter frowned his annoyance, gave his face a last critical inspection before shutting off his electric razor. Today would see the completion of the XB-56 Stratofighter he had played a major part in designing at Lockheed. Any interruptions that would delay his getting to work were the last thing he wanted. The knocking stopped. Whoever was out in the hall rattled the knob impatiently back and forth. The inevitable happened. The door opened slightly. There was a split second of silence as the person outside digested the fact that it had not been locked. Len had almost reached the door when it was flung open. There was a blur of motion, the slam of the door as it was violently closed, a slim hand twisting the night latch. The slim hand connected to a slender wrist and white arm that disappeared into the loose, short sleeve of a dress. A well-formed nose was flaring perceptibly as it sucked in lungs full of air. Blue eyes filled with excitement were framed by dark lashes. Rich blonde hair held generous, glistening waves. All these isolated, startled impressions that struck into Len's mind settled into one picture, of a girl about 21, half a head shorter than his 5'11". A girl he had never seen before, and who was obviously afraid of something. The most beautiful girl he had ever seen. And she was wearing a strange belt about her slim waist and what seemed to be a parachute pack on her shoulders. His eyes shifted questioningly from the parachute pack to the belt. Her left hand, concealed behind her, came into view and lifted toward him urgently. It held a belt identical with the one she wore. She held it out to him. Her lips opened as if she were about to speak. Her eyes were round, pleading. The knob started to rattle again. There was a strained creak as someone tried to push the door open, a dull thud as the panel was hit by a solid shoulder. Len had reached out to take the belt in the girl's hand. She stepped away from him, shaking her head, her eyes darting around the room. There was another heavy blow against the door. She crossed to the davenport and lifted a pillow, hiding the belt under it. A third blow splintered the panel, knocking it loose in its frame. Heavy fingers came into view, straining, ripping at the torn plywood. It came loose. Two men pushed through into the room. Len's eyes switched to the girl, then became round, very round. What he was seeing was impossible. As his eyes focused on her, she was sinking into the floor. The thick carpet chopped off her legs at the knees. She was apparently falling right through solid matter as if it weren't there at all. Her legs vanished. Her body was disappearing. For an instant, she was just a bust melting into the floor, a look of concentration on its face. Her blonde hair blended with the rug design at the last instant. She was gone. Len's attention went back to the two men. Each had run toward the girl. Now they jumped into the air like two divers springing off a board. Each fumbled at the belt he wore. Then each reached over his shoulder to a round ring on his left shoulder and pulled. Their legs went into the floor as small white parachutes slid out of packs and billowed open. The two men were fading into nothingness before they had gone out of sight into the floor. Len found himself waiting for a ripple in the surface of the rug. He took a deep breath and wondered if he had gone insane. Perhaps this was what insanity was like, quite a bit different than he had always thought it might be. But no, there was the belt the girl had hidden under the davenport pillow. He crossed the room and took it from its hiding place. It was real. It was of dark canvas, doubled over with something thick and flat inside. One of its ends was a buckle-like plate with 3 holes in its end. The other end of the belt terminated in 3 prongs of a dark metal. They were evidently supposed to slip into the 3 holes like a plug into a wall outlet. The part of the belt that would be in front, if it were put on, was about 2 inches wide and almost a half-inch thick. In the back it widened to 6 inches, with a round-cornered box sewn in. The box might be a power pack of some sort. Len's eyes studied the small pegs in the buckle. The girl and the 2 men had pushed on one of those pins before sinking through the floor. Should he put on the belt and follow them? What would happen? Those parachutes billowing open suggested great heights, and Len's room was on the 2nd floor of a brick apartment house with 1 floor below, then solid ground from there to the center of the earth, so far as he knew. He swung the belt around his waist and caught the other end. The belt nestled snugly against his back. He held the three-pronged end against its matching holes in the buckle, hesitating. A sound startled him. He looked up. The girl was stepping into the room through the broken panel of the door, a satisfied smile on her lips. "I outsmarted them," she said. Her voice was smooth. "We'll have to hurry, though. They'll be back as soon as they realize I didn't go down." Lynn noticed that she, too, wore a parachute on her back. "Where'd you go?" he asked. "I just slipped through to the room below," she said. "They thought I would keep right on going." Her eyes took in the belt. She went up to Lynn and slipped the prongs into place. There was a slight click as a locking mechanism inside took hold of them. "Come with me," she said, stepping back. "We can't be here when they come back." Her eyes looked questioningly at him. "You are Lynn Carter, aren't you?" "Yes," Lynn said. "And who are you? And what is all this?" "I'm Adona Morell," she said. "You're the Lynn Carter that studied under my father, Dr. Morell, at Northwestern in Chicago, aren't you?" Lynn nodded, his face showing startled remembrance. It was his work under Morell that had won him his research job with Lockheed. "He needs you," Adona said. "Please come with me. There's no time to explain anything. Will you?" Her full-pointed breasts rose and fell rapidly from her tense breathing as he hesitated. "Sure," Lynn said in sudden decision. "My car is parked out front. We can use that. Where are we going?" They were out in the hall now, walking close together. "We've got to find an airport and get a plane," Adona said, tripping down the stairs with Lynn beside her. Seconds later, they were in the front seat of his car and pulling away from the curb. Her nearness on the seat beside him disturbed Lynn. He shoved Lockheed and the XB-56 out of his mind. "There's a private airport just a couple of miles from here in Gardenia," Lynn said, slipping expertly into the morning traffic of Los Angeles' Western Avenue and heading south. "Good," Adona exclaimed with relief. "We'll need a 3-seater and a pilot, and you'll need a parachute." Lynn reached under the dashboard and drew out a 2-way telephone. Shortly, he was connected to the airport. He was lucky. There would be a 3-seater and pilot ready in 5 minutes. The plane was already on the field and could be warmed up in that time. "Now," Lynn said firmly as he replaced the car telephone. "What's this all about? Why does your father need me?" Adona twisted in the seat and looked back. "Is that a car following us?" she asked anxiously. Lynn studied the car. It was weaving in and out of traffic, creeping closer rapidly. "Could be," he said grimly. He stepped on the gas and started to dodge around cars as he picked up speed. "What's this all about?" he repeated his question. Then, "Never mind, here's the airport." The car tipped precariously as he turned off Western Avenue onto the side road leading to the field. The pursuing car was less than a city block behind them now. "We'll drive right out onto the field," Lynn said. His eyes had found the plane with its pilot standing under a wing. The doors swung open under the impetus of stopping. They jumped out and ran to the plane. "Hurry!" Adona called anxiously to the pilot. The three of them climbed quickly into the cabin. The pilot started the plane at once. It was lifting its tail in preparation for leaving the ground as the car that followed them skidded to a stop, and the two men got out to stand staring after them. The plane lifted and circled. "Where to?" the pilot asked. "Oh," Adona said. She looked out the plastic dome of the cabin. "Go up to 14,000 feet." She sat erect, her eyes looking at the widening landscape below them. Once her eyes flicked to Lynn. "Better put on the chute," she suggested tensely. The drone of the two motors was a deep, steady roar as the blades bit into the air in a steep climb. The plane was headed north and was over greater Los Angeles now. It leveled off, the motors softening their sound. "We're at 14,000 now," the pilot said. "Stay there and turn south," Adona ordered. She relaxed and inspected Lynn's parachute. It was on properly. "When I jump, follow me," she whispered in Lynn's ear. "Press that red pin. It will throw you free of the plane. Then pull the ring on your chute. Try to land where I do." There was a field of squat oil storage tanks below when Adona's finger pressed the red pin on her belt. Her face held entreaty as she sank through the upholstered seat out of sight. Lynn, feeling a sick sensation in the pit of his stomach, wondered what the pilot would say when he looked back and saw they were gone. He pressed the red pin. There was a strange blur in his eyes. Terror gripped him as his right hand reached for the ripcord ring and yanked. Suddenly the plane was above him, queerly changing position as the earth swung upward in a giant arc. Strong hands grabbed his shoulders and held him. He was swaying dizzily. The white disk of the chute was above him. Below, the earth had suddenly and unbelievably jumped up so that it was a bare 1,000 feet below. Where the ocean should be was a mountain whose snow-capped peak went upward. The dots of oil tanks, the lines of highways, and the plane they had just forsaken were gone. It was as abrupt as a change of a scene in a movie. To the east, a huge red sun hung suspended in the sky. Below were the tops of tall trees rushing up. Adona was near, hanging in the harness of her own chute. Her voice came across the intervening distance. "Are you all right, Lynn?" she called. "Try to keep near me." "I'm okay," Lynn called. "Where are we?" "It'll all be explained," Adona answered. "We want to land in that clearing down there so as to miss the treetops." "All right," Lynn called reassuringly. "I know how." He pulled at the shroud lines and felt the sickening side slip as he veered to a spot over the clearing, just in time to avoid the trees. He let his feet take the first force of landing. The smooth expanse of the chute drifted down by him into the tall grass. This is all taking place a couple of miles above Los Angeles, he thought. But if that's so, why did those men have to use parachutes in jumping from my room? Adona hadn't cleared the trees enough. Lynn got up and went to her rescue, where she was dangling a few feet off the ground, an expression of indignation on her face. Before he reached her, her chute slipped free. She landed gracefully. "Do you know how to fold up a chute?" she asked. Lynn shook his head. Adona busied herself folding both chutes and replacing them in their packs. "We might have to use them any minute," she said breathlessly, "and we have quite a ways to go yet before we're safe." Her eyes searched the sky fearfully. She peered through the trees like a wild creature, wary of stalking danger. "Will you tell me what this is all about now?" Lynn asked tiredly. "Be quiet," Adona said, laying a hand on his arm pleadingly. "There's still danger. Be patient." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. She turned away abruptly and went toward the edge of the forest that surrounded the clearing. Lynn followed her, his eyes on the back of her head held erect in her firm shoulders. There seemed to be courage there, embodied in those shoulders and neck. Lynn felt an impulse to take her in his arms and assure her that whatever was the matter, she could be sure of his help. He resisted it, following her closely as she parted some bushes and set foot on a faint path leading toward the mountains. The bushes were familiar, though Lynn had never become familiar enough with any type of wild shrubbery to be able to know whether they were types growing back on the earth he knew. The trees were something else. Lynn felt quite sure they had no counterparts on Earth. Their leaves were almost grass-like, long and extremely narrow, soft and very green. They made the branches of the trees seem bearded rather than leafed. Adona walked swiftly, her head continually exploring with nervous tenseness. Once there was a loud crashing not far away. Adona dropped quickly to the ground. Lynn dropped beside her. She kept her eyes averted, but he saw that she felt his nearness. He became bold and reached out, closing his hand over hers. The crashing noises had died down in the distance long ago. It was evident that Adona hated to end the intimacy of Lynn holding her hand. Finally, it became obvious to her that it was obvious to him. She turned slowly red. Her eyes met Lynn's with a timid courage. Then she withdrew her hand and stood up. "It was only an animal," Lynn said matter-of-factly to set her at ease. "Probably a quaddle," Adona said, her voice matching his. "They're something like a moose. Let's go. We have to reach a village at the base of the mountain. It's another 4 or 5 miles yet." "Your father is there?" Lynn asked. "Yes," Adona said. Her lip trembled. "Is he ill?" Lynn asked. "He may not live," Adona said. "That's why he sent for you." "Oh," Lynn said lamely. He followed Adona, trying to think of something to say. The sun climbed higher in the sky. Now and then Lynn looked at it thoughtfully. Though the sky was cloudless, it was possible to look directly at the sun without being blinded. Was it the same sun that belonged to the Earth he had left? He was convinced this wasn't the Earth. It couldn't be. If it were the same sun, though, this must be a planet much nearer it than the Earth. Had the belt around his waist transported him by some unknown science across space to Venus? That didn't quite answer why the sun was only red-hot instead of the white inferno the sun of the Earth was. Lynn tried to recall something about Dr. Morell that might be a clue. What had Dr. Morell been interested in? So far as Lynn could remember, Dr. Morell had merely been a good teacher of advanced physics, sticking to the classwork, not revealing any of his private research in his lectures. though there had been rumors of his doing research for the AEC. Lynn finally gave up. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to indicate where they were, except that they were in a strange world which must be a couple of miles straight up or down from Los Angeles and the rest of Southern California, since they had dropped from a plane without any evidence of having traveled any distance. The path had a constant upward slope now. Ahead through the trees, Lynn thought he saw the opening of a ravine into the cliffs that formed the base of the mountain. Also, the path was wider and harder packed from use. Other paths branched into it and away from it. There was the sound of running water not far away. They came to a place where the path bordered a steep embankment that dropped to a turbulent stream. They were in the ravine, following the base of the cliff. It pressed in until they were walking along the shore of the river. Now and then, the path they walked on became wet from spray and waves. For 100 yards, their path was nothing but precarious leaps from one jagged boulder to another. Overhead, the cliffs that bordered the stream seemed to come together. The air was cold, like that from a cave. Then the ravine widened. Far ahead, the white cascades of a waterfall could be seen. But nearer was something that attracted Lynn's eyes. It was a group of buildings that nestled at the base of the cliff. They were still at least a quarter of a mile away when Lynn first saw them. They looked more like a picture than reality, and were like pictures he had seen of Aztec villages. Lynn and Adona were now walking on soft earth matted with dense growths of wild plants. Nearby was a large patch of buttercups. The sight of them made Lynn feel more secure. If there were buttercups, it might be the earth after all, in spite of evidence that denied it. There was movement ahead. The buildings were no more than 200 yards away. Half-naked men were running toward them. They wore short apron-like clothes that hung from their waist. Their skins were tanned deeply, or perhaps naturally dark like an Indian's. Perhaps they were Indians. The possibility came to Lynn as a shock. At first he couldn't understand why it should be a shock, then it came to him. Deep in his subconscious the thought had occurred to him that he might be dead. Subconsciously he had denied the possibility, shied away from it. Yet it was there. An abrupt and unreal series of actions, beginning as he finished shaving, involving things absolutely impossible according to known science. A crazy trip in a plane that took them high above Los Angeles, a drop into a strange country with even stranger trees, all a couple of miles above the real Earth. And now Indians with the association, happy hunting grounds, and death. It was fantastic to think he might be dead, yet it could be possible to die so quickly that death wasn't consciously experienced. Then, if there were life after death, what form would it take? Lynn felt a sharp nausea at the realization that he couldn't rule out the possibility of his being dead. But none of this was revealed on his face as several Indians came to meet them, broad smiles of welcome on their faces. They looked at Lynn curiously, giving him a reserved respect with their manner. Adona spoke to them in a strange language, and they answered in the same tongue. The language was clipped, seeming to consist of one-syllable words. They went on toward the village as they talked. Adona turned to Lynn with a smile and said her father was still alive. Impulsively, she put her hand in his for a few steps, then seemed to realize what she had done and withdrew it, blushing. Lynn chuckled happily. He had never met a girl as shy as Adona. Boldly, he took her hand and held it, not letting her pull it away. She blushed more. The Indians looked from Adona to Lynn knowingly and spoke rapidly to her in their language. She shook her head violently, but smiled in confusion. Lynn didn't need to know their language to know what they were saying. I don't care if I am dead, he thought. They came to the foot of a ladder leading to the roof of one of the buildings that hugged the cliff. Adona started up it with an ease that suggested she had been using these ladders for a long time. Lynn followed her, wondering just how long she and her father had been here. It had been 6 years since he left college. Adona would have been around 15 then. Had she and her father been here as long as 5 years? It seemed likely from Adona's shyness toward him. Maybe she wasn't used to being with young American men. What was the discovery that had brought Dr. Morell and his daughter to this place? It was embodied in the mysterious belt, whatever it was. Suddenly it occurred to Lynn that there could be no reason for Adona not telling him what it was all about now. On the roof, he stopped her as she was about to enter a doorway. "There's no danger now," he said. "Will you tell me what it's all about now?" "Not yet," she said. "My father and the others can tell you so much better, and it will only be a little while. We're almost there." Lynn sighed. Adona smiled at the picture of unwilling patience, then ducked her head and went through the doorway. Lynn followed. Adona crossed the room, which was bare of furnishings except for rugs and tapestries. She pulled aside a tapestry hanging on a wall, revealing the opening of a tunnel whose walls were rough stone rather than the adobe-like material of the building. The tunnel led back perhaps 20 feet, opening into a small room carved out of the solid rock. The walls were very rough. Adona reached underneath a rough projection near the floor. When she straightened, a section of the wall was moving slowly back. It moved without noise. After it had retreated into the wall 2 feet, it began to rise. In 5 minutes there was revealed another tunnel leading on into the mountain. Lynn examined the walls of this tunnel as they went into it. The block of movable stone from the cracks in the tunnel was 10 feet thick. "It's balanced with a stone counterweight," Adona explained, "and works by hydraulics. The place where we are going has been used by a certain hereditary group for 1,000 years. They were alone in the passage. Lynn took Adona's hand. She resisted his hold, embarrassed. "Please," she said. "You'd better get used to it," Lynn said calmly. He started walking. Adona tried feebly to free her hand, then walked beside him, her head half turned away. "How long have you been here?" Lynn asked to break the silence. "Almost 5 years," Adona replied. "We came here when I was 15. "That explains it," Lynn said, and Adona didn't ask what it explained. She was walking beside him more easily now. After 100 yards of unhurried walking, her fingers curled around his hand. Lynn's heart beat faster. He compared Adona with the worldly wise girls of his experience. They would have considered holding hands childish and silly. Lynn couldn't remember a kiss that had made his heart quicken like Adona's fingers curling around his, here in the privacy of this tunnel. He wondered what it would be like to kiss her, and he was disappointed when the tunnel ended. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 3. The place they were in was a large cavern. Its roof curved up to a height of 20 feet. It was at least 50 feet across to the far side. Scattered near the wall were blankets and furs that were probably used for sleeping. Here and there were dark openings that led away from this central room. In the center of the floor was a fire burning brightly, the smoke rising upward and drifting along the ceiling to be caught by invisible currents and whisked into an opening at the highest point. Forming a half-moon around the fireplace were stacks of wood. The fire was the only source of illumination Lynn could see. There were women working over it, stirring things in kettles suspended over the flames. The men in this cavern were not Indians. They wore white robes that draped like the robes in pictures Lynn had seen of Romans in the days of the Roman Empire. 2 of these men had sprung up from beds of rugs and furs as they had entered, and were coming toward them eagerly. "I see you brought him," one of them said in English. Adona spoke to him swiftly in a language that was different than the one the Indians had used. He scowled angrily. Lynn guessed she had told him about the 2 men who had pursued her. Now Adona changed to English. "Lynn," she said, "this is Rax Antle." The second man had come up and stood welcoming Lynn with a broad grin that formed crisscross wrinkles and a wide angry scar that went from his left jawline up through a vacant left eye into his forehead. "And this is Artaxel," Adona introduced him. Lynn grinned at Artaxel, taking an instinctive liking to him in spite of the evil appearance of his scar. The man's smile was infectious. There was a light of humor and laughter and deep understanding in his right eye. He pulled his eyes away and sized up Rax Antle. Rax was a serious type. The smile on his face was not habitual. Yet there was something about him that created in Lynn a feeling of respect. He looked smart, Lynn thought as he shook hands with Rax. He guessed that Rax was probably the leader of whatever group centered about this hidden cavern. Then Lynn shook hands with Artaxel, grinning broadly. "Now maybe I can find out what all this is about," he said. "Hasn't Adonia told you?" Artaxel asked, surprised. "There wasn't time," Adona said. She asked some swift words in the strange language, then apologized to Lynn. "They don't know English well enough to explain things quickly." She turned back to Rax Antle. "My father?" she asked quietly. Immediately Rax and Artaxel became grave. "He's much worse," Rax said. "You'd better see him at once." Adona left them and ran across the cave to one of the many dark openings. Lynn followed her more slowly, Rax and Artaxel keeping beside him. "What's wrong with him?" Lynn asked. "He was working with the instrument of cold," Rax said. "A refrigerator?" Lynn asked, feeling sure that was not it. Both men laughed shortly at this question.
"No, not a refrigerator," Artaxel said grimly. "A refrigerator merely takes away the energy of heat from an object. The instrument of cold draws in the living cold of empty space and directs it like a force. Only you can't always direct it where you will. It turned on him."
"Is that what turned on you?" Lynn asked.
"Me?"
Artaxel echoed. "Oh." He touched a finger to the broad, livid scar. He smiled mirthlessly.
"No, that was a knife in my younger days when I was more foolhardy and less peaceful than now."
"Tell him the truth," Rax said. "That scar is my life. You could have avoided it by letting the blade go where it was intended."
"And let Montecotl have the pleasure of destroying his successor," Artaxel mocked. "I couldn't have done that. I don't regret the scar."
"Neither do I," Rax Antle said softly. "When I see it, I know there is one man I can safely turn my back on." Adona appeared at the mouth of the tunnel and motioned silently for Lynn to hurry.
"Father wants to see you," she whispered.
Lynn recognized Dr. Morell immediately. There were deep lines of suffering etched on his face. His cheeks were sunken, the eyes blazing with fever. But that high intellectual forehead and firm mouth would have been recognizable anywhere. Dr. Morell smiled weakly as Lynn entered the small room and raised an emaciated, pale hand laced with blue veins. He tried to rise from his position on the bed of furs, but sank back helplessly. "How do you do, Lynn, my boy?" he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry if I've been the cause of yanking you away from something important." "Don't let it bother you, sir," Lynn said. He looked meaningfully at Adona. "Nothing is more important than what you yanked me into." Lynn's eyes dropped to the clean bandaging on Dr. Morell's side. The man was naked to the waist, his ribs standing out. Above the bandage, the skin was an orange-yellow, shading into dark blue tinged with green at the very edge of the bandage. He had never seen gangrene, but he thought that must be what it was. And from the size of the bandage, at least a third of Dr. Morell's midsection must be nothing but dead or decaying tissue.
"The color of outer space,"
Artaxel had said. What had he meant? Outer space was cold because it contained no matter to hold heat. "I haven't much time left," Dr. Morell was saying. Adona, a look of suffering in her eyes, dropped beside her father and lifted him so that his head rested in her arms. "Nonsense," Lynn said with a show of confidence. "I'll go back and bring the finest doctor in Los Angeles. He'll be able to fix you up." "I must explain to you what this is all about," Dr. Morell went on, ignoring Lynn's words. "Have you told him anything, Adona?" He looked up at his daughter questioningly.
"There wasn't time, Father,"
Adona said. "Then I'd better begin at the beginning," Dr. Morell said. He cleared his throat feebly. "About the time you were a student of mine. Yes, I think right during that time I was doing some experiments for the government on the separation of U-235 from U-238. I want to tell you about that because some of the other things Adona and Rax and Artaxel can tell you, but not this. My experiments were along the line of segregation of elements by passing them through a magnetic field so that elements with the same chemical properties but different inertial masses could be separated. Work had already been done in that field, but I was trying a different technique in an attempt to get better results." "I understand," Lynn said quietly. "I read your paper on it 2 years later." "Good," Dr. Morell said. "But all my findings weren't in that paper. I was doing all right with my work until I started to use refined uranium from a new field in Alaska. From the very start, the metal acted up. It was slightly magnetic in its own right, for one thing. For another, there was some kind of impurity in it, a metal of some kind that made its melting point several degrees higher than it should be. In the magnetic separator, it didn't work at all. The atomic streams would bend sharply. This new element was condensing the uranium and carrying it with it. Finally, I decided to use chemical means to try to get rid of the impurity. I succeeded all right, but then I found that the impurity was something worth experimenting with. To cut a long story short, it was an element higher in the scale than any yet known, and it had most of the properties of iron. I was about to make my discovery known when I found out something that made me keep quiet. I found that although the new element had an atomic mass higher than uranium, its atomic weight was that of ordinary iron. "You mean," Lynn said, "that in a field it had a measurable inertial mass greater than uranium, but in a lump it weighed the same as iron?" "That's right," Dr. Morell agreed. "And altogether I had accumulated almost 5 pounds of the stuff in my purification of the uranium sent me from the Alaska refinery. I decided to keep quiet until I had learned more about the stuff. There at the college I couldn't learn much more, though. The college is at a point where there is a high mountain on Earth 2. "Earth 2? Lynn asked. "Then that is this world where we are now?" No, this is Earth 5, Dr. Morell said, "but I'm getting ahead of myself. What I mean is, at the college the stuff couldn't show its property of slipping over into other planes, because it can't do so if the substances bordering Earth 3 there are solid." He coughed, then his face contorted with pain. His hand went instinctively to his side covered by the bandage. "I'm just confusing you," he said, "but there will have to be a little confusion until you understand it all. You won't be any more confused than I was on my vacation." "Graduated in 53, didn't you, Lynn?" Dr. Morell asked. "Yes," Lynn answered. "It was during the summer of 53 that Adona and I went to a cabin I own up in the San Bernardino Range. I took the stuff with me. I had melted it and made it into 10-gauge wire for convenience. My first experiment was to use some of it as a core for a small magnet in order to study its magnetic properties more." Dr. Morell grinned. "The small magnet simply vanished," he said. "Its wires, connected to a dry cell, hung downward like the rope hangs upward in the Indian rope trick. In my excitement, my arm hit the dry cell. It rolled off the table and vanished before it hit the floor. The whole thing had just disappeared. That was the start. I used smaller amounts of the stuff and took great precautions. In a month I had settled on what I firmly believed to be the true explanation of the whole setup, and that's what I want to convey to you. The others can tell you what's going on and why I sent for you." "We can explain that to him ourselves, Father," Adona said. "You'd better rest now." "No, I feel strong enough," Dr. Morell said. "You might leave out something vital. Lynn, matter has some of the properties of light. With what I learned, I conceived matter as being radiant energy traveling at the speed of light in the 4th dimension. If that were so, then all reality as we had known it would be merely a wavefront, with each particle a quantum of light, and all actions between particles of matter being interference phenomena. It wasn't a new concept exactly, but it brought up the possibility of other wavefronts ahead of and behind us in the 4th dimension. An entire world could occupy the same position in 3 space as our Earth, and be separated from it by a millionth of an inch in the 4th dimension. The whole universe as it is known to science could be a hyperplane wavefront of almost 0 thickness. That seemed and still seems to be the answer. Anyway, I discovered that summer that there was an Earth whose sea level is about 2 miles below that of the world I had been taught was the only one. I also discovered there was a third Earth whose sea level was about 2 miles higher. I found that any solid attached to a piece of this strange stuff when it is magnetized to saturation will be dragged along with it into one of these other worlds. It was then that I started to make the belts." A spasm of coughing shook Dr. Morell's emaciated frame. Specks of blood flecked his lips as he lay spent from the ordeal.
"Let me tell him about that,"
Adona said. When there was no answer, she continued talking, her voice subdued in the atmosphere of death that hovered over her father.
"There was something before the belts," she began. "Father experimented until he could send objects. It was into the second plane, since the surface of Earth 5 was above the cabin, and thus presented a hyperplane wall against any invasion of the fifth plane from Earth 3 there. He built a cage and sent a frog I caught through. It came back alive and unharmed. Then he conceived the idea of sending a camera through and taking a picture. The pictures he took showed a world very much like Earth 3.
"Is Earth 3 the world we were born on?" Lynn interrupted.
"Yes, Lynn," Adona said. "You'll see in a while why we call it Earth 3. To get back, the pictures showed a world very much like the one we knew, but from an altitude of around 10,000 feet, maybe more. I helped him a lot of the time. Sometimes I took the pictures by myself. For a whole week we did nothing but take pictures, one every half hour. Father kept making refinements. He got the angles down to exact degrees. That way he determined that the new world, Earth 2, was concentric with Earth 3. We used filters and took shots of the Earth 2, and found that it was concentric with Sun 3, but 1 2400th times as bright. We found that Moon 2 was concentric with Moon 3, and measurably smaller. We sent thermometers through and found the temperature colder. We took all sorts of measurements. Father built a freeze-spring scale and found objects weighed less in the gravity field of Earth 2. The air pressure was about the same on both sides. We know now that the reason for that is interplane leakage, but then of course we didn't know anything. We were just experimenting to find out. All the time Father was educating me on fourth-dimensional geometry. He showed me how a solid object presents every part of its interior directly to the fourth dimension, so that a three-dimensional solid is in reality a hyperplane of no thickness.
"Yes," Lynn interrupted. "I understand all that. Go on with the experiments."
"Father wanted to go over into this other world himself," Adona continued. "The trouble was, how could he get back if he did? The only answer was an airplane fitted up with the interplane field unit. The pictures had shown a large flat field that would make a good landing field, and Father had had lessons in flying so that he felt he could go there and return without trouble. So, 2 months after the discovery of Earth 2, we started concentrating on the problem of flying into the second Earth plane. There were a lot of ifs. We could if the interplane field would take the plane across. We could if the gasoline in the gas tank would come too. We could if we were carried across too."
Adona laughed lightly at the memory of all the worries they had had.
"We found a farmer near San Bernardino who was willing to let us bring a plane there and use one of his fields for a landing field. We built the large interplane unit right into the cockpit. Then we took off. We weren't too sure of the topography of Earth 2 right there, so Father decided to climb as high as he could before turning on the interplane field. That way he could be sure of time to adjust to the new conditions, whatever they might turn out to be.
But I had overlooked one little detail." Dr. Morell spoke up, smiling sadly.
"Yes," Adona smiled. Like the crook in the story, he had overlooked one thing. He realized it instantly when we kicked out of the third Earth plane, though. But it was too late."
She shuddered.
"I still wake up at night when I dream about it," she said. "Father threw in the switch on the plane. Oh yes, I forgot about the belts. They were a precaution at the time. Father wasn't sure the plane would take us along. We were wearing the belts and parachutes just in case it didn't. It did, though, and the first thing we saw as the plane went across was a big tree right ahead of us. There wasn't time to get out of its way. A wing hit it and fell off. Then we were crashing through branches. We landed with a big bounce. I think I was knocked out for a minute, but I'm not sure. Anyway, we landed all in one piece physically, just 3 or 4 miles from this very spot where we are now."
"You see," Dr. Morell spoke up, "I hadn't considered the possibility of there being still another Earth. We rose above its surface when we went up in the plane. When I turned on the interplane field, the greater gravity of Earth 5 pulled us this way instead of into the second Earth plane. What about Earth 4? Lynn asked. Or is there one?
That's where the Inca science comes in,
Adona said. Inca? Lynn echoed. Then he looked questioningly at Artaxel and Rax. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4.
Yes, Artaxel said. We're descendants of the Incas of South America. Our ancestors had known of heavy iron for a long time. We lived in both worlds, entering through a doorway that used the same principle Dr. Morell discovered, at a spot where the surfaces of both Earths met, high in the Andes.
Phew, Lynn said, taking out his handkerchief and mopping his forehead. Now I've heard everything. He grinned at a sudden thought. I suppose you took all the fabulous tons of gold with you, too, he said. Artaxel and Rax nodded. But your white skin, Lynn objected. The Incas were Indian, like those people I met out in the village.
The Incas were always two races, Artaxel said. One white, the other red. I don't believe the Spaniards got to see any of the white ones.
Lynn shook his head in amazement.
Don't ask me the origin of either race,
Artaxel said with dry amusement.
No one knows for sure, though legend has it that both races came from the moon in 2 log canoes. One got caught in a whirlpool and drifted too close to the sun, getting burnt a fiery red before they could escape and rejoin their fellow pioneers. There are 6 other legends to account for the 2 races. One is that God created man from corn, and since there is red corn and white corn, man had 2 colors.
Dr. Morell raised his head.
I'd like to be alone with Lynn for a minute, he said with great dignity. Then I would like to rest.
Adona's lips trembled as she rose to leave. Artaxel put his arm around her shoulders and led her out, followed by Rax. When they were gone, Lynn squatted down by Dr. Morell.
I'm not going to live much longer, Lynn, Dr. Morell said. There's so much I should tell you, but I haven't the strength. Rax will tell you of the big danger facing us that you must find the answer to.
The cold? Lynn asked.
No, not that, Dr. Morell said. There's no danger if you leave it alone. In the 6th Earth plane there's no planet, only a great Sargasso sea of things better left alone. They're held there by the time-dense spread of the gravity fields of the 4 Earths. There's no danger there, unless Montecatl uses his weapons, dares to risk using them.
Lynn remained silent, waiting for Dr. Morell to say what he wanted to say without explaining.
Things are going to happen fast, Dr. Morell went on weakly. You'll learn what they are. Whatever their outcome, I want you to take care of Adona. See that she's not left alone to the mercies of an unbelieving world or an alien world, whichever it is to be.
Of course I will, Lynn said. He smiled into Dr. Morell's burning eyes. I had ideas about doing that even before I came here. Dr. Morell returned his smile. Suddenly the feverish fire in his eyes seemed to go out. For a minute Lynn thought he had died, but the gaunt chest of the dying man still moved rhythmically. Are you all right? Lynn asked. There was no answer. Lynn waited another minute, then rose quietly and left. An Indian woman was standing in the short passageway to the large cave. She let Lynn pass her and then went in to tend to Dr. Morell. Adona was sitting on the stone floor to the right of the opening as Lynn stepped into the cavern. Her back was against the wall, her arms locked over her knees, a forlorn expression on her face. Lynn bent over and lifted her to her feet. For a moment she was close, her lips scant inches from his. her eyes large and wistful.
"Come over and get something to eat,"
Artaxel's voice boomed. The spell was broken. Adona stepped away.
"You must be hungry," she said, "and I'll have to eat whether I'm hungry or not. The Indian women will hover around me all evening worrying about my health."
Lynn reached out to take her hand in an attempt to regain the moment he had lost. Adona eluded his grasp and ran smiling across the cavern to where Artaxel was holding 2 plates of steaming food. She took one. Her eyes teased Lynn as he came up and Artaxel thrust the other plate in his hands. Lynn glared at her with mock anger. Artaxel missed nothing. His one eye twinkled as he accepted a 3rd plate from one of the Indian women. Acting as host, he led Lynn and Adona to a large rug of bright colors and Indian designs. He sat down cross-legged. When Adona did the same, Lynn sat down with his legs out straight.
"Can't you cross your legs?"
Artaxel asked. Lynn tried it. Adona and Artaxel laughed at the ungainly position he assumed. Lynn laid his plate on the rug and stretched out full length, propping his head on one elbow. "This is more comfortable," he said.
"Bad etiquette here,"
Artaxel said tolerantly.
"It's a good thing there aren't any youngsters in here. They would get spanked just for watching you eat that way."
Lynn's eyes roamed over the cavern. Suddenly he sat up in surprise. Across the cavern was Rax Antel. With him was a woman. Tall, her skin was white. Her long hair covering her shoulders was jet black. Her features were almost too perfect. Her eyes, even across the distance of 30 or 40 feet that separated her from Lynn, were large and filled with some strange magnetism. They were watching Lynn. They locked with his. Her red lips smiled slowly. "Who's that?" Lynn asked. Artaxel followed Lynn's gaze.
"That's Mara," he said gruffly. "She's Rax's wife. Beware of her. Her sport is to make men fall in love with her and flaunt their love in Rax's face."
"I take it you don't like her?" Lynn said lightly. Artaxel's eye turned on Lynn coldly. For a minute, Lynn withstood its fury. He sensed that this white descendant of the Incas could, and probably had killed men while that cold hate flared in him. He decided to be a little more careful of what he said. Rax and Mara were crossing over to them leisurely, talking to each other. Mara's white robe, of some texture more yielding than that of the robes worn by the men, revealed the rounded contours of her graceful body. Lynn sensed she was conscious of this and was looking for some sign of its effect on him. He turned his eyes to Adona, who was watching him, a strained expression on her face. He smiled at her reassuringly, looked back at the approaching Mara with his expression, politely impersonal. A slight frown of anger flitted over Mara's face, then she was smiling again. Rax seemed unaware of this undercurrent. As he and Mara stopped at the edge of the rug, Artaxel rose. Lynn followed suit, standing awkwardly, ill at ease. "My wife, Mara, Lynn Carter," Rax said, a note of pride in his voice.
"How do you do, Lynn?"
Mara said. She smiled down at Adona with condescending superiority.
"Adona has taught us our English very well, don't you think?"
"Quite well," Lynn said, matching her tones. "You could pass for one of us back on Earth 3. Almost." Adona's and Artaxel's eyes flashed admiration at this thrust. Mara's nostrils flared delicately as the only indication that she had felt it. Only Rax remained oblivious of it.
"I wonder how I would look in a dress,"
Mara said, looking down at Adona speculatively.
"Perhaps if you saw me in one, Lynn Carter, you would retract that. Almost."
She took a studied breath that revealed her high-pointed breasts to full advantage under the loose robe. Lynn dropped his gaze hastily, conscious of Adona's eyes on him. Mara sat down on the rug. The 3 men settled themselves. Lynn returned to his food. It was a sort of vegetable stew with large chunks of gamey meat in it, giving it a rich flavor that was extremely satisfying. "What kind of meat is this?" Lynn asked conversationally.
"A quattle," Adona replied. "The same as that animal that crashed through the underbrush on our way here."
"Oh," Lynn said lamely. He was conscious of Mara watching him with studious eyes, probing him. There was a silence. "What is this threat hanging over you?" Lynn asked. "Dr. Morell said you would tell me. He didn't have the strength to tell me much after you left." He didn't tell you about the minor planet? Rax asked. I thought that was what he wanted to talk to you alone about. What about the minor planet? Lynn asked.
I'll tell him, Artaxel said to the others. It's a small planet on the 5th Earth plane, he began. It's had a regular orbit ever since our astronomers were able to understand the mathematics of astronomy and figure such things. A year ago, something happened to it. Maybe it was hit by a wandering body when no one was looking. It changed its course, so now it's going to strike Earth 5. Unless. And that unless will be bad news for Earth 3. There's only one way to avoid its hitting Earth 5 and probably destroying all life here. The thing's 200 miles in diameter and will probably crack whatever planet it hits wide open, releasing its internal fires in addition to the heat of its fall. That way is to build an interplane field right on the approaching body and shift it into another time plane.
How can that threaten Earth 3? Lynn asked. You can kick it into the 6th plane where there is no Earth for it to strike, can't you?
You don't quite understand the nature of interplane travel yet, Artaxel said, frowning. Basically, it amounts to this. The field generated by the heavy iron core isn't exactly a drive field. It's a null-grav field, tight in the plane in which it exists, but open in the 4th dimension. As soon as it goes on, the gravity field of the other planes pulls on the field and everything in its influence, and draws it in whatever direction, forward or backwards, that gravity is strongest, assuming there is no dense matter in either direction of the 4th dimension to block it. In order to make it jump out of the 5th plane, the interplane field must be turned on as it approaches us. Then it will be drawn in the only direction where there is another strong gravitational field. Earth 3, your own world.
You can't do that, Lynn said, unbelieving. That would destroy billions of human beings.
We agree with you, Artaxel said grimly. That's why we're with Dr. Morell. But Montecatl thinks differently. He doesn't feel any responsibility for human life on Earth 3. He's determined to go ahead with his plan to save Earth 5. In fact, he thinks it's a God-given chance to even the score with the conquistadors for driving our ancestors out of South America.
But none of you agree with him, I hope, Lynn asked, looking from one face to another. Certainly not, Raxantel said firmly. There are perhaps 3 million of us altogether. We don't believe the billions of Earth 3 should be sacrificed to save our 3 millions. Anyway, it wouldn't mean our destruction. Every one of us has a belt similar to the one you are wearing. At the very last second, we could all jump to Earth 3. Lynn blinked his eyes, then chuckled. I was just forming a mental picture of 3 million people parachuting into California out of a clear sky, he explained. The Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce would go insane. He sobered at their blank looks. They had missed the point of his joke. But is that all the people on Earth 5? He asked. How come? It's a bigger Earth than Earth 3 with all its billions. There are billions here, Rax said. The scientific method isn't something they accept. None of them take to civilization. Very few of them have a written language, and most tribes and small nations are suspicious of all others and kill strangers without waiting to find out what they want.
Of course, there may be places on the other side of Earth 5 that are civilized, Artaxel cut in. If so, they haven't discovered interplane travel nor space travel, or we would have met up with them in our own space travels.
You haven't flown around to the other side to find out? Lynn asked.
That would take power we don't have, Artaxel said. I'll explain how we travel in space without using power. We kick our ships into the Earth-3 plane. They start to fall. Your atmosphere catches them and gives them a chance to gain speed by a long glide. Just before they are about to hit the ground, they're kicked into the Earth-2 plane. They start to fall. Your atmosphere catches them and gives them a chance to gain speed by a long glide. Just before they are about to hit the ground, they're kicked into the Earth-2 plane. That gives them another couple of miles to gain speed in their long glide. Then they're kicked over into the Earth-1 plane. Earth-1 is only a couple of 100 miles in diameter itself. It has no atmosphere. But by timing things right, the ship can use its weak gravitational field to gain direction, and it already has escape velocity from Earth-1.
I get the idea, Lynn said thoughtfully. Then, in space, it can use charts to get into the vicinity of a body in any plane and kick into its plane the same way.
That's right,
Artaxel agreed. But back to this approaching planetoid, Lynn said. Wouldn't it take quite a big field to kick such a huge thing into another plane?
It would take a core of about 30 tons of heavy iron,
Rax said. Where would they get all that? Lynn asked.
We have thousands of tons of it, Rax said. You see, we've been collecting it a long time. We mine it from Earth-3 by a very simple process. Our mines are about 2 miles under the surface. Our mining machines grind the ore up into fine powder. The powder is run through a field that kicks the heavy iron granules into hoppers on Earth-2. Those granules run about 50% pure heavy iron. We could mine 100 tons a day if we need to.
Nothing can surprise me anymore, Lynn said. That did it. Descendants of the Incas on Earth-5 mining for an element unknown to science in mines 2 miles under the surface of Earth-3, with the refined ore falling into hoppers on Earth-2. Spaceships that get away from the Earth by falling down. This morning I suspected I was crazy when 2 men ran into my room, pulled the ripcords of their parachutes, and sank through my rug without disturbing the dust on it.
Those were Montecottle's men, Rax said darkly. He knows you're here by now, and will have his spies looking for you.
I want to get this straight, Lynn said. With the interplane or null grav field on this planetoid, it will pull or fall into the Earth-3 plane. Why won't it go over into the Earth-2 plane just as easily? Then nobody would be hurt.
It couldn't do that until its bulk was blocked from the Earth-5 plane by the solid mass of Earth-5, Adona explained. And that's impossible, since Earth-5's bulk only sticks up a couple miles over Earth-3.
Well, Lynn said, frowning in concentration, when it gets into the Earth-3 plane, what's to keep it from jumping back into the Earth-5 plane? Some kind of cutout that shuts off the power when the shift to the third plane is accomplished?
That's right,
Rax spoke up. No, it looks like a choice between 2 evils, Lynn said seriously. Nature presented Montecatl with a choice of killing his own 3 million people, or killing a couple of billion other human beings, disregarding the ones we don't know much about here on Earth-5.
And he chose to save his own, Mara said.
How soon is this body going to strike? Lynn asked grimly.
Very soon now,
Artaxel said. He dropped his eyes to the rug. Rax and Mara also looked away. They believed, Lynn sensed, that Montecatl would succeed, that the Earth Lynn had been born on, together with all its people, would be destroyed. Only Adona looked at him. In her eyes was a confidence and a belief that because her father had called Lynn, he could avert disaster. But could he? Sickeningly, he realized that he hadn't one single idea of what to do. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5.
Would you like to see the moon?
Adona asked Lynn as he finished his food and laid the plate on top of her and Artaxel's empty ones at the edge of the rug. Lynn looked at her blankly. Of course, he exclaimed. I would like to see it. It isn't the same moon. "There's a ledge far up the cliff looking out over the valley where we can see for miles," Adona said. Lynn looked at Artaxel and Rax.
"Go ahead," Artaxel said. "We can send for you if anything requires it." "Maybe we'll join you later,"
Mara said. Artaxel glared at her and shook his head imperceptibly. She smiled sweetly at him with her lips. Adona took Lynn's hand with brave possessiveness and led him away. They were both conscious of Mara's eyes following them. Adona walked close to Lynn as they crossed the cavern to one of the many dark openings. But when they had entered the tunnel and were alone, she gently withdrew her hand. "So that was just for Mara's benefit?" Lynn growled.
"Oh, no,"
Adona said, turning innocent eyes up at him. "So you did it because you liked to have me hold your hand, then?" Lynn smiled.
"No,"
Adona exclaimed.
"That is,
A spark of genius rose to her rescue.
"What did you and Father talk about when you were alone?"
she asked in an attempt to change the subject. "We talked about you," Lynn said, sensing the objective of the question and knowing it had failed.
"Oh,"
Adona said lamely. Without warning, Lynn took her head in his hands and held her face in front of his. He didn't try to kiss her, but just held her there, waiting. Her hands came up and tried to pull his away. She tried ineffectively to twist loose from his grasp. Her eyes flashed fire at him. Then, slowly, her hands dropped away. The defiance and protest in her eyes died down. Not until then did he kiss her. Her hand, which he had held with unyielding strength, rested lightly between the palms of his hands. Her lips surrendered hesitantly, then fiercely. He felt her body touching his. His arms went around her and drew her close. He felt her arms creep around his shoulders. Abruptly, her lips pulled away. She buried her head against his neck, her arms holding tight with constricting strength. Amazedly, Lynn realized she was crying. She was weeping silently. "Here now," he growled softly. His hand came up and pressed against her soft hair.
"I can't help it,"
Adona whispered in his neck. "Of course you can't," Lynn said. "And who else's shoulder can you cry on?" His voice took on a note of grave gaiety. "Don't let me ever catch you crying on someone else's shoulder." Her sobs changed to a subdued laugh. She pulled away from him, looking away in embarrassment. He caught her hand and held it. Then they were walking along the tunnel side by side, intimately silent. The tunnel went upward, twisting back on itself every 50 yards. There were marks of cutting tools on the granite walls. Lynn wondered how long it had taken the natives to cut this tunnel. Had they used machine borers, or had they whittled away at the hard stone, taking years to accomplish their task? Something Mara had said came into his mind. She had said Adona had done a good job of teaching them English. There was another sign of the passage of time. 5 years during which Adona had lived here, 2 miles straight up from Los Angeles, staying with her father so he wouldn't be alone, occupying her time by teaching the people here to speak her language, and, incidentally, learning to speak their languages. The ledge they came to was high up on the face of the cliff. It was night. Below spread the darkness of the forest, half lit by a bright red moon. The moon was low on the horizon to the east. Lynn was surprised at its smallness, less than half the diameter of the moon of his own Earth. But its most unusual aspect was its redness. Even the feeble light it sent into the shadows of the landscape below were reddish, so that the scene was one of eerie study in deep reds and blacks. To one side on the ledge there was a vague movement. It was an Indian sentinel, watching for any signs of movement below on the approaches to the village. He looked up at them, then resumed his watch, ignoring them. Adona sat down. Lynn sat near her, finding that there was one of the ever-present rugs on the stone floor of the ledge.
"Moon 5 is about 50,000 miles farther away than Moon 3, Adona said quietly. "The most remarkable thing about it, to my way of thinking, is that it always remains directly behind Moon 3. Their periods are exactly the same. Sometimes it's very close to Moon 3 because the eccentricity of its orbit is greater."
"How do they account for its staying behind Moon 3? Lynn asked. "Do they suspect some connection between the two moons?"
"There may have been originally," Adona said. "You see, gravity is a plane-dense field. The Incas and Father have it all worked out mathematically. Matter in adjacent planes has little effect on matter in any plane, but with aggregates as large as the Earth,
Their separate gravity fields work on each other like a sort of fluid drive mechanism. That interplanar action holds the 4 Earths concentric and keeps them rotating at the same rate. With Moon 3 and Moon 5, if they were originally concentric, one of them was in an unnatural orbit, or maybe both of them in some sort of compromise orbit. But the 4th-dimensional attraction between them was very weak, and eventually they pulled apart, each taking up an orbit consistent with the gravity of its own plane. You know, Lynn said thoughtfully, maybe more is known about this on Earth 3 than most people suspect. I seem to remember reading someplace about a dark moon hidden behind the regular moon. Would you like to see the other moon? Adona asked. She got to her feet and went over to the Indian. She spoke to him in a low voice, returning with something in her hand. It was a glass disc about 4 inches in diameter and almost an inch thick. She held it up to Lynn's eyes. Through it he could see the familiar moon of his own Earth, pale and unreal like it sometimes appears in broad daylight in the sky. It was superimposed over the smaller red moon of Earth 5. That reminds me, Lynn said. What about Earth 4? Is there one? The Incas say there is, Adona said. They say it's small, and that because it's small, the greater gravity fields of Earth 5 and 3 make things jump across rather than stopping in the 4th plane. They tell lots of interesting stories of Earth 4. No matter how fantastic they are, no one can dispute them, because there's no way of getting there to find out. But even they don't believe what they say. So far as anyone really knows, there's only the 4 planes of Earth. Maybe the ancients knew about them, Lynn said. They talked about the 4 elements of Earth, the 4 corners of the Earth, and lots of other mysterious 4s. 7 is another mysterious number, Adona said. The Incas insist there are 7 suns and 7 planes to the solar system, with planets on all 7 planes. They claim their spaceships have gone into all 7 planes and mapped the complete solar system, but those charts aren't here. They're in the Inca capital city, Montaka. That's what I like about you, Lynn said. You spring things on me so casually. Ever since you handed me that belt and dropped out of sight through the rug without telling me what it was about. I'm sorry, Adona said with real contriteness, but it's so hard not to. Montaka is a large city, the only one I know of on Earth 5. I've seen it, though I've never been right in it. I think it's ugly. Where is it? Lynn asked. Adona pointed south along the cliff base of the mountain. It's that way, she said. About 10 miles from here. You could see it except for the fact that the cliffs block the view. The spaceport is just south of it. The Indian at the other end of the ledge spoke softly in his short, chopped tongue. Adona replied in the same language. He said one of our spies came from the direction of Montaka just before we arrived here on the ledge, she translated. He says that now the sounds of feet approach here. He thinks it's our taxel and that our taxel is in a hurry. Lynn listened. I don't hear anything, he said. Does he have some kind of listening device? No, Adona said. The lookouts are chosen because of their keen senses. They can see in the dark and hear things that aren't audible to ordinary hearing. The Indian's prediction was borne out at once. A shadowy figure emerged from the tunnel mouth and dropped down beside Adona and Lynn with a grunt. It was Artaxel. A spy came from Montaka, he said briefly. He reports that the interplane drive for the planetoid is being loaded to take out into space. By this time, he says it's on board the spaceship. That means that as soon as Earth 5 swings around to the point where the ship can take off and head toward the planetoid, it will start. How long will that be? Lynn asked. Sometime tomorrow afternoon, Artaxel replied. Lynn stared out over the dark valley thoughtfully. Would there be a chance of stealing the ship? He asked. We could try it, Artaxel said. I doubt if it would be too heavily guarded for a surprise assault. They could follow and recapture it, but then it might be too late for them to set up the drive on the planetoid. He sounded reluctant. What's the matter with that plan? Lynn asked. Do you know of any other way to stop Montecatl from wrecking Earth 3? No, Artaxel said quickly. It's the only plan open to us. We must make it succeed at all costs. Let's go down and get the men together and talk it over, Lynn suggested. They stood up. Artaxel stood there for a moment, the vague outlines of his body motionless as if he were discussing something within himself. Adona's hand searched for and found Lynn's in the darkness. Then Artaxel turned and vanished into the tunnel. Lynn and Adona followed, walking swiftly on the downward slope of the tunnel floor. When they entered the main cavern, they saw Rax and several men, both Indian and white Incas, in a group to one side. Mara was there, standing aloof nearby. They saw them and stopped talking, waiting for them to join the group. Artaxel went ahead. When Lynn got within earshot, Artaxel was talking earnestly in the Inca language to the others.
"I was telling them of your plan to steal the ship," he explained.
"The best time to try it," Rax spoke up, "is at dawn. We will have to start in 5 hours if we are to get there in time to do that." "I wish we had guns," Lynn said.
"Guns would be no good against the weapons of Montecatl," Artaxel said. "Our only hope of success is complete surprise."
"What were these weapons of Montecatl?" Lynn asked. "They must be something if guns wouldn't help us."
"They are weapons of the cold," Rax said, "handed down from ancient times. They are so horrible, even Montecatl would hesitate to use them, but to save the ship he would."
"That was what Dr. Morell was experimenting on, wasn't it?" Lynn asked.
"Yes," Rax replied. "He wanted to understand how they worked. He found out," he added grimly. "It's settled, then, that we will attack at dawn," one of the other white Incas said. "We had better sleep so we can be strong and quick."
Lynn noticed Artaxel's eye flash in alarm. He followed the direction of his gaze. Mara was moving away from the group towards one of the dark openings.
"Where are you going, Mara?"
Artaxel called.
"Why, to my quarters,"
Mara said, stopping.
"Your quarters are not in that direction," Artaxel said.
"I choose to have a breath of fresh air before retiring,"
Mara said frigidly. She continued on and vanished through the opening leading to the village at the base of the cliff. Artaxel watched her go, anger suffusing his face. Lynn saw that some of the other white Incas were also watching her departure with dark gazes. Rax Antle didn't seem to be aware of this disturbing current of suspicion, for that's what it was. But of what? Was it possible that Mara might be a spy of Montecatl, and might find some way to get word to him that Rax's men were planning to attack the ship, waiting to take off for the asteroid? Even Adona was worried about Mara's going out to the village. Artaxel said something that made it certain none of these people trusted Mara except her own husband.
"I've been thinking," he said. "If we attack an hour before dawn, we will have the advantage of darkness with us."
There were some quick murmurs of approval. Even Rax seemed very happy about the change. Lynn noticed this and wondered if perhaps Rax might not suspect his wife more than he let on.
"Then we had better get some sleep," Artaxel said. "Lynn, you will bunk with me tonight."
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6.
"Of what did you and Dr. Morell speak when you were alone?"
Artaxel asked when he and Lynn were alone in his room. Lynn looked sharply at him. It was on the point of his tongue to tell him that if Dr. Morell had wanted him to know, he would have asked him to stay. There was only kindness and friendship on Artaxel's face, not curiosity. "He asked me to make sure Adona gets safely back home on Earth 3 when this is over," Lynn said simply.
"Yes," Artaxel said with quiet satisfaction. "I had thought that would be it. But was there nothing more?"
"He spoke of the cold," Lynn answered. "He said several times that there would be no danger there if I left it alone, but he spoke of a great Sargasso sea of things in the sixth plane, held there by the hyperdense spread of the gravity fields of the 4 Earths. I didn't understand what he meant by that. He said or implied that a great danger lay there if Montecatl used his weapons. What sort of things could they be?" Artaxel's face had become a mask as Lynn spoke. He lay down on his bed of rugs and furs, cupping his head in his hands, his eye hidden from Lynn by the bridge of his nose.
"No one knows," he said, his voice strained. "Perhaps they are nothing. Some think they are the primal elements of life.
that all life came from the breakthrough of these things into the planes of matter, where they clothe themselves with atoms. Some say they are banished souls. Brave men turn into cowards at the very thought of them, whatever they are. And whatever they are sentient and hungry. The weapon, it's merely a variation of the interplane drive, able to reach into another plane and allow anything from that plane to come through. Nature discovered the weapon first. She formed gateways between the worlds with her discovery. It was through one of them that my ancestors came into Earth 5, rather than from any discovery of their own.
He turned on his side, his eye looking piercingly at Lynn.
I have a feeling that before another day is past, you will have no more desire to be curious about these things, he said. In my mind there is a prophetic vision of the beings of the cold enwrapping me, sinking into me, taking me for their own, and of many others of them whistling with the winds of space as they come through, loosed by Montecarlo's weapons in the hands of crazed men.
Nonsense, Lynn said.
To you, maybe, Artaxel said, but not to me. I know. But also I have a prophetic vision of you wresting victory from defeat. In my mind a strange voice whispers, and its whispers are the frigid voice of naked space, from the lips of the mother of matter. There will be an instant when I will be helpless and you can save me. When that instant comes, you must turn away from me and leave me to my fate, or you will save me only to destroy all mankind. You must promise. You must give me your word that when I tell you to leave me, you will obey me.
I can't give any such promise, Lynn said uncomfortably. And anyway, all this is a lot of nonsense. No one can know the future. Artaxel's features slowly relaxed. When he spoke again, his voice was almost light.
Then at least remember my words, he said, and if a time should come when I'm hurt, and you could save my life by risking everything, remember them and act wisely.
All right, Lynn said, having the uncomfortable feeling that Artaxel wasn't as civilized as he had thought, but full of strange beliefs. That was something he hadn't thought of. These white Incas were still the descendants of a strange race, and not Americans of the 20th century. They spoke in the correct English Adona had taught them. They behaved and reacted much like ordinary people. But deep down underneath, they were filled with the traditions and beliefs of their ancestors. The atmosphere of the room had become uncomfortable. Lynn felt a strong desire to change the subject and get things back on a more rational plane. I gathered that you don't trust Mara, Artaxel, he said abruptly. Why?
She's Montecarlo's half-sister, Artaxel said. But aside from that, she's not the type who would willingly sacrifice her life to save people she has no interest in. Although she pretends to play along with us, I think she does so merely to be able to hear our plans and relay them to Montecarlo, so that Earth 5 will be safe for her. If she were not Rax's wife. But enough of this. We must sleep.
It seemed only a moment later that Lynn felt a gentle hand on his shoulder and woke to see Artaxel's face bending over him.
Wake up, Lynn, he said.
Lynn blinked up at the scarred face with its one bright eye. The memory of events flooded into his mind. He stood up and followed Artaxel to the main cavern. The others were already there. Adona appeared from the direction of her father's room. When she saw Lynn, she ran to him. He caught her in his arms and held her close while she sobbed, heartbroken. Her father had died during the night while they were asleep. Artaxel stood by for a moment, then pulled Adona from Lynn's arms. He shook her.
You must take it like a man, he said. Your grief can come later when there's time. Right now, the safety of your world depends on us.
His words sank in. Adona straightened her head and got control of herself.
You're right, Artaxel, she said. But now I'm going with you and Lynn. Good, Artaxel said. It's as the vision said it should be.
He glanced at Lynn and grinned at him.
We must eat. he said, releasing Adona's shoulders. After a hasty breakfast of a hot mush that Lynn didn't like without cream to sweeten it, they were ready to start. Rax, his face white and grim, led the way. Artaxel walked with Rax, and they went through the tunnel to the village. As they dropped down the ladder to the ground and started along the cliff base to the outer valley, he dropped back and whispered to Lynn.
Rax had to tie Mara up, he said. When she learned we had advanced our plans an hour, she was furious. If we get back alive, he plans to deal with her.
Tall, muscular Indians from the village had joined the party. There were well over 100 men, strung out, walking at a swift, distance-eating pace. Here and there along the line were flashlights that cast enough light to enable them to see the path. When they reached the mouth of the ravine, these lights were shut off. They went along in almost total darkness, guided by the shadowy figures in front of them. In an hour they came to the top of a low hill. Before them stretched the city of Montaka, its outlines revealed by the lights of dozens of open fires distributed through it. Even in the half-light the city was ugly, its buildings squat and ungainly. The leaders of the party took a path that skirted the city while staying within sight of it. It took another hour to get around the acres of sprawled-out buildings. Much of the way was through tilled fields and past dark farm dwellings. Lynn wondered why dogs didn't bark. He asked Adona about this. She told him dogs were unknown here. More than once they had crossed paved roads in the darkness. Finally they stayed on one of these that led away from the city. Now the way was wide. Adona walked beside Lynn. There was a faint, rosy glow on the eastern horizon when they reached the end of a flat field at least a mile across. In the center of this field, reflecting back the light of the stars, was a gigantic sphere of metal. The sphere rested in a depression in the earth that made it seem cut off just below the center, and around the sphere was a giant disk of metal that hovered just above the ground like a canopy. "That sphere is the ship?" Lynn asked Artaxel, who had dropped back again to be with them.
"No," Artaxel said. "The ship is around the sphere. That sphere is the container for the interplane drive unit that is supposed to kick the planetoid into the third plane. Such spheres are often used to carry loads. They can be jettisoned from the ship easily, and also they can be dropped without the ship having to land. Cargo is stored in a central sphere, protected by shock springs that will protect it against damage even by a fall from outer space."
Now figures were moving silently away into the darkness. Rax was moving from man to man, whispering commands. The plan seemed to be to completely surround the ship and attack it from all sides. It would spread their forces out thinly, but would have the advantage of keeping the defenders from all occupied separately and not give them a chance to get together. Rax paused long enough to tell Lynn he and Adona were to wait until the attack was well underway before attempting to move in and board the ship.
"You can't be of much use to us, Lynn," he said. "You have no experience in our type of hand-to-hand fighting. Your job will come after we get possession of the ship. Then your engineering training will be what we will depend on to find a solution to our problems."
"Of course," Lynn said. But in his thoughts he was full of doubts. How could his engineering training help him in this? He was less than the most ignorant beginner. The very basics of science involved in spaceflight and interplane travel were unknown to him, except in rough outline as he had heard them talking during the past 18 or 20 hours. Nevertheless, he agreed heartily that he wouldn't be of much use in the initial attack. These Incas were strong and quick, and his own skill at boxing and wrestling was almost nil.
"Artaxel," Rax said before moving on, "your job will be to stick with Lynn and Adona, and protect them if they are attacked."
Artaxel replied in the Inca tongue. Whatever he said caused Rax to smile briefly, and Adona to chuckle. Then he had gone into the night. Lynn, Adona, and Artaxel were alone at the edge of the field, waiting, their bodies lying prone, their heads raised so they could watch for the first sign of action. When it came, it was a scream chopped off in the middle. That scream was the signal for pandemonium to break loose. Before its echoes died down, there was movement in dozens of spots between them and the ship.
"Let's start,"
Artaxel said gruffly.
He rose to a crouch, leading the way. He was moving into the rosy blush that suffused the eastern horizon. The ship in its center sphere was an unreal prop, stuck in the center of an alien scene to Lin's eyes. But now something new burst upon the scene, adding to its unreality. It was a blue glow that flashed into being to one side of the ship. It was like a blue light, seen through the transparent depths of ice. And accompanying it was the chill sound of glacial winds whistling in alpine mountain clefts. A blast of air swept past, congealing the perspiration on Lin's chin. He shivered at its touch and felt its icy tentacles go into him, in an unnatural way that no cold he had ever experienced before had done. Was there a negative energy that was the dynamic opposite of heat? If there was, this was it. Artaxel muttered words in his own tongue. He had stopped, his head turned upward in an intent stare. Lin looked up. In the air above there seemed to be vague gray shadows spiraling swiftly, appearing out of nothing and vanishing again. On the field other blue lights had sprung up. On every side sounded screams of fear and agony.
"We must run for it,"
Artaxel grunted. He rose from his crouch and ran, Lin and Adona behind him. He glanced over his shoulder every few steps to make sure they were with him. A figure rose in their path. There was a swift blow of Artaxel's fist, and the figure dropped to one side. They brushed past it, going on toward the ship. There were others ahead of them, climbing the steep ramp that led into the dimly lit interior of the ship. They reached the ramp and started up. Over their heads suddenly materialized 3 snake-like shadows of transparent gray. A whining shrill emanated from them. It was both sound and energy, alien in texture. The things were dropping down. Artaxel knocked Lin and Adona to their knees and stood over them protectively. A fear such as Lin had never experienced possessed him. The 3 weaving spirals of icy gray wrapped and twined into Artaxel's flailing arms. They settled over his head. They seemed to soak slowly into his head and hair to sink in until they were evilly blended with him, seething within him just under the surface of his skin.
"Get into the ship," Artaxel ordered. "Leave me. There's nothing you can do for me. Go!"
Lin stood up. He reached toward Artaxel. Artaxel drew back.
"Go!" he screamed. "Go, you fool! Would you destroy your race to save me when nothing can help me?"
Lin hesitated. Suddenly his fist shot out and contacted Artaxel's chin. Even in that brief contact there was a chill that sent horror through Lin's being. "Help me," he said to Adona. He took Artaxel's feet and dragged him up the incline, Adona helping him along. They reached the end of the incline and fell down a short ladder to a metal floor. Figures swept past them up the ladder. There was a clang of banging metal as the hatch cover dropped into place. Then there was no sound except the tortured moans of Artaxel, no movement but the unholy writhing within his body. And from him was radiating waves of cold that changed perspiration to white frost. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Time had no meaning as Lin and Adona crouched over Artaxel in horror, their eyes watching him. He was changing. The moisture of the hair was freezing into frost on his skin and flaking off as he writhed in convulsive agony. His solitary eye was glaring at Lin in hate and accusation. Lin drew back under that glare. Adona drew close to Lin in fear.
"Don't you know what you have done?"
Artaxel groaned.
"When these things have done with me, they will leave me and search for other prey. But there's still time. Drag me to an empty compartment and lock me in. Its metal walls should contain these things for enough time for you to accomplish what you must."
Lin needed no second command. The things had not yet reached down into Artaxel's feet. He grabbed his feet and dragged him along the floor to the first door. Adona opened the door. It revealed an empty room with tiers of bunks. Lin dragged Artaxel inside. "I'll be back," he said. Then he pulled the hatch door shut. An Indian appeared in the narrow corridor. When he saw them, he called anxiously to them in his own language. Adona translated.
"He says there's something wrong with the ship," she said. "Rax wants us in the pilot room at once."
They followed the Indian at a trot as he led the way.
Shortly, they entered a large room filled with men. There were dead bodies lying unnoticed on the floor, the defenders who had been caught in the ship and slain. In the center of the group was a white Inca Lin had never seen before. His lips were curled in an expression of contempt. Rax saw Lin and called to him.
"There was a trap," he said. "The controls were fixed so that when we took off into the fourth-dimensional trajectory that was supposed to take us into free space, it started an automatically set trajectory that would crash us on Earth 1.
Lin's eyes caught sight of a large screen on which was moving a familiar shape. He had seen San Francisco from the air before, and there was no mistaking its topography. "Does it matter?" he asked bitterly. "We have the interplane drive intended for the planetoid. Even if we get killed, we have at least saved the Earth."
"No," Rax said. "This man says Montecatl has another one, and it will be set up on the planetoid in time. We failed."
"We haven't failed until the worst happens," Lin said. "But we've got to act fast. Are there suits on board to wear in the vacuum of space?"
"Yes,"
Rax said. "Okay," Lin said. "Bring them out. Everybody's got to have one on before we crash." On the screen, San Francisco was gone. The redwood forest was rushing up at them. Even as Lin watched, the forest vanished, to be replaced by a view of a different Earth 2 miles below them. There was a flurry of movement about them as spacesuits were brought out of their concealment in lockers. Lin grunted his satisfaction as he saw they were well made, and with parachutes and interplane belts built onto them. He finished getting into the one brought to him in time to see Earth 2 vanish and be replaced by a small globe a long distance away. That globe was Earth 1. Most of the others were in spacesuits now. Adona stood near him, her eyes bright with confidence as they looked at him. "Are there no auxiliary controls or means of softening our landing on Earth 1? Lin asked.
"They're all locked,"
the Inca captive sneered. "Then we must get into the cargo sphere where the intertime drive is," Lin said. "There we can be protected by the cushioning springs." He felt a gloating satisfaction as he saw the look of alarmed anger on the prisoner's face. He had hit on the one method of surviving the fall to Earth 1. Rax led the way. He and most of the others as well seemed to know their way about the ship, as if they had at some time been on such ships. That was quite likely, since space travel seemed to have been part of the civilization of the Incas for a long time. In a few minutes they had reached and entered the sphere, walking along narrow catwalks to a much smaller sphere suspended within by spiderwebs of thick coil springs and collapsible tubes. Not all of them had time to get into the safety of that center sphere before the crash came. There was a thunderous roar and sickening lurch that seemed to shake Lin's head loose from his body within the spacesuit. It was followed by absolute silence. The silence was so abrupt that Lin suspected he must have blacked out, though he wasn't aware of having lost consciousness. He tried to stand. There was a swaying rhythmic motion. The center sphere must still be moving within its frame of coil springs, he concluded. He thought of Artaxel. Artaxel had undoubtedly been killed by the fall if he were not dead before from the things from the sixth plane. In either case, it was a blessed release from his suffering. Spacesuited figures were stirring now. Some of them were making their way back to the opening through which they had entered this center sphere. Lin stood up. He was at the base of a huge platform on which rested quite modern-looking turbo-generator units and the largest transformer unit he had ever seen. He surmised the transformer unit must be the interplane drive with its huge core of heavy iron. He recognized Adona's face through the plastic helmet of the space-suited figure approaching him. He grinned at her and spoke. Her lips moved, but no sound came through. The reason for this struck him. There was no air on Earth 1, and in the crash all the air in the ship had escaped. He stepped toward her and placed his helmet against hers to conduct sound. "Are you all right, Adona?" he asked anxiously.
"Yes, Lin," she said. "Are you?"
"I think so," he said. "Let's get out of here and see what we've gotten into." They joined the procession leaving the sphere. In the outer shell they could see the remains of those unfortunates who hadn't had time to reach the center sphere. The outer sphere had flattened where it had struck. The catwalks were twisted and torn, but they were able to get across to gaping rips in the outer shell and drop to the ground outside. A scene of indescribable desolation greeted them. Their legs sank to the knees in powdered pumice dust. The landscape was like that which astronomers had said would be found on the moon. There were mountainous craters with jagged ridges. In the black sky shone the fiery corona-encircled brilliance of a blindingly white sun. It was small, more like a star of unusual size than a real sun. Sun 1 is small, like Earth 1 is small, Lin concluded. But now the full meaning of their predicament struck Lin. Here they were, trapped on the surface of an airless planet. Even if the ship had not been damaged in the fall, it had no means of being lifted from the surface. They were trapped just as surely as if they had landed on the moon itself. The interplane belts would be of no use here. There was no other body that could pull them out of this first plane. The bulk of Earth 2, rising thousands of miles above them, formed a solid hyperplane that blocked their escape from this plane. They had survived the fall, but they might have been better off if they had been killed. He kept these dark thoughts to himself. Rax found him and showed him and Adona the switch that cut in the two-way radio, which would enable them to talk to everyone as easily as if there were air to conduct sound. Instantly, conversational noises flooded Lin's ears. Everyone was on the same wavelength. Lin couldn't understand any of the words he heard. They were all in the two Inca languages. "What are they saying, Adona?" he asked, making his voice sound carefree.
"They are being very bitter,"
Adona said, her voice full of pity.
"They say they shouldn't have listened to my father, that Montecatl was right. If they hadn't listened, they would be in the safety of their homes right now."
"Well," Rax said dryly, "there's nothing they can do about it now. We're trapped, and there's nothing that can rescue us." His voice became bitter. "We've failed completely." "It looks that way," Lin muttered. As if to add to their hopelessness, there was a sudden screaming noise, borne to them through their radio earphones, and from the wreckage of the spaceship rose 3 snake-like figures of translucent gray, each as large as a man, moving in the atmosphereless space over the ship by powers unknown. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. As Lin watched, his eyes seemed to adjust more and more to the details of structure of the three things. Though a horror welled up from his very soul, making him want to scream in unleashed, uncontrolled fear, there was a part of his mind that remained apart, calm and clear. It was watching and studying the three things. They were serpentine, their snake-like bodies arching gracefully, elfin wings near their heads beating swiftly. Yet they were also bird-like, in that instead of the blunt snouts of serpents, they had long sharp beaks and bird-like heads covered with fine feathers that were almost a fuzz. How could their wings hold them up in an atmosphereless space? In that moment of unnatural clarity of thought, Lin understood. These things were not of ordinary matter. Their structure was subnuclear, electronic. A living structure, such as human being, is an ionic pattern in a medium composed mostly of water. In these creatures, the ionic pattern was divorced from the bulky mass of water and dissolved impurities. Almost weightless, their wings probably held them aloft by a sort of inductive action on the space-time composition of the gravity field itself. While these thoughts were forming with crystal clarity in Lin's mind, or one part of it, rather, in another part something entirely different was going on. Abstractedly, he recognized that the presence of the 3 cold plane creatures had induced a state of shock in him. It had split his mind into independent segments. Each problem in his mind had withdrawn itself into its own little sphere under the action of the mind-unbalancing shock. And in that state he saw clearly what could be done, not only to rescue them from this prison of a planet, but to save Earth 3 from destruction. The elfin horns of the three things were sounding in Lin's ears over the radio receiver built into his suit, or were those sounds pure thought alone? There was no way of knowing without shutting off the two-way radio, and there was no time for such idle experimenting. "Back to the ship," Lin shouted. "Back to the center sphere, where we can shut these things out." The 3 winged serpents ceased their hovering. Swift as light they darted down, each choosing a separate prey. Their sharp beaks entered 3 helmets. 3 terror-stricken voices screamed in agony. "Back to the ship!" Lin shouted. He took Adona's hand and ran. And as he ran, he saw the agonized face of Rax Antle through the plastic helmet of his spacesuit, into which one of the things was slowly settling. Rax would die, and it was his fault.
He had not obeyed Artaxel's command to desert him. Artaxel had said to leave him or the world would be destroyed. The thought gave him added strength. Now that he knew what he must do to save the world, he mustn't let anything stand in his way. As he reached the entrance to the ship, he looked back. Others were coming after him, but still others were falling under the attacks of the 3 winged serpents as they struck and rose to strike again. Together, he and Adona ran along the catwalk to the center sphere, taking giant leaps across broken sections in the weak gravity of Earth-1. They reached the hatch opening to the sphere. Lynn stopped and waited as others came across the catwalk. A dozen plunged past him. But the winged serpents had divined his plan and left their victims to cut off the avenue of escape of the others. They were 3 streaks of silver gray as they darted toward the ship. Lynn looked regretfully at the people still struggling toward him. Then his hands, seeming to act of their own volition, shut the hatch cover and twirled the wheel that shot home the bolts.
"Weren't there any more of us?"
Adona asked. Lynn looked at her and lied.
"That was all,"
he said. "There were no more. They were all killed by the things." From the door came angry tappings as the winged serpents tried to break through. Lynn smiled grimly. If they were electronic, they wouldn't dare to break through. Their structure would be disrupted into eddying electric flows within the conducting bulk of the metal. But now, there was work to do. Work that perhaps only he could do. With Adona following him, he climbed the ladder welded into the side of the huge base on which the intertime drive was built. It had been built to kick a small planet from one plane to another. Had it too been tampered with? That didn't seem likely. Montecatl would never think to do that. But until he could get the huge turbo generators humming, he couldn't be sure. A hasty exploration of the vast floor brought him to a central control section. He breathed a sigh of satisfaction. The controls were standard. The knowledge and know-how that had built this huge unit had been derived from Earth-3 engineering, at least. Closer inspection proved that many of the parts, if not all, of the control panels were actually manufactured on Earth-3. Standard brand names were stamped on them. Lynn returned to a panel that controlled Turbo Unit Number 1. His fingers, through long experience, manipulated the pistol grip controls. There was a whirring vibration rising through the soles of his shoes as a generator somewhere began to operate. The meters came to life. Pointers broke away from their 0 pins and crept upward toward red lines that indicated operating values. He went to another panel and went through the same routine, then another and another, until all 10 turbo units were in operation. Finally, he went to the coordinating panel and synchronized one generator after another until they were all connected to the main buses, and the automatic controls that prevented them from draining on each other were working smoothly. Now there was only one thing left to do. Lynn went to the master panel. Would the thing happen that he hoped for? Or had all his work been in vain? There was one pistol grip control relay yet to flick briefly to one side. Without having seen into the maze of wires behind the panel, nor followed those wires to their connections to the generators and buses, he knew what would take place when he flicked that final relay. There would be a crashing of vacuum disconnects as they came together. Power, more than enough to run a city, would rush through giant copper bars. Automatic controls would run wild. The huge turbines would snarl and whine under sudden overload. But would the thing happen that he hoped for? There were too many unknowns. An instrument designed for one thing was going to have to do something it was not intended for. If it didn't... His hand reached out. His fingers touched the innocent-looking pistol grip handle sticking out from the panel. There were no meters on this panel. There would be no need for them, nor could they measure the tremendous forces as they surged in unleashed fury once that small relay control was thrown. He hesitated, his mind full of doubts. His thoughts hastily reviewing everything he had done so far to make sure he had done nothing wrong. The touch of his finger could save or destroy the billions of lives on Earth-3. People going their ways oblivious of the fact that their destiny was in the hands of one man, in a realm of existence unknown to them. People on subways, people in churches, people at home, relaxed in soft chairs as they read books or watched their television screens that brought them entertainment. Lynn hesitated, and a cold hand gripped his shoulder and spun him about. Instinctively, his hands came up to ward off the blows of the threatening figure. It was a man, but he wore no spacesuit.
On his face was a livid scar that went from his jaw across his cheek and through an empty eye socket to his forehead. Lynn's mind froze as he recognized Artaxel. Artaxel was dead, his body crushed from the fall. Yet he was here. In his one eye blazed a light of gray fury. Through it watched a mind deranged, controlled by those things from the Sargasso Sea of the sixth plane. A fist crashed against Lynn's helmet. As it struck, it bent queerly. A jagged end of white bone shot through the bloodless skin. Artaxel looked blankly at that jagged bone. The light dimmed in his eyes. In Lynn's ears, angry flutings sounded, rapid and staccato. They ended as abruptly as they had begun. For an instant it was Artaxel standing there. His lips formed silent words. "Throw that switch, Lynn," they said. Then Artaxel collapsed, his frame falling slowly to the metal floor as life departed from it. Lynn waited for no more. With a leap he was back to the master panel. His hand shot out and gripped the relay switch control. His wrist twisted. Darkness descended on him in an engulfing wave, and with it a sound of thunder and rending of metal. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. He awakened to an absolute silence. Here and there was a feeble light that illuminated the interior of the sphere. Space-suited figures huddled motionless nearby and against far walls of the sphere. Lynn attempted to rise. He found himself floating upward and not coming down. The implications of this struck him and filled him with happiness. He had succeeded. Weightlessness meant the sphere was either in outer space or in freefall. In either case, it could only mean he had won. But where was Adona? Had she survived? Some of the space-suited figures were in twisted positions that meant their wearers were dead. "Adona!" he called frantically.
"Here I am, Lynn,"
A voice sounded in his ear, and one of the figures below him waved, then shot up to him as he waved back. Her momentum carried them both to the top of the sphere, clinging to each other. Lynn kicked against the ceiling. They dropped down to the platform on which rested the huge interplane drive. From there, Lynn shot toward the closed hatch opening to the outer sphere. He opened it and crawled out onto the catwalk. The outer sphere was nearly torn loose from the inner one now. Through jagged rents, he could see a canopy of stars. Suddenly, he let out a shout. Through one jagged opening could be seen a huge globe that covered a third of the sky in that direction. It was the Earth. He called into his two-way radio for the others to come out. One by one, they joined Lynn and Adona on the catwalk, gripping the handrails, bending over to look at the site of the Earth. It didn't matter which of the 4 Earths it was. They were far enough away from it so that, as they fell, they could take their pick.
"It's the Earth,"
Adona's voice sounded full of wonder.
"But how?"
Other voices were sounding in the Inca tongues. From their tones, they were merely echoing Adona's thoughts. "Time enough to explain later," Lynn said happily. "Right now, we'd better get out of here, Adona. Tell them they must all grip hands and hold together while we jump free of this death trap." Adona spoke in their language. Carefully, they carried out Lynn's commands. Finally, they were all together in space, the sphere growing small as it retreated from them. "Let go and pull your ripcords," Lynn ordered. "When we hit atmosphere, your chutes will open and slow your fall." Here and there, the white of the small pilot chute sprang into sight as they obeyed his order. Hours later, Lynn threw open the helmet of his spacesuit and breathed in the clean air of Earth 5. The others, at his order, had switched on their interplane belts to pull into the Earth plane with the greatest gravitational attraction. They drifted down in a compact group under Lynn's directions on how to guide their fall by slip shooting. They landed in a large grassy field. Now they discarded their spacesuits and gathered about Lynn and Adona, asking questions. Lynn held up his hands until they were quiet. "I did the only thing I could do," he said. "Not knowing whether it would work or not, I'll try to explain. I knew that when the huge interplane drive was turned on, it would cause the entire bulk of Earth 1 to try to fall into the second Earth plane, drawn by the attraction of its gravitational field. I knew that Earth 2 would prevent that, but I hoped that there would be enough force exerted to knock Earth 2 against Earth 3, and so on, so that Earth 1 would jog all 4 Earths out of their normal planes. If it did, it would bounce them all ahead into a different plane.
Then when the approaching planetoid fell, it would strike either Earth 2 or Earth 1. In either case, Earths 3 and 5 would be saved from destruction. If it hit Earth 1, being nearly the same size, they would both be knocked into small pieces. If we were lucky enough not to be crushed, we would be thrown into space far enough so that when the 4 Earths swung back again, we could return to Earth 3 or 5. That's the way it happened.
But why would they swing back?
Adona asked. Because they would have to, Lynn said. The laws of mechanics would have to hold for the 4th dimension. If Earth 1 had been completely thrown out into space by the collision, they might not be. But enough of the bulk of the planetoid in Earth 1 would remain to make a large body, and the 4th dimensional center of mass would still have its original velocity, pulling them all back into the planes they had been in. No one alive probably even noticed the momentary change in the position of the sun and the moon. There was rapid talking among the few Inca survivors. Adona listened and informed Lynn that they recognized where they were. They were 3 days' march from their village, lying to the west. 60 miles or less, Lynn said. We could drop down to Earth 3 right here and catch a bus to Los Angeles and be there in a few hours.
But my father...
Adona's lips trembled. Tears filmed her eyes as sudden recollection brought grief with it. You're right, Lynn said contritely.
I can't leave here until he's received a decent burial,
Adona said, as if speaking aloud to herself. Lynn didn't answer. Instead, he took her hand and started walking. The natives took places ahead and behind them, leaving the discarded spacesuits where they lay. As they trudged along, Lynn looked at the ground they walked on and envisioned the California landscape beneath it. 2 miles straight down, and perhaps a millionth of an inch at right angles in the 4th space dimension, lay date palms, highways, and the hot desert, with people who could look up into the unobstructed sky and never suspect that they were looking past and through 2 miles of solid substance lying a small fraction of an inch outside the 3-dimensional space they believed to contain all reality. Dimensions were strange things. A straight line makes 1 dimension. A second one at right angles to it makes 2 dimensions. A third at right angles to the other 2 makes a 3rd dimension. Apparently a 4th couldn't be constructed that would be perpendicular to the other 3. For that reason, common experience gave space as a 3-dimensional extension. Yet, in that space was movement, change of position, so that, in giving the location of any object, one had to give the time it was there, so that time became a 4th coordinate of experience. And now it developed that, besides time, there was a 4th space dimension that wasn't time, but actual extension in space, the same as the 3 ordinary dimensions. Lynn considered the strange things he walked along beside Adona. Each step carried him between 2 and 3 feet along on solid ground, but a slip of a small fraction of an inch in the 4th dimension of space would leave him falling free 2 miles above Earth 3, or plunge him into the Sargasso Sea of another hyper-slice of space, where strange creatures with electronic bodies drifted, hungry. Such was the narrow line between 2 unreachable realities. But he himself was just as narrow as the line. He couldn't fall to one side without being dragged by something that had 4-dimensional reach, like the mysterious heavy iron. Perhaps a millionth of an inch away were some of those serpent-like electronic creatures, or what had become of those 3 that had been with them? Had they survived? Were they now in the space of Earth 5, hunting for victims to feed on? And what of the others of those things that had come through under the force of Montecattle's weapons? A vague foreboding took possession of Lynn. He said nothing about it, but it grew in his mind. What of the future? Could he be content to take Adona back with him to Los Angeles and forget all about Earth 5? How had knowledge of this world, of this setup of worlds within worlds, been kept secret from mankind? Would it remain secret now? Thus Lynn walked along, a scowl of thought on his face, only half seeing the paths he walked along over hills and through grassy meadows and wooded sections. Adona walked beside him, sensing his concentration, and not wishing to disturb his thoughts, perhaps half lost in her own. It was toward evening, the blood-red sun half concealed under the western horizon to the south of the high mountain that was their goal, that they came to the broad swath of splintered trees and trampled grass. Lynn was jerked out of his reverie by the excited murmurs of the natives' voices as they halted. They were clustered together talking and pointing to the ground. When he reached them, he looked down where they pointed. There were tracks, such as might have been made by many elephants running. Out of the native speech, one word settled in Lynn's mind. It was a word being repeated many times. It had a very familiar sound to it, as though he had heard it before someplace. That word was Zinli. It was evidently what they called the animals that had made the tracks and laid flat so much ground.
They say the Zinli must have been pursued by something awful to stampede like this,
Adona translated for Lynn's benefit.
I don't know what the Zinli are. I've never seen one, though I've heard them mentioned before. They're some enormous wild animal that's so big it can't be killed easily.
She listened some more.
They say the Zinli must have passed this way some time ago, or the ground would still be shaking, she translated. If we'd been standing within a mile of here when they passed this way in such a stampede, we couldn't have kept on our feet from the vibration of their pounding on the ground.
There was more discussion. Finally, the natives took up their journey once again, but not without continual, half-fearful watching. Lynn studied the damage done by the stampede as it had rushed through the wooded tracks and over grassy ground. He decided some of the creatures must be heavier than an ordinary elephant. It took half an hour to cross the swath. When they came to the far edge of it, they were where the earth was soft. The huge footprints were at least 5 inches deep where they had pressed the sod into the ground. A set of footprints led off at a sharp angle from the main swath. Lynn studied it and made a surprising discovery. One foot of the creature had a distinctive marking. It was a left foot, and that was the only type of footprint on the left side. That meant the creature had been running on 2 feet. Something clicked in Lynn's mind. He remembered suddenly where he had seen the word Zinli before. It had been in a story, a work of supposed fiction written by a man named Merritt. The major figures of that old story came back to him, and with that memory he felt the hair on the nape of his neck rise. Other things began to click in his mind. The age of reptiles, with its dinosaurs, pterodactyls, and other giant creatures, had ended abruptly and mysteriously with the advent of warm-blooded creatures. Had it been because they had stumbled onto the hidden doorways between this world and Earth 3? What of the winged serpents? Were they the watchers of that story Merritt had written? What of the mystery of Mount Shasta? Were it and other high mountains gateways into Earth 5? What of ancient legends that placed the gods at the top of Mount Olympus? What of Charles Fort's gathered evidence of the falling of mysterious objects from the sky? What of Shaver's so-called caves beneath the earth in which distorted humans were supposed to live and delight in torturing people? What of all the thousands of mysteries, disappearances, materializations of strange beings, teleportation of objects through solid walls? What of Christianity's hell down below and heaven up in the sky? As Lynn followed the natives, Adona guided him along. A new, tremendously broad vista of mystery settled into a vague panorama in his mind. A panorama that encompassed so much and implied so much that his head spun at its vastness. His scientific experience was already detailing experiments he wanted to try. Some of them would be along the lines Dr. Morell had followed, including the so-called instrument of cold, which was merely a variation of the interplane belt in all probability. But there were other experiments he wanted to work on. He would have to find a place where Earth 3 and Earth 5 had surfaces in common to build a makeshift laboratory. There, things could be done without having to fall a couple of miles or climb a couple of miles into the atmosphere of Earth 3. Eventually, he could gather other scientists around him and really accomplish things. Surgeons could perform 4-dimensional surgery without cutting into people. Physicists could experiment with 4-dimensional fields. The natives halted and started making camp for the night. Lynn snapped out of his dreams and helped. The evening meal consisted of boiled tuberous roots that tasted somewhat like turnips, a bitter tea, and berries that looked like black gooseberries and had a taste similar to the ordinary variety. It was while they were eating around the campfire that they felt a slight tremor that told of stampeding tons of mountainous flesh far away. The Zinli were returning. Or were they? The shaking in the ground died down finally. Bedding consisted of branches from the trees with long grass-like leaves. Adona and Lynn lay down on their beds, close enough so that they could reach across and hold each other's hand. And that was the way Adona finally slept, her fingers slipping from Lynn's slowly. It was long after before he slept. He lay wide awake, his thoughts churning with plans for the future. Once, just before he dozed off, the ground began to shake again from the approach of the giant Zinli. But there were guards that would stay awake part of the night, to be relieved by others, who would warn them if any danger came. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Lynn awoke with the pleasant smell of wood fire in his nostrils, blended with the slightly tangy odor of his bed of branches and the damp, grassy smell of earth. The sun, not yet above the horizon, was just beginning to dispel the shadows of night. The tops of the trees were swaying in a breeze that didn't reach down to the ground. He lay there, uncomprehending, luxurying in the pleasantness of mere existence, while his mind gradually awakened to the memory of where he was and why. Then he turned his head to look at Adona. She was still asleep, her face relaxed and innocent, beautiful. She lay on her back, her breast rising and falling slowly in the rhythm of sleep, her legs pulled up sideways so that her hip was raised in a graceful arch. One arm crossed her waist, the other lay palm upward as though reaching for his own. It was possible she hadn't moved all night. Lynn's eyes were diverted from Adona by a rapid motion near the smoldering fire. It was one of the Indians motioning for him to rise and come over. When he stood up and went over to the man, he turned and walked into the trees. Lynn followed. They went several hundred yards, emerging on a scene that brought a gasp of astonishment to Lynn's lips. The trees in an area 100 feet across had been trampled and broken like matchsticks. Lying half in this trampled area, and half concealed in unbroken forest, was the limp mass of a giant lizard creature, its rough granite hide glistening with morning dew. Others of the Indians were walking around, talking to one another in low voices. Lynn's guide joined these and pointed out to Lynn what was interesting them so much. Here and there on the creature's hide the dew was not dew but white frost. Frost that was perceptibly thick, as though the flesh were frozen and had been frozen for several hours. Lynn didn't need an interpreter to know what the Indians were saying. This could only be the work of the cold creatures from the Sargasso Sea of the sixth plane, and that meant that his foreboding of the evening before was true. The weapons of cold had brought into the realm of Earth 5 a scourge that could not be fought. Lynn's heart sank. Maybe some of the winged serpents were still in the Zinli carcass. They might come out at any moment and attack them. So this is the reason for the stampeding of the Zinli, he said aloud. His guide nodded grimly, having sensed the meaning of Lynn's remark. Horror grew in Lynn's thoughts. A mental picture arose of hundreds of these giant creatures racing madly, with the wispy bodies of the winged serpents over them, darting down to settle on their prey. Other thousands of the serpents mantling the city of the Incas, dealing freezing death to its inhabitants. Was there no way to destroy the winged serpents, the Watchers? But they were not Watchers, they were hostile to the Incas. Were there some that were friendly and some that were hostile? Lynn wished he could know, but he was afraid, desperately afraid, that he would never be able to learn. Almost certainly they would be attacked before they reached the village and the safety of the cavern headquarters, if it were a place of safety. He had to reach it. He had to get there and see if he could devise some protection against the winged serpents of death. But if they were there to stay here, so near this giant thing that might be harboring some of the things... Lynn turned abruptly and raced back the way he had come. In his thoughts, anxiety for the safety of Adona forced everything else out. But she was still lying where he had left her, and still asleep. The Indians had followed him more slowly, leaving one of their number behind. Lynn was to learn later that he had been selected by lot to remain there and invite the winged serpents into his body if they emerged from the Zinli, so that the others would have a chance to escape. Adona awoke as Lynn reached the fire. She sat up and smiled sleepily at him, then became aware of the expression on his face and the undertone of fear about her. She spoke demandingly to the Indians in their tongue. They answered reluctantly. Her eyes widened as she listened to their words.
"What Father said was true, then," she said to Lynn. "We must get to the village and get his instrument. He showed me how it could be used to protect us by reversing the field so that the cold would be forced to enter it and return to the sixth plane again." "Then he has solved that problem," Lynn said, relieved. "Let's get going."
There was a hasty breakfast of what was left of their dinner of the night before. While they were eating, there came the sound of a scream. The Indians paled perceptibly, then made hasty signs that they should all start out. Adona frowned at their words as they talked with one another, as they half trotted away from the campfire into the woods.
"They say that scream was a signal that the living cold has emerged from the Zinli," she said to Lynn. "I wonder what they mean."
"One of them stayed near the Zinli," Lynn exclaimed.
The winged serpents must have settled into him. They won't waste much time on him. They'll know we're near and try to find us. Stay close to me, Adona. We still have our chutes, and if they find us, we can drop into Earth 3. Adona hugged his side as they trotted through the trees. Lynn took her hand. There was a choked feeling in his throat as he thought of the bravery of the Indian who had stayed there to sacrifice his life so the others could be warned in time to escape, if escape were possible. 2 of the Indians were running close beside them, the others strung out ahead and behind. Suddenly, Lynn felt himself thrown to the ground. He threw out his hands to break his fall and turned his head when he came to a stop. One of the Indians had thrown him. The other had thrown Adona. The reason was quickly apparent. Above the treetops appeared one of the winged serpents, its body a shimmer of glowing, transparent milkiness, its wings 2 gossamer arcs of blurred motion. It paused there, its pointed beak extended downward, then dropped. One of the Indians was standing, arms outstretched to receive it, a mixture of horror and resignation on his face. As Lynn watched, the pointed beak dipped into the Indian and slowed. The man screamed in agony, dropping to the ground unconscious. Slowly, the shadowy serpent form settled into his body until it was out of sight. "Ugh!" the Indian holding Lynn grunted. He rose, lifting Lynn. The other was lifting Adona. In a moment, they were again speeding through the trees. The horror of it all was seeping into Lynn's soul, and the nobility of it. The sacrifice of those 2 Indians who had chosen to die so that others might live. The others, obviously, were he and Adona. The Indians would sacrifice themselves one by one to save them. It was awful to think of men dying deliberately to save him. As he ran doggedly along, Lynn tried to think of some other way out of this. They were still 2 days' march from the cavern. He and Adona wore the interplane belts. They could escape to Earth 3. The Indians couldn't. They would have to keep on toward the village and its doubtful protection. They might be picked off one by one anyway. Almost certainly so. Lynn bit his lips. It was horrible to think it, but the Indians themselves recognized that they were expendable and he wasn't. There was a remote chance of his finding some way to destroy the winged death, or send it back from whence it had come. As long as that chance existed, he must keep on, get through to the village. But wouldn't it be better to get there as quickly as possible? And might not the Indians, freed of the responsibility of keeping him alive, have that much more chance of escaping the serpents? Lynn watched them covertly as he ran beside Adona. They were obviously able to run much faster than they were going, but were pacing themselves to keep him and Adona from tiring too much. "Adona," Lynn said without slowing his pace, "if we dropped down to our own Earth and went to Los Angeles by bus, we could save a whole day, and the Indians wouldn't have to go so slow. They could get there at least half a day sooner without us." Adona's face brightened. She spoke in the language of the Indians. The Indian beside her grunted his approval. "All right, Lynn," she said. "I'll count to 3, Lynn said thinly, dreading the change that would switch them out of this world. 1, 2, 3. He pressed the button on his belt that would do it. As the trees in the ground faded and he felt himself falling, he wondered if there might not be a hill or mountain right here so that there wouldn't be time for their chutes to open and break their fall. But it was too late to return now. Lynn recognized the San Bernardino Mountains just to the west. He had flown over this country enough so that in a few moments he knew just where he was. A mile below and slightly to the north was Riverside, California. He smiled in satisfaction. "Yoo-hoo!" Adona below and behind him waved cheerily as he twisted his head in the direction of the sound. He waved back and impulsively slip-shooted toward her until she motioned him away, and he realized he was endangering them both. He looked down at the familiar scenery again, feeling a warm glow of happiness seep through him. Here they were, safe. Here they could catch a bus, and if the slightest danger appeared, it would be dealt with by the government and its 200 million citizens, not a handful of semi-civilized members of a lost race of people in a wild country. Maybe Adona, now that she was here, would consent to leave her father's body where it was and stay here. As quickly as the thought formed, Lynn was ashamed of it. Following that course would merely stall things. There were the gateways from Earth 5 to Earth 3. Through those gateways, the winged serpents would eventually come when they had sated their hunger on the life of Earth 5, and there was nothing left alive for them to feed on. They would be a ravening horde, catching the world unprepared. He looked down again at the warm familiarity of the streets of Riverside, drifting up toward him, and realized that its welcome was temporary, that he could never again call Earth 3 his home until he had driven the hordes of outer space back into their prison plane. Yes, and made Montecatl pay for his rashness in bringing them into the fifth plane with his weapons of cold. He had been a stupid child playing with toys he couldn't fully understand. The real fault lay with those ancients who had not destroyed those weapons, but left them around for posterity to play with. Still, how could those ancients have foreseen the future? The very same thing could happen with modern weapons. The vast stockpiles of atom bombs assembled and ready to use could become the same kind of a thing. A devastating war could destroy civilization, leaving nothing but distorted legend in its place, and ignorant savages, descendants of the survivors of such a war, could one day bring out atom bombs to use in some petty quarrel with a neighboring tribe, and destroy them all, including themselves. Undoubtedly, those ancients who had used the weapons of cold had known how to control the winged serpents, and forced them to go back into the sixth plane. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built and used such things. And it would be up to him to rediscover their secrets. As Lynn's feet struck the ground, he realized that he had to find the answer. He and Adona would get to Los Angeles as quickly as possible, and return to Earth 5 the way he had entered it the first time. Adona landed 50 feet away seconds later. Lynn had gathered his chute into a bundle under his arm. "I'm all right, Lynn," she said when he rushed to her, an anxious look on his face. Together they folded both chutes carefully and put them back in their packs. While they were doing it, several cars collected on the highway a short distance away, and men were starting across the field toward them. "Hello," one of them called. "Are you all right?" "Yes, we're all right," Lynn said, smiling at the men as they came up. "But we have to get to Los Angeles as soon as possible. Any of you going that way?" "I am," one of them said, stepping forward. "That's where I was headed when I saw you two up in the sky. What happened to your plane?" "It was having trouble," Lynn lied. "Our pilot ordered us out. He's trying to make it to Los Angeles." "Hope he makes it," the man said. "My name's Gates, Arthur Gates. If you're in a hurry, come on. I'll get you there fast." "Thanks," Lynn said. "Come on, Adona." He took her arm. 2 minutes later, they were on their way to Los Angeles, the car they were in eating up the miles smoothly. "I didn't get your names," Arthur Gates said, glancing at Lynn questioningly. "Sorry," Lynn said. "I'm Lynn Carter, and this is Adona Morell." "Lynn Carter," Gates said slowly, flavoring the name. "Sounds familiar. Say, that's the name of the fellow that disappeared from the cockpit of a plane a few days ago." His eyes turned to Adona. "Had a girl with him, too. You the ones?" "Disappeared from the cockpit of a plane?" Lynn asked, stalling. He wished now he hadn't given his right name. It would have been simpler not to. "Yeah," Arthur Gates said. "Funniest thing, the pilot swore it was impossible. But both of you just vanished. No way you could, but you weren't there. You never landed anywhere, either." "Must have been someone else," Lynn said with a short laugh. "A lot of funny things lately," Gates said, ducking around a car skillfully in the traffic. "I suppose you know about the sun behaving funny yesterday. I saw it myself. It lasted just a second or two." "Uh-huh," Lynn said vaguely. "You see it?" Gates asked. No," Lynn said. "I was asleep at the time. What did it look like to an eyewitness?" "One minute the sun was itself," Gates said. "The next instant it was twice as big and a cherry red instead of white. Then it was back again the way it was, but sort of in and out for almost half an hour. Reports from Asia say a huge moon 10 times as big as real life appeared suddenly in the sky, then vanished again. Several people in India swore that they were looking at the moon about that time, and it was suddenly only half as big as normal, and its crescent was red instead of white. Very mysterious business. And not only that, right this minute there's a tidal wave in the Pacific that's coming toward America. It'll be here in a couple of days and will raise the tide to the highest point in history. They're evacuating the coastline right now." "Yes, I know all that," Lynn smirked. "I was just wondering how the sun looked to an eyewitness. Did it grow bigger and smaller, or just change suddenly?" He looked innocently at Arthur Gates. "It changed suddenly," Gates replied, relaxing visibly. "Interesting," Lynn murmured. The conversation lagged. Lynn and Adona watched the scenery slide by. The sky was very blue. Except for an occasional white billow of cloud, it was empty. There was nothing to indicate that less than 1/1,000,000th of an inch from every atom in their body was an atom of solid stone 2 miles below the surface of Earth 5. Two objects cannot occupy the same space, but two objects can have the same 3-space coordinates so long as they are separated in the 4th dimension. They are two extremely thin hyperplanes lying against each other loosely, hardly affecting one another, the basic nature of reality in some way ordering them separately.
"Where do you want to go?"
Arthur Gates asked, breaking into Lynn's thoughts. Lynn blinked his eyes and noted they were coming into Southgate. "We're going to the airport at Gardena," he said. "If that's out of your way, you can let us out at a taxi stand."
"Be glad to take you over," Gates said, smiling. "That where your plane's going to land?"
"Possibly," Lynn said. "Anywhere it can get to that there's an airport, more likely." Gates turned off onto an east-west arterial. 15 minutes later, he was turning into the Gardena airport. He pulled into a parking space and shut off the car.
"You stopping here too?"
Adona asked in surprise.
"Why not?"
Gates grinned.
"This is interesting."
"Thanks for the ride," Lynn said. "How much do we owe you?"
"Not a cent."
Gates grinned.
"I'm a reporter. I'll make mine on the story."
"Oh," Lynn said. He was climbing out of the car as he spoke. Adona followed him. Lynn slammed the car door at the same time as Gates on the other side. The three of them went into the airport office. There were several people there, one of them the pilot who had taken them up before. He recognized them, his eyes widening in surprise. "Mr. Carter," he said.
"So you weren't the ones,"
Gates snorted. Then to the pilot,
"Believe it or not, Wilson, they just landed over by Riverside."
Others were converging on them excitedly.
"How did it happen?"
Wilson, the pilot, asked.
"Am I glad you showed up? Everybody was beginning to think I was crazy."
"We haven't time to explain," Lynn said. "We're going to go up again right away. Can you take us?"
"Sure,"
Wilson said doubtfully. "But—"
"How about telling us what it's all about, Carter?" Gates said. "And don't tell me you don't know. You vanished from Wilson's plane deliberately. What gives?"
He followed his question with an appealing but determined smile. Lynn frowned, then matched the smile. "I'll tell you," he said mysteriously. "But don't breathe a word of it in your paper. We traveled into the 4th dimension to another world 2 miles above this one, where we met the descendants of the Incas. We were trying to get away from some giant dinosaurs that were being stampeded by some snakes made out of electricity instead of matter, when the flying serpents started attacking us. So we came back, using our parachutes to land with, since when we stepped into the 4th dimension we were 2 miles up in the air. We have to go back right away because Adona forgot her lipstick."
"Veraphonia," Arthur Gates said dryly. "I don't believe any of it except about the lipstick," he added, looking at Adona's unadorned lips. Then to Wilson, "You going to take them up again?"
"I guess so," Wilson answered. "He paid for the first trip. Want to go along so I'll have a witness if they vanish again?" End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11.
"Let me get this straight," Gates said. "When you press a button on that queer-looking belt you and Adona have around your waist, you're pulled in a direction at right angles to all directions we have in space and enter another space lying next to this one. I don't believe it."
"I don't care whether you do or not," Lynn said. "In a couple of minutes now you'll see it happen." Arthur Gates studied Lynn in exasperated silence. He looked out at the California landscape far below. His eyes squinted upward as though trying to see if there were something there he couldn't see normally.
"Look," he said finally, "if what you say is true, I want to come along."
"But you can't," Adona said. "We only have the 2 belts." But even as she said it, her eyes lit up at a sudden recollection. "There may be another," she added. "I think Father made some extras and left them at our place in the mountains."
"Well, let's go see," Arthur Gates said. "I think you could use another hand where you're going."
Lynn hesitated, but finally decided Gates was right. And so, several hours later, they were again where they had been, but this time Arthur Gates also wore a parachute pack and a belt. He was a little pale. When Adona pressed on her belt and melted through the seat with her pilot chute unfurling, Lynn was sure Gates would back down, but he didn't. "You next," Lynn said, a twisted smile on his lips. Gates hesitated visibly, then jabbed the right button and followed Adona, while the pilot, Wilson, forgot to breathe. This time he was seeing the actual disappearance. Lynn followed the instant he was sure Gates would be clear. He closed his eyes as he pressed the pin on the belt, counted to 10, pulled the ripcord, and opened his eyes. He should have pulled the ripcord sooner. When he opened his eyes, he was below the other two parachutes, and the clearing was only 200 or 300 feet above him. He watched trees rush up at him and wondered if he would slow down enough to light without breaking some bones. The chute caught the air and slowed him down rapidly. He landed without injury, but with a feeling that if he had counted to 11, he would have been killed. Moments later, Adona and Arthur Gates dropped near him. They laughed and talked nervously as they folded up the chutes and put them back in their packs for instant use. "I believe it now," Arthur said earnestly. He looked down at the grassy solidity under his feet. "To think that a couple of miles down there is California." "And don't ever forget it," Lynn said. "At any time, we might be attacked by the winged serpents. If you see one coming toward you, press the button that plunges you over, and you'll be safely out of this world." All three looked nervously about. The trees were motionless in the still air. The meadow in the clearing was serene. The sky was devoid of all motion other than a few drifting clouds. "Let's go," Adona said nervously. They found the path into the forest and followed it in its windings toward the distant mountain to the west. "That mountain is over the ocean, isn't it?" Arthur Gates asked. "Then if we change over when we get there, we'll land in the ocean." "That will be better than the freezing death," Lynn said. "We've seen it, and know. In the ocean, you might be picked up. The worst that could happen would be to drown." "Is that better?" Gates asked dubiously. Half an hour later, he decided it would be. A quaddle lay beside the path, its moose-like form still moving feebly, frost congealing on its fur. They had come on it suddenly, stood looking at it in stunned surprise. "Let's get out of here," Lynn said urgently. "The winged serpent might come out of it any second and see us." Gates needed no urging. His dazed senses were bringing him to a literal barrage of facts to switch his beliefs around to the point where he realized that the lipstick was the only fiction in the glib story Lynn had told at the airport. Evening came as they reached the foothills and the swift stream. With it came a cool breeze, and with the breeze came chilling sounds of flutings from far away. The eerie sounds came from the direction of the Inca city, Montaca. Lynn heard them and pictured hordes of the transparent creatures swarming over the city, dipping down to kill and kill and kill. Would there be anyone left alive? There was an unearthly beauty of tone in the short, fluid pipings that drifted to the ear over such great distance. They were similar to the tinkle of glass against glass, but almost with the quality of speech. Adona stayed close to Lynn. Arthur Gates was subdued and silent, concentrating on walking. At times, Lynn was grateful for the protection of the trees that hid their progress. At other times, he wondered if it was less a protection than a cloak to hide the approach of winged serpents, if they came this way. At last, they reached the base of the cliffs that reared upward to unseeable heights in gloom-shrouded silence. They picked their way carefully along the base of the cliff, while the white spray of the torrent in the river channel licked at their feet hungrily. They went in single file, gripping hands so that if one slipped, the others could prevent a dangerous fall. When they came to the place where they had to step from stone to stone, they welcomed the white foam of the water that outlined each place to step. Lynn thought of the sentinel far up on the face of the cliff, and wondered if he had seen their coming and notified the others left here. He thought of Dr. Morell's body lying on a cot inside the mountain. He thought finally of Mara. Would she grieve at the news of Rax's death? Or was she still here? Might she have gone to Montaca to her half-brother Montecatl? The cliffs moved back from their path. The white veil of the waterfall came into view, and, to one side, the sharp-cornered dark forms of the buildings of the village. But Lynn hardly noticed these familiar things, and from Arthur Gates' startled grunt he hadn't noticed them at all. In the space above the buildings between the cliffs, with the waterfall as a backdrop, a battle was being fought. It was alien, yet as familiar as the flying struggle of fighting sparrows in general pattern. The fighters were all winged serpents, seemingly two factions pitted against each other. Lynn pulled Adona and Arthur Gates back into the concealment of the cliff. "Quiet," he warned in a whisper. "If they see us, we're goners." He peeked around the concealment of out-jutting rock and studied the fighting creatures in the air. Two of them, their snake-like bodies writhing in eel-like motion while their almost insectine wings beat in blurred motion, darted from the group, paused in mid-air, their long, sharp beaks turning this way and that, as if sniffing, then shot directly toward Lynn. Even as they did so, 4 others disengaged themselves from the battle and shot to catch them. The 6 met in battle scant yards away, their bodies weaving in serpentine thrusts of incredible grace and rhythm. Lin, forgetting his danger, or perhaps sensing the futility of trying to escape, stood in plain sight of the battling serpents, watching in admiration and awe. Suddenly a transparent beak found a mark in the body of another. The beak tilted downward, the victim of the thrust sliding off to flutter down to the surface of the boiling stream. Even before it hit the water, its form seemed to be melting and evaporating. There were no distinguishing marks for Lin to tell whether the fatality had been one of the two who had apparently spotted him, or one of the four, nor did it seem to make any difference. But now it became apparent it had been one of the two, for the other four concentrated on the remaining one of the pair. In seconds, the battle over Lin's head was over, with a second transparent form dropping and evaporating into nothingness. The four victors hovered motionless, with blurred wings beating for the space of a long breath. Then a beak turned to point directly at Lin. The owner of the beak dropped swiftly down toward him. His hand went to his belt to press the button that would send him into the plane of Earth 3. It hesitated. A voice that was no more than a thought forced itself into his mind.
"Wait," it said. "Remain where you are, and don't move, and you will be safe."
With blurred motion, the four winged serpents shot up and into the main battle again, while Lin watched their departure with amazement. Were there friendly members of this sixth plane race of things? Was that the cause of the fighting? Lin leaned against the cliff, weak from the imminence of death in such a horrible form. His mind was spinning, struggling with indecision. He felt Adona's hand on his arm.
"They were friendly," she whispered in his ear. "That bears out what our Taxel told me once about them, that long ago his ancestors had made an eternal pact with some of them that could never be broken."
"They must be fighting for the villagers," Lin said softly. "If they win out, we can make it to the cavern in the cliff. If not, we'll have to parachute down to Earth 3. All we can do is wait." They huddled together, gaining strength from mutual contact, watching the aerial battle. More and more of the winged creatures were dropping, pierced by the sharp beaks of others. Finally, a small part of the swirling fighters separated from the rest and rose swiftly, passing overhead as they fled between the cliff walls. The swirling mass of the remaining winged serpents slowed to quiescence. Then, while the three watched, they slowly vanished where they hovered. But they were not gone. An occasional flute-like note came from overhead to indicate they were still there, though visible. Hesitantly, his finger resting lightly on the button that would take him out of the plane of Earth 5, Lin stepped away from the protection of the cliff into the open. He took several steps, slowly. Nothing happened. He motioned with his hand for Adona and Arthur Gates to follow him. He led the way to the cliff house where the entrance to the tunnel was hidden. Once he thought he felt the wind of beating wings against his cheek. A warm thought of safety crept into his mind, reassuringly, but he couldn't be sure it wasn't imagination. He was still dazed at the possibility of some of these creatures being allies rather than destroyers. He still wasn't sure. If there were any human survivors in the village, they were hidden. Lin led the way up the ladder to the level of the room concealing the tunnel entrance. Once again he was staring at the unbroken face of the cliff inside the bare room, while Adona reached under a rough projection near the floor and did things which caused a section of the wall to move back. Once again there was revealed a tunnel which Lin knew led deep into the mountain. As they entered it, there came faintly the thin pipings of the invisible winged serpents. To Lin it was a sound of new hope. It meant that the menace of the winged serpents was being met by other winged serpents. It meant much more. But as the huge bulwark of stone rose behind them in the tunnel, he was suddenly very tired. A load had been lifted from his shoulders, leaving him weak. Thus, he was caught completely by surprise by what lay waiting for his return in the main cavern. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The emptiness that the scene outside had created within Lin and Adona made it inevitable that when they emerged from the tunnel into the main cavern and saw the dozens of people, they would compensate by rushing forward, throwing caution to the winds. And Arthur Gates, following their lead in this strange land he knew nothing about, would not be suspicious unless they were. Adona was the first to suspect something wrong and try to retreat. It was too late even to escape the third plane of Earth. Lin managed to get in one ineffectual blow against a red shoulder before he was borne to the stone floor by sheer weight of attacking numbers. His arms were firmly held by half a dozen strong hands when he was pulled to his feet, to find Adona and Gates also held the same way. The Indians crowding around them curiously drew apart as two figures pushed their way through. One of them was a man, white-skinned, tall, with a haughty lift to his chin that seemed habitual. Around his neck twined a narrow band of gold in the shape of a serpent, with two small eyes of red emerald. Those small red eyes, rather than the face of the man, held Lin's attention hypnotically, until he became aware that the second person was Mara. Together with recognition of her came the realization that this man must be her half-brother, Montecatl. He turned his eyes to the man with new interest. Montecatl was as tall as he himself, a little over 6 feet, a skin white and flawless as a woman's, lips over which hovered a mixture of amusement and cruelty, with not a trace of friendliness. His hair, a lustrous black, was combed straight back from his high forehead in smooth waves, to fall back and form a background of jet for the white of his bare neck above the golden serpent. Lin's eyes shifted to Mara again. She was looking at him in a dreamy, gloating way. As his eyes contacted hers and held, he felt a tight constriction in his chest. It was as though, by looking into her eyes, she had undressed, to stand before him unclothed, inviting. A dull flush warmed his face. He became aware of the curve of her breasts under her clinging robe of bright crimson, with its adornments of jewels. Her red lips curled in a mixture of invitation, promise, and amusement. Then suddenly she noticed Arthur Gates. Her eyes switched to him. She looked at him speculatively. The spell was broken. He turned his head to Adona. Anger flooded his mind at the sight of rough hands holding her arms. But his own were now tied together at his back, and he was held by several heavy hands, so he could do nothing. Montecatl spoke briefly. Mara answered without looking at him. Montecatl fixed his eyes on Lin coldly. They flicked to Adona as he said something, then back again.
"He blames you for the invasion from the 6th plane, Lin," Adona said. "I'm afraid he intends to take it out on us." "You are quite right," Mara said. "We have plans for you two."
Adona made no answer to that, but her eyes filled with pity for Mara. "Mara," Lin said gently, "Rax is dead. He was killed by the flying serpents brought from the 6th plane by your half-brother's soldiers, with their weapons of cold." He watched her, hoping for some sign of grief. Instead, a look of contempt flashed over her features.
"He was a fool, he and our Taxel,"
she spat. Lin's shoulders drooped hopelessly. These people, Mara, Montecatl, and the others, were savages. Little mercy or clear thinking could be expected from them. And now Montecatl gave a brittle order that destroyed all hope. In response to Montecatl's words, the Indians roughly stripped off the belt and parachute that each of the three wore. Without them, they were doomed to remain on Earth 5. Montecatl barked another order. Lin's captors dragged him forward past the fire in the center of the cavern, toward one of the dark openings leading to the side rooms. He turned his head and saw Adona and Arthur Gates being similarly led off. The last thing he saw before being shoved into a bare stone room was Mara's eyes following him, gloating. A heavy door closed behind him, and he was alone. For several minutes the room was in darkness except for a narrow crack above and below the door where light from the main cavern came in. Gradually, as his eyes adjusted, the details of his prison became perceptible. He stood in the center of the room, torn between the desire to get some much-needed sleep and the desire to explore the possibilities of escape. The room appeared to be cut into solid rock with no other exit than the heavy door. But he knew from the cunning way the tunnel from the village was concealed by a stone block that it was entirely possible there was a way of escape through some concealed opening. The thought occurred to him that if there were, Mara would have known about it and he would not have been put here, but in another chamber where there was no secret way of escape. With that, he decided the best thing to do would be to sleep and gain strength for whatever might come. There was a mat of dried grass against the wall that had evidently seen plenty of use. It was so packed down. He took off his shoes and lay down, cupped his head in his hands, his eyes open. His thoughts turned to the winged serpents from the 6th plane, from the sounds of their flutings from the direction of Montaka, and from the number of those that had been engaged in aerial fighting outside over the village. There seemed too many of them to have come through via the weapons of cold. Had they been scooped out of their plane by the jolting Earth-5 had taken, which plunged it into that plane for a moment? That seemed an obvious conclusion. Lynn frowned in thought, trying to recall what he had read in Merritt's works of so-called fiction about the creatures. How much had Merritt known or suspected? Or had he known anything? Might he not have written what he thought to be pure fiction, but which was actually truth, gained by unconscious psychic powers, either by accident or by someone's deliberate design? In Merritt's The Face in the Abyss, the winged serpents had been described too exactly for mere imaginative coincidence, and they had been obedient to the wishes of a creature Merritt had called the Snake Mother. Merritt had even mentioned weapons similar to the weapon of cold. It all tied in. Even Merritt's use of the term Zinli for naming the gigantic prehistoric creatures. And hundreds of items in Charles Fort's books pointed to the line separating Earth-5 from Earth-3 being thin enough so that now and then things did pass over from Earth-5 and fall to the surface of the only world modern man knew to exist around him. Perhaps many of the mysterious disappearances of people and things were the result of a similar jumping over from the world to Earth-2, whose surface was a couple miles beneath the surface of Earth-3. In addition to those two, there was Richard Shaver and his Shaver mystery of the late 1940s, in which he claimed to have proof that there were people living 2 miles below the Earth's surface in caves, with all sorts of weapons, including rays that could affect the human mind. Shaver had claimed there were entrances to the caves from the surface. He had also claimed that voices that medically insane people hear in their heads, and most people sometimes hear due to freakish pranks of their mind, were in reality induced by instruments used by people in that underground world. Lynn, lying on his back and staring at the stone ceiling of the chamber, recalled a report on an experiment performed by brain surgeons. They had opened the cranium of a living person and touched the brain with a fine wire carrying a mild electric current. Instead of a sensation of being shocked, the person's conscious mind was flooded with thoughts and memories that had nothing to do with what had been going on there just before. Many repetitions of the experiment had established beyond doubt that irritation of the brain produced these effects. Those surgeons had had to cut open the skull to make the brain accessible. From the 2nd or the 5th plane, it would be possible to have some small device, such as a fine wire carrying a small current, and by means of the principle used to go from one plane to another, the end of the wire could be moved into the same spot as the brain of a person and transported that millionth of an inch separating the 2 hyperplanes in the 4th dimension, and you would have the same result. Lynn made a mental resolution to find out more about Earth-2 if he ever got out of Earth-5 again. He awoke with a start and realized he had fallen asleep. He sat up, wondering what had awakened him. There was no way of telling how long he had been asleep. There was a sound at the door. It was a faint scratching, as though someone wanted to attract his attention without making any noise that could be heard any distance. He went over to the door and placed his ear against its thick panel. The scratching sound came again, definitely on the door. "Yes?" Lynn said inquiringly. "This is Mara, Lynn," a soft voice sounded. It came from the crack under the door. Lynn got down on his knees and held his ear as close to the crack as he could get. "Can you hear me, Lynn?" Mara asked. "Yes," Lynn whispered. "What do you want?" His heart was racing loudly. "I want to come in," Mara said, "but you must promise not to try to escape, and to let me out again. I want to talk with you." "All right," Lynn said quickly. "I promise." There was a cautious scraping sound halfway up the door. It cracked open, a line of light rising its full length. Then it swung open. Mara's lithe figure was outlined in the light as she darted in and closed the door behind her. She stood against it, her head turning this way and that, searching. Lynn realized she couldn't see him yet. "Where are you?" she asked anxiously. "Here," he said. He reached out and touched her on the shoulder. Her hand came up and seized his wrist, followed it to his shoulder. Immediately she was against him, her arms around his neck, her vibrant body pressed against his. Dazedly he tried to avoid her hungrily seeking lips, to draw away. Then she kissed him with unleashed passion, her breath hot and swift against his face. He fought against her with all his mind while his body remained limp, but her passion was too much to resist. His arms went around her slim waist, hesitant from inner conflict. His lips stopped avoiding hers, then searched for hers as hungrily as her own. For a long, ecstatic eternity his senses reeled. Then her lips went slack, unresisting. Her arms slid away from their fierce embrace. Her warm body went limp in his arms. She would have fallen if he had not caught her. He picked her up and carried her to the mat of dried grass and laid her down gently. When he tried to rise, her arms shot up and pulled him down beside her.
"Oh, Len," she breathed into his ear,
her lips caressing his cheek.
"I'm mad about you. Have been since that first moment I saw you. Take me to Earth 3 with you."
Her body arched and pressed against his. Her lips slid along his cheek and sought his own, seizing them, pressing into them. Len pushed her away, gently but firmly. "And how would we go?" he asked harshly. "Your half-brother had the Indians strip our parachutes and interplane belts off of us."
"I can get 2 of them," Mara said. "We can go away, we two, and forget all about Earth 5 and its troubles, and be happy together."
"Do you really feel that way about me?" Len asked.
"What do you think?"
Mara said with a short laugh. Her lips sought his again. She pulled him over onto her. Her teeth bit playfully into his neck while her scented hair brushed against his face. His fingers reached up and gripped her hair gently. He pulled her face back until he was looking into her eyes. She could see him now. Her eyes were deep pools of fierce passion, beckoning, inviting, daring. Her lips parted to reveal her firm white teeth and pointed red tongue. His head dropped towards hers, slowly until his lips touched hers again. He kissed her, letting all the passion she had built up in him enter that kiss. Then, without warning, he drew back and hit her sharply on the side of the jaw. He felt her go limp under him, her head lolled back, her eyes turning queerly just before they were covered by their lids. He lifted up on the palms of his hands and looked regretfully at her smooth, incredibly beautiful face. He shook his head slowly in a dazed fashion. "Len Carter," he said softly to himself, "you are a fool about scruples." He recalled what Artaxel had said about Mara and her conquests, and what happened to those who fell for her when she tired of them, and felt better as he stood up. He looked down at her, his brooding eyes taking in her figure, graceful even in unconsciousness. He wondered what she would do when she recovered, if he were still around. Her dress had been pulled up. He admired her shapely limbs regretfully and bent over, covering them again. Then he turned away from her and went to the door. He opened it cautiously until he could peek out. There was no one in sight. The fire had burned down to a mass of smoldering embers. He opened the door wider and stepped out, leaving it open. On the far side of the cavern were sleeping Indians crowded together on grass mats. In the center of the cavern were piled stores of various kinds. He went to them and searched hastily until he found some thin rope. With this, he returned to his prison and bound Mara. He ripped off part of his shirt tail to make a gag so she couldn't cry out when she awakened. Satisfied that she couldn't make an outcry for some time after she recovered, he left, closing the door and latching it. Now the problem was to find Adona and Arthur Gates. He hadn't been able to see where they were taken. They could be in any of the many small rooms opening onto the main cavern. But also, any of those rooms could hold Montecatl or some of the other white Incas, who might awaken if he looked in on them in his search. The logical answer came to him suddenly. The doors of the rooms housing the others wouldn't be latched on the outside. It would be simple. Suddenly he remembered his shoes. They were back in the room he had just left. Should he go back and get them? He decided against it. He would have to carry them, and if there were a battle, they would be in the way. He stole cautiously along the wall of the cavern to the next doorway, and the next. Each door he came to was unlatched on the outside, proving there was no prisoner inside. He went as far as he dared around the wall of the cavern, then returned to his starting point and searched the other way. The fourth door he came to was latched securely on the outside. He pressed his ear against it and listened. No sound came from within. His hand went to the latch as he turned his head to look over the cavern and see if anyone was stirring. There was no movement anywhere, but at any instant one of the Indians might wake up and see him, and spread the alarm. Very carefully he lifted the wooden pin that locked the door and pushed the door open. As he stepped into the room, he tried to see. In the feeble light from the smoldering fire in the cavern, he made out Adona's white face and staring eyes. She was sitting up, trying to see who was framed in the doorway. There was doubt, fear, and hope on her face. "It's me, Lynn," he whispered. Instantly, she was on her feet and in his arms. He put his own around her, and a deep gladness rose within him that he had not fallen for Mara's charms. He could not help comparing Mara's passionate lust with Adona's clean love. "How did you escape?" Adona asked after a few moments. "Mara," Lynn said wryly. "Right now she's probably waking up from the sock on the jaw I gave her and thinking up a million ways to torture me to get revenge." "I hate her," Adona said. "Save it, sweetheart," Lynn said. "We've got to find that reporter and our interplane belts and drop out of here. Any minute it may be too late." He kissed her tenderly on the lips. As she returned the kiss hungrily, he marveled how two hungry kisses could be so different. The one full of unlicensed passion, the other so honest and sincere. "Let's go," he whispered. Arthur Gates was 3 doors away. He was awake, searching for some means of escape. Lynn almost got hit as he unlocked the door and stuck his head in. Gates recognized him just in time. Lynn and Adona stepped inside while the 3 held a hasty discussion. "We can do one of 2 things," Lynn said swiftly. "We can search for our belts and drop back to Earth 3. Or we can try to make it back outside the cave without the belts. I think that would be almost suicide. Almost worse than being captured again, because without the belts we would never be able to get back down to Earth." "Montecatl would probably have those belts right in his own room," Adona said. "He must know that Mara would want to—" "Wait a minute," Lynn interrupted. "Mara said she could get 2 of them. Whether she meant our 3 or another 2, she must have had them in her possession in her own room. Do you know where that is, Adona?" "Yes," Adona replied eagerly. "That's probably where they are. The 2, anyway. Let's look there first." They went to the door and peeked out. The Indians across the cavern were still asleep. With Adona leading the way, they crossed the cavern diagonally to one of the doors. Adona started to open it, but Lynn pulled her aside and opened it cautiously himself. Inside, candles were burning brightly, lighting up the room with its elaborate furnishings. Rax had spared nothing to make his wife Mara comfortable. When the 3 were inside, Lynn closed the door and latched it. The 3 started searching. There were 4 large rooms. They searched swiftly, knowing that every moment might be their last in which to search further. They covered all 4 rooms without finding anything that looked like an interplane belt with or without a chute. Finally, they had to give up and stand in the middle of one of the rooms, looking dolefully at the shambles they had made of it. "Wait," Adona said abruptly. "I'm sure she has some secret chamber somewhere, where she stores her jewels. She would have the belts there where the Indians couldn't get at them." She went to one of the walls and stooped down, her fingers exploring for movable rock that would start a secret door to opening. Lynn and Art got the idea by watching what she did and chose other sections of the room they were in.
"Personally, I think we're picking the wrong room," Art said after a while. "She'd be more apt to have secret doors in her bedroom."
"You're right," Adona said. They left off and went to the room farthest back, where a luxurious bed reposed in one corner. Almost immediately, Arthur Gates gave a grunt of satisfaction and straightened up. Lynn and Adona glanced up from their own exploring to see a section of the stone wall moving back. Shortly, it began moving aside until there was revealed a tunnel. Art took a candle with a proprietary air and entered to look around, turning around with a disappointed expression.
"Only a tunnel," he said. "No jewels. Probably the service entrance to her apartment."
"More likely the way Mara's secret lovers came in," Adona said dryly. "Rax often had the front watched, and wouldn't believe she was untrue to him because he never caught anyone coming in here that wasn't supposed to." "No wonder she had them killed," Lynn said. "If she hadn't, one of them might have given her secret away. Let's leave it open and keep on searching. There must be a secret room where she hid the belts."
"We have a way to escape now, anyway," Art said.
"But where to?" Lynn said skeptically. "That probably just leads to some side tunnel. Unless we find the belts, we won't ever get out of here without getting caught. Almost certainly some of the Indians are awake by now. We could never leave Mara's apartment without being seen."
"Unless this tunnel leads to the outside," Art said. "I can't help thinking the big shots of this world must have always had some kind of ace up their sleeve, like a secret way to escape in case of trouble with the Indians over something. I'll bet it goes to the outside."
"Maybe you're right," Lynn said. "But let's finish this room and as many of the other 3 as we can. If anyone tries to come in, they'll make some noise and give us a chance to escape through that tunnel." What seemed like hours later, they stood up in defeat. There was no evidence of any other secret opening of any kind. They looked at one another in despair. Adona's eyes filled with tears suddenly. Lynn took her in his arms. "My father," Adona said in a muffled voice. "It looks like I won't get to see him." "You did your best," Lynn soothed. "He wouldn't expect you to do more." He glanced meaningfully at Art Gates. "We'd better be going now." With Art leading the way, he led Adona into the tunnel. Art found the projection that started the stone back in place. The entrance was almost closed when sounds came through that indicated someone was trying to get into Mara's rooms. The sound might have been something else. It was blocked off by the final inch of closing of the stone door. "Let's go," Lynn said abruptly. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Art Gates in the lead went very slowly, moving the candles he was carrying around while he explored the walls of the tunnel. "What are you looking for?" Lynn asked impatiently. "If that was someone breaking into Mara's rooms, it means she's been found and will be coming after us."
"That's the very reason I'm looking so carefully," Art explained. "There may be secret doors in this tunnel, leading to secret rooms we can hide in. Maybe even a room with those belts in it so we can get clear away." "You're right," Adona said. She and Lynn joined in the searching of the walls foot by foot. Wherever the walls were rough enough near the floor to conceal the cracks of a movable stone, all three tested them carefully. Meanwhile, the tunnel was curving in a wide arc as though circling the main cavern. For the most part, the walls were solid and without flaw, showing veinings of minerals that indicated the original purpose in tunneling so elaborately. The occasional cracks or splits were obviously natural in origin. The air was dry, a little stale, and when Lynn lit a cigarette once the smoke hung motionless, showing that there was no opening to provide a draft. "Begins to look like there won't be any secret doors,"
Art Gates commented. "Let's make a mark on the wall with the end of a candle," Lynn suggested. "Then, if we search from the other direction, we'll know how far we looked from this way. I think we should go on ahead as fast as we can, and see where this tunnel leads to."
Maybe you're right," Art said, "though I feel we shouldn't overlook any bets as we go along. We might pass up a secret room with belts and parachutes in it, and run into a reception party wherever this leads to."
"Or," Adona said, "this tunnel might lead directly to what we're looking for. I've been thinking that for some time now."
"It's just like playing poker," Art said with a short laugh. "We can call, raise, or lay down, and until we see the other side of the table, we won't know which was the right thing to do. You're probably right, though. We'd better just call, by following this tunnel to its end."
He scraped the end of a candle against the wall until it had left a white line a foot long. They began walking, their eyes scanning the walls rapidly in hopes of discovering a secret door anyway. Almost immediately they came to a fork in the tunnel. Each fork went off at the same angle from the main stem so that there was no indication as to which would be the better to follow.
"Where could they go?" Art asked, mystified.
He chuckled after a moment.
"Reminds me of playing poker, where you call and the guy next to you raises the original bet, leaving you with the conviction you should have laid down in the first place. I don't think our three of a kind, meaning us, is going to win the pot, but we can't back down now."
"Look," Lynn said, "the way the tunnel angled off from Mara's rooms indicates that it was circling the main cavern. My guess is that the right fork leads to some secret outlet in the native village, and the left fork leads in the direction of the outer valley, maybe opening at the base of the cliff. That would seem most logical, too, if this is a tunnel to be used to escape."
"Or to meet messengers from Montaka, as Mara most probably did all the time," Adona said.
"So let's take the left fork and see if it leads to the base of the cliff outside the canyon," Lynn suggested. "Maybe we can get out and intercept the Indians we left coming back to the village. Then we'll have some allies to help us."
"Coming back from where?" Art asked curiously.
"Well, we were on our way here when we dropped down to Earth 3 and you took us to the Gardena airport," Lynn explained. "We did that to save time. The Indians are about due now in a few hours. If they manage to survive and avoid the winged serpents. They have to walk the distance from Riverside to here."
"Okay," Art said. "But frankly, all I'm interested in is finding those belts and getting back to Los Angeles. As far as I'm concerned, Earth 5 can keep its secrets."
The three followed the left fork. After a gentle arc, it straightened out, dipping slightly. The candles Arthur Gates carried were holding up well, burning slowly. The light they cast sent dancing shadows ahead of them as they walked. Suddenly they were startled by a sharp sound coming from the rear. They stopped.
"What was that?"
Art said in a whisper.
It could have been a chip of rock falling to the floor, Lynn said worriedly. Or it could have been something dropped by someone following us.
Following us? Adona asked. But why would anyone follow us? They would be trying to capture us, wouldn't they?
That's what I mean, Lynn said in a low voice. They got through to the tunnel and are after us. We'd better run for it. Art cupped his hand in front of the candle flame and broke into a slow trot with Lynn and Adona just behind him. Lynn glanced back often but saw no sign of movement in the eerie shadows that stretched into nothing behind them. Once he thought he saw lights spring up far behind, but it might have been a chance reflection of their own candles. He couldn't be sure. Of only one thing was he sure. If they were caught, it would be the end. Mara would never be satisfied with anything less than death for all of them, for the insult she had suffered of being spurned and knocked silly by a man she had thrown herself on. Her pride would be hurt too much for anything less.
There's the end,
Art grunted, slowing down. Lynn glanced ahead and saw a blank wall across the tunnel. His heart leaped excitedly. The blank wall would be the stone door plugging the tunnel. Adona had already jumped ahead and was stooping down in search of the stone plug that would start the hydraulic mechanism to lift the door out of the way. Her gasp of triumph and her straightening up suddenly indicated she had found it. Slowly, the blank face of rock moved. It was a full minute before a crack of daylight appeared. Lynn thought it was the most welcome thing he had ever seen. Art blew out the candles. The crack of light widened. Soon they could see through. They craned their necks. On the other side, they could see a small cavern, perhaps no larger than an ordinary room. As soon as they could squeeze into the opening, they started through, Adona first. As she got through, she started searching for the plug that would close the opening again. Lynn came out last. Adona started the closing of the door. Then the three looked around them. The cave was barely a widened tunnel, 15 feet long and 10 feet wide. If it were artificial, great pains had been gone to make it look like a natural pocket in the solid rock. The opening through which the light came was barely large enough for a person to squeeze through, and was close to the floor. Art was the first to get down and squeeze into it. His whole body went into it until just his feet could be seen. Then he backed into the cave again and stood up. "What is it?" Lynn asked anxiously, noting the expression on Art's face.
"See for yourself," Art said.
Lynn crawled into the narrow passage until his head came out at the other end. He saw what Art had seen. That this was indeed an opening onto the outer valley, but at least 50 feet up the face of the cliff, with no way down except a drop. He studied the cliff face near the hole without finding any projections that could be used to climb down by. Finally, he slid back into the cave. He found Art and Adona searching the cave.
"There might be some rope or something so we could let ourselves down,"
Art explained. Lynn joined the search, but 10 minutes later they had to give up.
"What now?"
Art asked dejectedly.
"Back to the other fork?"
Lynn nodded. Adona stooped and pressed on the rock that would reopen the stone door. It started to move. A crack appeared around it. Immediately the sound of excited voices came from the other side.
"Close it,"
Lynn whispered urgently. Adona's shaking fingers obeyed. The crack started to narrow once more.
"We're caught,"
Art said.
"They'll open it and get us." "Not if I keep the closing stone pushed in,"
Adona said.
"That works a plug that lets the water run out of the counterbalance. And if both plugs are open, the water just runs through without working the door."
"Well, a lot of good that does. We can't go anywhere. Eventually we'll have to give up or starve to death." "We'd die of thirst long before that," Lynn said. "The only thing for us to do is to try to drop those 50 feet without breaking any bones and hide in the woods. Even with a broken leg, we'd stand a better chance than being captured again."
"Why?" Art said. "Maybe they won't do us any harm. Remember, they're in the same fix we are, holed up in there where the flying serpents can't reach them."
Briefly, Lynn told Art and Adona what had taken place between him and Mara. In spite of his attempt at being casual, he felt uncomfortable and guilty as he went on. Long before he got to the part where he knocked Mara out, Art's eyes widened in comprehension.
"No wonder," he exclaimed when Lynn finished talking. "A woman scorned, and how?" "I'd like to get my hands on Mara," Adona said, her eyes flashing. Oh."
"Another woman scorned," Art said smoothly.
"Oh,"
Adona repeated, stamping her foot.
"But I see your point, Lynn," Art said. "We'll just have to risk broken bones and torn hide. I noticed the cliff wall slopes just enough so that it might be used to slow our fall if we lower ourselves until we hang by our hands and then let go so our clothes slide on it. 50 feet's a long way, though."
"I'll go first,"
Lynn said. "Wait until you see how I come out. If I'm able to walk at all, maybe I can gather up some branches and grass and build up something soft to land on for you two." He didn't wait for argument. While Art protested, he got down and backed into the hole feet first. Adona got down and watched him, her eyes filled with worry and love and belief in him. He smiled at her. His legs dropped over the end. He was hooked to the edge on his ribs. He worked his arms back until his hands angled on the edge, then let himself down slowly and carefully until he was hanging against the face of the cliff. He twisted his head and looked down. Now it looked much more than 50 feet. It looked closer to 100. But it would be impossible to climb back in even if he wanted to. Art's head appeared above him. "You'll make it okay, boy," Art said soothingly. "Just let your fingers slide off slowly and keep as limp as you can. Use your arms as sled runners against the cliff to keep your face clear." Lynn grinned mirthlessly and followed instructions. He felt himself falling. Somehow his fingers got against the fast-moving cliff. His arms jerked in reflex motion. He bounced away from the cliff, turning over awkwardly. He had no memory of hitting. One moment he was falling. The next he was opening his eyes and looking up at Art's anxious face protruding from the cliff. He moved exploratively, found no broken bones, waved a blood-stained hand feebly, then rolled over and got to his hands and knees, feeling the damp coolness of the soft grass against the hot, torn skin of his hands. He shook his head groggily to clear his thoughts, then stood up, swaying unsteadily for a moment before the dizziness passed. "Stay where you are," he called up to Art. "Let me see what I can do to make a pile of soft stuff." Half an hour later, he had accumulated quite a pile of grass and sod at the base of the cliff. Finally, he waved an okay to Art. Art's face disappeared. A few moments later, Adona's legs came into view. Lynn started to turn his head away, then watched admiringly as she slid out slowly. When she had come out far enough to lower herself and hang by her hands, she looked down and saw the expression on his face. She colored so that even over the distances separating them, her face was a deep red. Lynn chuckled and sobered at the imminence of her jump. Art's hands disappeared above Adona. They came out, followed by his head. He seized her wrists. She let go and dropped until she hung from his outstretched hands. He was speaking softly to her. A twinge of jealousy shot through Lynn. It was replaced by anxiety as Art swung her away from the cliff and let go. His eyes followed her hurtling body. She landed and collapsed too quickly to see if she were hurt. He rushed to her side. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes," she said, rising. Her face was still red, her eyes half angry. "You have beautiful legs," Lynn grinned. "You shouldn't have looked," she said, trying to hang on to her anger as it slipped away. "Watch out below!" Art's voice sounded. Lynn looked up and saw him hanging, ready to drop. He picked Adona up and carried her a few feet, then let her down. You, Adona protested. She suddenly noticed his torn hands. "Oh, you're hurt," she said, all concerned for him. She didn't even turn to see if Art had landed safely as she took Lynn's hands and examined them. "Let's scatter this stuff so anyone else will hesitate about dropping after us," Art said. He looked at Lynn and Adona and saw that they weren't even aware he had landed, so wrapped up in each other were they. Disgustedly, he kicked the pile of sod and grass until it was spread out thinly. As he was finishing, Lynn looked up from Adona's ministrations and became aware of him. "Oh," he said, "you landed okay, I see. That's a good idea, spreading that stuff out. We'd better get going." "Yeah, but where?" Art said. "We're right back where we started yesterday, and I'm getting hungry." "We'll have to hide in the woods and wait for the Indians to get here," Lynn said. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. "Think we're safe from pursuit?" Art asked. It was an hour later. During that hour, they had found enough wild berries to sate both their hunger and thirst. They were now resting near where the Indians must come as they approached the canyon where the village was. "I think so," Lynn said confidently. "Remember, they didn't see the battle of the winged serpents over the village, and don't know that some of them are friendly. They won't dare come out to look for us." "Maybe you're right," Art said. "What's the setup on all this? Indians, white people with a foreign cut to their faces and wearing strange costumes, flying snakes that are translucent, then simply fade out into nothing in thin air?" During the next hour, Lynn and Adona took turns telling Art all they knew about it. He listened gravely, his eyes lighting up now and then at some thought. When they had finished, he remained silent for a long time, digesting what he had learned. Finally, he spoke. "The only thing I don't get," he said, "is this part about Earth 3 and Earth 5. Where's Earth 4? If you just jump from 5 to 3 or 3 to 5, what's there to make you think there's a 4? "The interplane action is a sort of gravity nullifying in 3 dimensions, Len explained. It doesn't shove you out of the plane you're in, but nullifies the gravity in that plane, and the gravity vectors along the 4th dimension pull you one way or the other. Earth 4 must be smaller in mass than either 5 or 3. That way you just jump to the plane with the greater gravity pull." "It must be smaller than Earth 2 then," Art pointed out, "or it would pull you that way when you're below 5's surface." "I never thought of that," Lynn said, "but you're right." "Then if 4 exists," Art persisted, "how do they know since it's impossible to get into it?" "I think I know," Adona said eagerly. "The Incas have traveled from one planet to another in the solar system, and on some of the other planets the 4th plane can be gotten into. Then they can look where the Earth's supposed to be and see Earth 4 in their telescopes. That must be the way they found out." "You told me something about there being 7 suns and 7 planes to the solar system, didn't you, Adona?" Lynn asked. "Yes," she replied. "It was Mara herself who told me about that, when she was more friendly toward me and I didn't know so much about her. According to Inca teachings, the universe is infinite in all 4 dimensions, and the 7 planes of matter in our system are just an infinitesimal slice of the 4th dimension, held together by the concentricity of the 7 suns. Mara had said that long, long ago her ancestors discovered a different principle that enabled them to actually travel in the 4th dimension. They took long trips that carried them out of the 7 solar planes after the first fraction of a second, so that they must have passed through millions of planes. They found stars shining in all of them they passed through, indicating that the universe extends indefinitely into the 4th dimension of space, too." "What about the 6th plane?" Art asked. "Those flying snakes came from there, you say. Is there a sun and planets in that plane?" "There's a sun, of course," Adona said. "I don't know anything about the planets in that plane." "The reason I asked," Art went on, "is that those flying serpents may have originated on some planet in the 6th plane." "Not necessarily, Art," Lynn said. "When we were on Earth 1 with those 3 flying serpents, there wasn't any atmosphere, but their wings held them up against gravity." "What did they beat against, then, if there wasn't an atmosphere?" Art asked. "I think they're made of some kind of electronic matter," Lynn said. "Maybe there's an electronic atmosphere that pervades all space that they fly in." "Oh, Lord," Art groaned. "Now we even have other kinds of matter to contend with." "Maybe we have more than that," Lynn said. "We've been like children playing in one little backyard. Now we've found that there's more than we've ever dreamed of. We have a whole scale of mesons known to nuclear physics. I think they must be the kind of stuff the flying serpents are made of. If we ever get out of this alive and back to Earth 3, I'm going to get a lot of scientists together to work on this." "You can have it," Art said. "Me, I'm just going to go ask my editor for a nice little job on the sports column and spend the rest of my life at something safe and sane." "I hope you can," Lynn said seriously. "But from what I can gather, there's natural gateways between the different worlds, places where the surfaces come together. Maybe they aren't natural. Maybe the ancient people knew all about the different worlds within one another and built the gateways. The Incas came into Earth 5 from some spot high in the mountains down in South America. I suspect there are other gateways here in the United States, at Mount Shasta and Mount Rainier." "Say," Art exclaimed, "if that's the case, we can go upstate to Mount Shasta and walk through." "Sure," Lynn said dryly. "And we can always come back the same way. It's a thought, though. We might find that we can't do anything else. But—" He stopped. Once Lynn had been driving his car on an icy road and had seen another car coming toward him out of control. He had sat motionless behind the wheel, knowing that nothing he could do would make any difference. The oncoming car, sliding sidewise at a speed of nearly 100 miles an hour relative to his own car, had taken off his left rear fender and snapped off the rear bumper. It had been that close. He had never forgotten how he had felt faced with a situation where action and even thought are so utterly futile that the mind recognizes it and stops in mid-thought, so to speak. The soft piping of a flute next to his ear produced the same sort of paralysis as it sounded now. He saw Adona and Art blanch as the blood drained from their faces. He didn't turn his head to see what they were looking at just above him over his left shoulder. He didn't have to. With some sixth sense, he knew just where the winged serpent hovered. Much later, he decided that at that first moment he didn't want to look. Instead, he watched the faces of his two companions, using them for a mirror of thought to guess at what was going on. He saw the horror in their faces increase against the impossibility of increasing, and knew that the serpent was settling toward him. He anticipated its first cold touch eternities compressed into a second or two before it came. When it came, it was a mere pinpoint touch of living, sentient ice against his cheek. It flowed from that one point into his whole being, seeming to reach into even his toes and rebound back into him again and again. Then a dumb amazement possessed him. The sensation he was experiencing was in some undefinable way enjoyable. More, it was delightful and exhilarating, a heady whine in reverse. It was as if a whole nervous system that had lain dormant in his makeup all his life had suddenly found something it could respond to, like the adult African who had seen and felt and tasted ordinary ice for the first time in his life. Suddenly, it ended. He turned his head up then to look, no longer feeling any horror. The creature, transparent, graceful in every line, hovered above him. Its long, sharply pointed bird's beak of slightly whitish transparency pointed at him, its short wings a blur of motion. It was not solid, but merely a structured refraction of the light coming from the leaves and limbs of the trees that could be seen through its body. The only color was in its eyes. Those eyes were blue, but not like ordinary eyes. They were like two dots of blue sky seen through small breaks in white clouds, shading into nothing and without structure. But even as he looked at them, they seemed to film over and fade away. As he watched, the creature darted upward and away, to hover a short distance down the bank of the stream. Its soft fluting call sounded in staccato notes. Lynn watched it stupidly, wondering if it were playing with him before the kill. It darted back to him, touched its beak to the side of his face, then sped away to pause where it had been before and look back. Suddenly it dawned on him that it wanted him to follow. Rather than being an unthinking wild creature whose only interest was killing, it was actually behaving like a domesticated dog or cat that wanted him to follow it. Its touch against his cheek still tingled deliciously, sending waves of pleasure through him as he stood up. "It seems to want us to follow it," he said, turning to Adona and Art. The utter horror mirrored in their eyes as they looked at him seemed to deepen from his lack of concern over the white spot on his cheek. "Your cheek," Adona gasped. Suddenly she threw herself against him, her arms around him. Her lips kissed the spot where the winged serpent had left its mark. "If you're to die, I don't want to live," she said frenziedly. He pushed her head gently away. "I'm not going to die, darling," he said with firm conviction. "This one's friendly. It wants us to follow it. I think we'd better do what it says." "I think so, too," Art growled. He jumped to his feet and walked toward the winged serpent without looking back. Lynn followed, half carrying Adona, who was still overcome with grief at the conviction that Lynn was going to die the way her father had. The serpent, on seeing them start, began to fly slowly ahead, looking back often to make sure they were coming, sounding its fluid note in short blasts like a child with a whistle. After half an hour, the strain wore off. Adona had recovered her poise. Her anxious eyes went often to the white spot on Lynn's cheek, until she satisfied herself that it was disappearing rather than spreading. At the end of an hour, they were happy and optimistic about this new development. "Either that thing is intelligent," Art observed, "or it's following the orders of someone or something that is. Maybe we'll get out of this plane after all." Lynn watched the direction they were traveling, looking back at the mountain wherever there was a break in the trees. He finally decided they were heading toward the Inca city, Montaka. "We seem to be headed toward Montaka," he said finally. "I wonder if that's where we're going." The sun was high in the sky, its huge red disk looking like a bloated Sun 3 seen through a mist, when they came to the outskirts of the city. Lynn and Adona remembered little about it. They had skirted the city before dawn that other time. Now it was broad daylight. Then what they had seen seemed ugly and squat. Now it seemed somehow beautiful. The buildings were colored in bright designs that reflected redly. The air over the city was a flashing mass of motion from what seemed literally to be millions of winged serpents in swift, ever-changing flight. Few of their bodies were directly visible. They seemed merely swift movements of some refractive property of the air itself. And from this moving cloud came a muted mass of melodious sound as they emitted their calls to one another. Now the one that had led him here lifted its long beak and emitted a clear high note, as though signaling or calling.
and from above came a darting mass of refraction that approached with breathless speed and settled into a swirling dome about the three. Transparent arrows dove from above in what seemed attempts to pierce this dome of movement. It slowly became evident that the battle they had seen over the village was going on here, multiplied thousands of times. Their guide was inside the protective dome, darting ahead and returning, its staccato note plaintive and coaxing. They increased their pace, following where it led, walking in the center of a wide street towards the part of the city where the buildings were higher and bigger than anywhere else. It had some definite destination in mind, Lynn was sure. He didn't voice his thought, but speculated where they might be going and why. Would they be led before some leader or master or mistress of these creatures from the sixth plane? Had the Snake Mother, if such a creature existed in reality, awakened from her sleep to aid mankind again? Unconsciously, he quickened his pace, taking Adona's hand to help her keep up with him. And over them hovered the protective dome of winged serpents, keeping pace. They came to the center of the city. Lynn slowed his pace. Their guide piped insistently in an obvious signal for him to speed up again. His feet protested. His shoes were worn through on the soles. His tender feet protested. He noticed that both Adona and Arthur Gates were suffering the same trouble. What was happening around them was too bizarre, too unreal for them to drop mentally to the level of saying anything to one another now. The walls of the buildings were covered with strange hieroglyphics that would have delighted an archaeologist. The street itself was paved with adobe slabs, but nowhere was there a sign of life, nor even a corpse. The inhabitants had either fled or were hiding in deep cellars. Now they were leaving the most settled section. Ahead of them, a mile away, rose the vertical face of the cliff that formed the base of the mountain. Their destination seemed to be the base of the cliff, now that they were past the large buildings. The section they were going through was mostly 1 or 2 story buildings, much older, laced with cracks that had been patched and patched repeatedly. Some of the buildings had obviously been deserted for a long time, and occasionally they passed one that had caved in completely. From the indications, it was evident that over the years the dwellers had gradually moved their city away from the cliff toward the plains. The last quarter of a mile to the base of the cliff was a strip of complete wreckage, of buildings that had fallen from age and abandonment alone. It was as if the natives had grown to fear living so close to the cliff, and had moved reluctantly back. But all this Lynn saw with only half an eye. His attention, the attention of all of them, including the guide and its companions that formed the protective umbrella, was fixed on what was happening up above. The aerial battle had shifted slowly, keeping pace with them as they walked through the city. As they came to the half-mile strip of ruin bordering the cliff, the battle changed its design with suddenness. The barrage of diving enemy serpents that had kept their shield busy stopped, as at a signal. At the same instant, a large segment of the aerial swarm darted toward the cliff. From the excitement and alarm that crept into the piping note of our guide and his companions, Lynn guessed that the enemy had moved to prevent them from reaching their destination, wherever it was. Lynn stopped, so startling were the implications of that maneuver. It was as if he had gone lion hunting, and suddenly come upon a mother lion knitting a sweater for her offspring. He should have guessed that the formation that hovered over their heads was a design that could be executed only by intelligent beings. He hadn't thought about it. Now, suddenly, he realized that these semi-invisible winged serpents from the Sargasso Sea of the sixth plane were as intelligent as humans, at least, and it was a shock. He stood there, letting the realization soak in, while Adona and Art looked at him curiously, not having discovered it yet for themselves. The implications soaked in one by one. He weighed them, tested them, built up a picture of the purposes behind the conflict as they seemed to him. The guide had turned and was watching him from its position 10 or 12 feet above the ground. Its eyes were small dots of blue sky through white clouds again. Its long, slim beak was a plastic fencer's sword held at ready. It seemed to be sensing the change in him. Suddenly, he decided to speak. "Come here," he said to the winged guide. Immediately it darted down to hover just in front of him. Its beak reached out and touched his cheek again, in a gesture suggestive of a mother touching a child to see if it was all right. He looked into those 2 pools of sky that were its eyes. He tried to sense the mind that lurked there, but it was too strange, too unhuman. Even the eyes were not eyes in appearance. "Can you understand what I say?" he asked. "If you can, give one short sound."
The winged serpent dipped its beak, emitting one soft note. It had understood, whether it understood the words, which seemed improbable since they were in English, or it had sensed the meaning of the thoughts behind them. It had known what Lynn said. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15.
It understood you,
Adona exclaimed.
Do you suppose it can think with intelligence like a human being, Lynn?
There was eager hope in her voice. The guide emitted another short note that seemed to almost carry a snorted "of course" in it. Its eyes filmed to milky white. It turned its back on the humans to watch the progress of the battle. I think, Lynn said, looking at Arthur Gates, that we may get back home to Los Angeles eventually after all.
I'll believe it when it happens, Art said. I see what you mean, though. It's utterly fantastic, but that thing undoubtedly understood you. Think we could ask it some questions and get any answers from it? 1 toot for yes and 2 for no?
Later, Lynn said. I think we're going to have some action in a minute from the looks of things. The guide was behaving nervously, studying the seething atmosphere between them and the cliff and turning its head to glance at Lynn often. Will you want us to run when we start? Lynn asked it. At its single note signifying yes, he added, Give us 3 notes as a signal to start. The winged serpent sounded a single note again, and devoted its full attention to what was going on ahead. Lynn took Adona's hand and told Art to grab her other, so that they could run fast when the time came. He winced at the pain of the raw spot where his fingers had been shredded by scraping the cliff as he slid down back where they had come out from the cavern at the village. The protective umbrella of winged serpents was moving forward slowly. The 3 humans took an occasional step forward to keep even with it. Suddenly, from ahead came a chorus of notes in a high key, insistent and urgent. The guide serpent uttered 3 short notes softly. Run! Lynn said. Side by side, the 2 men holding on to Adona's hands, they ran, letting the creatures protecting them keep over them as best they could. Simultaneously, it seemed that countless numbers of the almost invisible things gathered before them, forming a flying 3-dimensional wedge so dense that it distorted the view of what lay ahead from the multiple refraction of their piled-up bodies. The fluting blended into 2 distinct tones that, coming from thousands of invisible throats, was almost deafening. The 2 notes clashed even as the fighting, milling bodies clashed into one another in combat. Their guide, in some mysterious fashion, had gathered into itself some cloudy substance that made its form more visible, so that it stood out better in the bewildering pattern of motion. Lynn, Adona, and Art kept their eyes fixed on it as they ran. Strangely, as if from outside his mind, the thought formed in Lynn that all this was being seen by light far up in the ultraviolet, light that made the winged serpents' bodies appear opaque and brilliantly colored to one another, and that to the eyes of these creatures, the 3 humans appeared to be shapes of almost unreflecting blackness. Had the thought come from the guide? Possibly. He didn't pause in his stride as he thought about it. The notes blasting from the throats of the winged serpents were deafening in this climax to hours upon hours of battle. They echoed from the face of the cliff, now towering higher than the eye could see. Adona was crying out from the pain of bruised feet, but Lynn urged her on unmercifully, knowing that seconds were precious as the enemy creatures made an all-out attempt to keep them from reaching... what? What was their goal that was so important that these intelligent beings would sacrifice themselves in huge numbers to help them reach it, while the others were risking all to keep them from it? Were they to play some vital role in events to come that only they could play? With part of his mind, Lynn thought about this. It must have something to do with why the winged serpents were in 2 camps, fighting against each other. But there was no way to know what it might be. Were one faction determined to rule the worlds within worlds while the other was determined to prevent that? Even if that were so, what part could 3 small humans play in such a thing? Suddenly, Lynn's thoughts were diverted by something that had been bothering him for several minutes. He had thought the earth was shaking under his feet at each step, but dismissed it as weariness. Now he saw that it had been shaking. Racing along the bottom of the cliff in wild stampede were creatures so huge that the sight of them made the mind doubt the validity of the image of them. The enemy forces had brought in their surprise weapon, the Zenli. There were still 100 yards to go in the base of the cliff, and the Zenli were half a mile away.
It would be close, and if they didn't make it, the mere momentum of those hundreds of tons of onrushing flesh of the giant prehistoric creatures would carry them through the defensive attacks of those protecting them. "Faster!" Lin panted. They ran, punishing their bare feet until they were too numb to feel any sensation. The Zinli were close. It was becoming almost a certainty that they would run the three humans down. At the last it settled into a race to reach the protection of the opening in the base of the cliff before one of the monstrous mountains of flesh could get to them. Its head was stretched out, a nightmarish thing of scales that reflected the reddish sunlight metallically, enormous teeth of a yellowish ivory, nostrils large enough to crawl into, the whole being as large as an automobile and somehow suggestive of one, hoisted into the air at the end of a massive stalk. That head was over them, directly above. The sun was blotted out. Then they had leaped in one last desperate attempt to reach safety. Lin felt himself thumped painfully. He found himself flying through the air. By some freak of coordination, he landed against the cliff on his feet and bounced, to drop to the ground. He felt himself seized by the foot and dragged. It was Art pulling him to safety. Then the three of them were huddling together at the mouth of a cave, watching the thundering stampede rush by. Cavernous throats uttered pathetic, almost sub-audible rumbles of vibration and dumbly questioning protest as one after another of the Zinli swept by, driven by the goading of the winged serpents and the mass panic of the herd. Huge blocks of adobe masonry were flung upwards by yard-thick pillars of flesh, to shatter into thousands of pieces against the granite of the cliff. Half-crumbled buildings were reduced to strewn pebbles in minutes. Then they had swept past, the thunder and vibration of their passing dying down slowly. Where they had gone was flattened earth and stone, as if some giant steamroller had gone by. Overhead, the almost invisible battle of the winged serpents continued, as if nothing had happened to interrupt it. The three humans cowering just inside the overhang of an entrance into the base of the mountain felt to the full their pitiful insignificance in the scheme of things. "God," Art broke the silence between them. "And to think that if we could move 1/1,000,000th of an inch in the right direction, we could see San Diego and Los Angeles and Catalina Island and the white line of breaking waves of the Pacific coastline. Why, right here where we're sitting, where that thundering herd just went by, are probably white billows of clouds, floating slowly, undisturbed by what goes on here in this plain." There was an insistent fluting at their backs. They turned their heads, startled to see their guide hovering in the gloom of the entrance to whatever cavern this might be. In the excitement, they had forgotten him for the moment. Now they were looking around curiously, examining where they were. They were standing in an elaborately carved entrance, cut from solid face of the cliff. It lacked beauty, partaking of the same subtle lack that the architecture of the city itself had exhibited. It seemed that everything the Incas made seemed to have a quality of ungainliness about it, yet the carvings and shaping of the entrance were detailed and elaborately done. The entrance widened into 6 narrow portals separated by stone columns. They started walking towards these, went through them, and found themselves in a cathedral-like room of huge dimensions. If it had once been a natural cavern in the rock, it had been expanded and shaped until all evidence of its natural origin were destroyed. At the far end, at least 100 yards across the vast floor, rose a pyramid-shaped block, truncated so that on top it was flat. The steep sides of the pyramid were steps from 4 directions, ending at that small square of surface high up. The guide was moving toward this slowly. They followed, wondering what place this was. Could it be some cathedral used by the Incas? About them in the air could be felt invisible movement, as if their umbrella of protection were now close about them, protecting them from unseen attack. They came to the base of the pyramid. The first step was at least a foot high. Their guide was hovering several yards up the steeply climbing steps, waiting for them to follow. "Here goes," Lin said tiredly. "Think you can make it, Adona?" "I don't know," she said, lifting a foot and squeezing it. "The way I feel, I'd be too tired to even sleep if we had some place to sleep." "I think we'd better try," Art said. "That fellow is probably trying to get us to a place where we'll be safe for a while." "Say," Lin said, "maybe that's it." "Then I'll make it if it kills me," Adona said. The prospect of rest at the top gave them renewed energy. 10 minutes of climbing brought them to the top step. They stood there looking at the flat, smooth square of stone, perhaps 8 feet square, wondering just why they had been brought up here. There was nothing that might offer protection. There seemed no reason for them to have been brought up here at all.
"What are we supposed to do?" Art asked, outraged. "Sit up here and look at the scenery?"
Their guide was hovering over their heads, uttering soft noises in a coaxing manner. Lynn looked up at it, trying to sense what it wanted them to do. Tentatively, he took the last step and put his weight on the blank top of the pyramid. The staccato notes came in rapid fire. He paused and looked up inquiringly. "Don't you want us to step up?" he asked. 2 fluted notes answered him.
"Guess he means no,"
Art commented. 1 short note replied.
"Well, what do you want us to do?" Adona asked coaxingly.
The winged serpent dropped slowly to the surface of the top. Its body seemed to soak into the stone, slowly, as if it encountered resistance. It went in until it was out of sight, then emerged again. Then it hovered just above the floor, its long beak pointed toward them in Disneyish fashion.
"I get it," Art said. "We're supposed to go through the floor. It must be a trap door that lifts."
A high, eager note from the serpent answered that he had guessed right.
"But how?" Adona asked.
The steps in the flat tabletop seemed to have no knobs or movable parts that might be instruments for starting a hidden mechanism to lifting or dropping that solid expanse. They searched carefully while about them the air moved with invisible bodies, and the partly seen figure of their guide hovered over them. "Maybe it knows what we should do," Lynn said. He lifted his head and looked at the creature. "Do you know how to get in?" The answer was 2 short, sad notes.
"How do you like that?"
Art said, disgusted. Adona had moved around to the far side in her search. Now she called them over.
"Look at this,"
she said, pointing. There were hieroglyphics faintly carved into one of the steps.
I think I might be able to read them," she said doubtfully. "Artaxel taught me quite a bit of the meaning of the ancient symbols used by the Incas long ago, and this place must be at least 1,000 years old."
"What do you think they say?" Lynn asked.
"It isn't exactly what they say," Adona said. "They say that this is the property of Quetzalcoatl and his sons and sons' sons. That doesn't say much. But it might be in the light of something else Artaxel told me once."
"What's that?" Art prompted.
"He was talking about how cruel Montecatl was to the Indians," Adona said. "I asked him why they didn't rebel and throw him out. He answered that the hereditary ruler kept his power through secrets handed down from father to son, and that once, long ago, the natives had rebelled against an ancestor of Montecatl, and that ancestor had single-handedly brought out horrible weapons that had destroyed 2/3 of the population."
"Then this may be a vault holding secrets belonging to the hereditary ruler," Art said. "That would mean that only Montecatl knows how to open it." He was silent a moment, thinking this over. Then,
"Oh, Lord, that means if we got to get in here, we'll have to go get him and make him open it."
Lynn and Adona laughed at the very absurdity of this. It would be impossible to retrace their steps back to the cavern they had escaped from that morning, and if they did manage to get there, they could hope for nothing but capture and almost certain death. But their laughter was cut short with surprise as their guide uttered one plaintive note of agreement. Art stared up at the winged guide in stupefaction.
"That does it," he said. "I give up. I mean it."
There was a shade of hysteria in his voice.
"Those other things would bring back the dinosaurs, or whatever those things are, before we'd gone a mile."
"Don't let it get you, Art," Lynn soothed. "We mustn't panic, whatever we do."
"Panic hell," Art said. "I don't know what you 2 are going to do, but I'm going to lay down and get some rest."
He stepped onto the flat square and, while the guide uttered shrill warning notes in rapid succession, lay down. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then Lynn uttered an exclamation of dismay and reached for Art's feet. Adona's eyes widened in horror as she saw Art starting to sink right into the solid stone. His head and upper torso disappeared completely. Lynn had a firm grip on his legs and was trying to pull him back. Adona lent her strength. Slowly, Art re-emerged as they pulled him back onto the upper step. When his face came into view, Adona moaned. Lynn began cursing under his breath monotonously. Art's skin was red as though he had been skinned. His eyes were bloodshot and stared from his face without the light of consciousness in them. Blood started running from his nostrils. He didn't seem to be breathing. Lynn bent over him and studied his skin closely in the dim light. Then he clamped his fingers over Art's nostrils and placed his mouth against Art's. His chest convulsed with the effort of forcing air into Art's lungs.
A weird sucking sound came from within Art's chest after a moment. Lynn sank back, exhausted. Adona, puzzled by all this, looked from Lynn to Art. She saw that Art's chest was now moving slowly with breathing.
"What happened, Lynn?" she asked.
"This is some sort of interplane platform," Lynn said between breaths. "He just stuck his head into the vacuum of the sixth plane." Over their heads, a lone, sad note agreed with him. It was answered by a deep groan from Art. His eyes closed. This brought another groan. His hand shot up and covered his eyes without touching them, in a gesture of agony. Lynn and Adona watched helplessly. There was nothing they could do to help him. It was a good hour before Art had reached any semblance of himself. He still kept his eyes closed as the lesser of two agonies. Every cell of his body ached as he told Lynn and Adona soulfully every minute or two. But as his pain quieted down, he had another story to tell, of what he had seen during that agonizing experience with his head and shoulders in the vacuum and cold of empty space in the sixth plane. He had seen such a brief picture that it was little more than a still picture in his memory, but it was revealing. Another battle was going on there similar to the one going on over the city, but with far vaster proportions. From his vantage point, he had been in the exact center of a gigantic sphere of swirling winged serpents whose undulating, contorting bodies had glowed with luminous blue light. Overhead, the guide added his fluted yes occasionally to some remark to verify what Art was saying. "That makes the picture a lot clearer," Lynn said when Art stopped talking. "It looks like this slab is a gateway between the two planes, something like the weapon of cold. It could easily be. I thought the substance of the surface looked artificial rather than smoothly cut natural stone. It could have enough of some variation of heavy iron in it to provide the bridge. It's very cunningly done so that there's just enough resistance to passage so that the air doesn't rush across into the sixth plane vacuum."
"But then the guide didn't mean for us to go down into the pyramid," Adona said.
"I think he did," Lynn disagreed. "There must be some kind of field generator underneath to make it work. Maybe when we knocked all the worlds with that interplane drive on Earth-1, it set things off. Montecatl fled to the cavern to his half-sister to escape the hordes of winged serpents that came through, and he's the only one who knows how to get down there and shut the field off." Their guide dropped slowly and touched Lynn's cheek. He looked into the blue depths of its structureless eyes and knew that he was right. "It means," he said, "that we have to get Montecatl and bring him here. Or force him to tell us how to do what has to be done ourselves to close the gateway. Until we do this, struggle going on will have to continue. Or Earth-5 will be flooded with millions of hostile winged serpents that will destroy everything, and maybe even go through to our own world and kill everything in sight." The guide rose above their heads again and sounded a lone note of agreement.
"How will we ever make it?"
Adona asked hopelessly, her eyes on her feet caked with dried blood mixed with particles of sand. "You aren't going to try," Lynn said. "I'm going alone. You and Art will stay here."
"No," Adona protested. "I'd rather suffer the dangers and agony of the trip than worry about you, as I would every minute."
"Just the same, you're going to stay here," Lynn said with finality. "Aside from any desire to protect you by making you stay here, I can get there easier alone and stand a better chance of survival."
"I think you're wrong, Lynn," Art said. "Don't forget that Mara probably hates you now. She won't hate me. I'm a stranger. Maybe she'd even fall for me."
"You're in no condition to go," Lynn argued. "You can't even see very good now. Let's see you open your eyes." Art opened his eyes and clamped them shut again with a defeated groan. "See?" Lynn chided. He stood up.
"No,"
Adona protested, rising. Lynn put his arms around her. "It has to be done, darling," he said softly. "You and Art stay up here. I'll go as fast as I can. Alone, I can even avoid the Zinli if the others drive them toward me." He kissed her tenderly, wondering if he would ever see her again. He didn't see himself how he would overcome all the dangers of the trip and win Montecatl over to coming back with him, or even revealing the secret of how to open the interplane slab and shut off the hidden mechanism that was activating it. But there was no other course open that he could see. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Before Lin had traveled half a mile, he felt the pangs of loneliness for Adona. There was worry, too. He had left her sandwiched in between two battles, one going on over his head as he trotted back over the path they had come, the other centering about the pyramid, but in the sixth plane. If even one of the hostile winged serpents broke through, it could kill her. But on the other hand, where she was defended by the full force of the friendly ones. Arthur Gates was in bad shape, too. Lin hadn't said anything about it, but he knew that sudden immersion in a vacuum can cause all sorts of complications. It was a wonder Art hadn't been killed instantly by the frothing of the blood in his veins. As it was, the rupture of all the little skin veins and cells was equivalent to first-degree burn, and the man should be taken to a hospital. In a few hours, his skin would crack and bleed, and there might be infection. Lin increased his stride, ignoring the damage being done to his feet at every step. The guide, partly visible, and the dome of defenders over him, invisible except for their refracting properties that caused distant objects to waver with their movements, kept pace with him. He started to think of the task ahead of him, then forced his mind to think of other things. Time enough to think of what lay ahead when he came to it. His thoughts turned to speculating about how that door into the sixth plane atop the pyramid worked. Was the pyramid a necessary part of its working, or merely ornamental, symbolic of the power vested in the Inca? In all probability, the interplanar properties of the door were due to a mixture of heavy iron impregnated into the top surface of the slab of stone, or even forming the top veneer of it, since mixture of ordinary atoms would obstruct passage of solid material through it. It was, Lin decided, a very fine piece of machinery, that door. It had been designed so that there was a time lag between contact and passage through, so that the molecules of air bombarding it wouldn't pass through but rebound normally. It had had to be that way, or the door would have become nothing but a giant sinkhole, draining off the atmosphere of Earth 5 into the vacuum of outer space in the sixth plane. The door was a machine like an electric transformer is a machine, with no moving parts to wear out. It was built to do certain things and avoid certain other things. That hinted at science in an advanced stage of development, a stage where men figure out on paper what they want something to do, and the details of construction that will accomplish what they want, then go ahead and make it that way. The ancestors of the Incas must have been very advanced scientists. They would have been worth knowing. Their descendants... Lin frowned. Montecatl, he knew little about him except that he didn't like him. What did he know about him? There had been some sort of trouble long ago that had caused Rax and Artaxel to go into hiding. Rax had been married to Montecatl's half-sister, and there was more than a hint that Rax was the other focus of whatever the trouble had been. Had Rax tried to usurp Montecatl and failed? Or had Rax been the rightful ruler and been successfully usurped by Montecatl? That would be an interesting angle, also a bad one, if Montecatl didn't know the secret of closing the door. If he didn't, then it was lost forever because Rax was undoubtedly dead. Lin had seen that winged serpent settle into Rax's form. Rax was dead, and Artaxel was dead. Adona's father was dead. Arthur Gates might die unless he was taken to a doctor before long and given hospital care. He himself stood a good chance of being killed by Mara when he got to the cavern. Maybe the whole world would be full of dead people if the hostile winged serpents got through and defeated the others. And Adona, poor kid, was perched on top of that pyramid with Art, her father dead, alone, and with no way of ever getting to a place of safety unless he came through with what he was going after. That pyramid. It was the support for a door into another plane of existence. Could the other pyramids, those in South America and Northern Africa, have originally been for the same purpose, but opening into the fourth plane? An urgency took possession of Lin, and a feeling of frustration. He wanted to get this all done and get back to Los Angeles, so he could make plans for a real study of all that he had seen. Yet, right now, Los Angeles might as well have been in some other star system. He had retraced his footsteps in returning to the village. While he had been occupied with his thoughts, he had covered most of the distance. A half a mile of his way had been across the wide swath the stampeding Zenli had mown through the trees in their mad flight to escape the winged serpents that pestered them like hornets. Climbing over and under fallen trees had slowed him down. He had spent a precious half-hour finding where the path took up again. The sun was behind the mountains as he reached the river. It would be hours before darkness fell, but the shadow of the mountain made things gloomy, intensifying his feelings of loneliness. Now had come the time to plan a course of action. It was too bad he couldn't return to the cavern through the secret tunnel from Mara's quarters, but it would be impossible to climb those 50 feet of smooth cliff to the opening. He would have to enter through the opening at the village. Suddenly he remembered that other fork in the tunnel that had seemed to lead in the direction of the village. Could he find where it came out by searching the village buildings against the cliff? He decided to try that before just walking in and giving himself up to the mercies of Montecatl and his half-sister. His guide seemed to agree with this decision. At any rate, it seemed to lead the way as he followed the bank of the river into the gorge, and for the third time in his life leaped from boulder to boulder along the stretch where the waters beat against the naked face of the cliff itself. The other times Adona had been with him. This time he was alone, except for his serpent guide and protector. He reached the stretch leading to the village where he had met his first Indians. In the background, beyond the village, the white veil of the falls dropped from far up. Its roar was a constant part of the landscape, as permanent as the cliffs themselves. Everything seemed deserted as it had before, and this time there was no battle going on in the air over the buildings. Lynn recalled the winged serpent that had hovered over him at this spot, giving the first evidence that some of the winged serpents were friendly. His guide was hovering in about the same place now. Had it been that one? "Are you the one I met here?" he asked, looking up into its blue spots that served for eyes. It emitted a softly subdued single note. Suddenly Lynn felt a bond of friendship for this alien thing. Alien it might be, a creature whose very substance was alien to Earth, but it possessed emotions that were as human as human. It too remembered the spot where it had first met him. While he looked up at it with newfound feelings of kinship, it dropped slowly and touched its beak to his cheek, sending that pleasure-pain of intense cold coursing through his body. When it rose again, Lynn placed his fingers to the spot, restoring circulation. There was a thoughtful light in his eyes. Here was an ally, and he hadn't even considered him or it in his plans. With the guide and its fellows, he had a weapon he could use to force Montecatl to do his bidding. He looked up at the creature again. "I hope you can understand me," he said. "I have an idea." It answered with one short note signifying it understood. "Can you enter the tunnel with me and follow me, and remain completely invisible?" Lynn asked. The single note answered yes. "Then this is what I want to do," Lynn went on. "I want to enter the cavern where Montecatl is, with all of you along but not revealing yourselves. I want you to protect me without becoming visible. I may decide on a demonstration of power, and in that case you must do what I speak aloud for you to do." Another single note, clear and high-pitched, was the answer. "One more thing," Lynn said. "Can you paralyze without doing permanent harm, so that if I'm attacked in spite of your invisible presence, you can stop the attack?" The answer was a long time in coming. When it came, it was a hesitant and doubtful single note. It seemed to say, "We've never tried that, but we think maybe we can do it." "Okay," Lynn said with more confidence than he had felt for some time. "We'll go right in and get it over with, then." Without a further upward glance, he strode toward the village and the building against the cliff that concealed the tunnel leading into the cavern. Over his head, the guide slowly vanished. Anyone who might have been watching as Lynn approached would have been convinced that he was entirely alone, though they might have gained an impression of queer distortions in the air around him, similar to heat distortions on a hot, dry day. He reached the foot of the ladder that leaned against the wall of the building, Aztec fashion, and climbed it. Before he stepped through the opening to the interior of the building, he looked at the bridal veil of a falls, then in the other direction where the frothing water rushed out of sight around a bend, where the two walls of the canyon seemed to come together. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Lynn felt a strange nostalgia as he stepped into the tunnel and stole forward toward the central cavern, from which the murmured sounds of people drifted to his ears. It reminded him of home when he was small, with his brothers and sisters and mother and father, and his two aunts that lived with them. Suddenly he realized that of all those people ahead in the cavern, the only one who could speak to him or understand what he said was Mara. About him, pressing close to him, he felt the frigid, unseen presence of the winged serpents. Either it was his imagination, or he was sensing an uneasiness in his invisible companions. It was almost as if they were afraid. The The very absurdity of the idea startled him. He chuckled dryly at it, and was startled by the loudness of the sound. But as its echo died, it was succeeded by a melancholy note resembling a single note from the cry of a mourning dove. Instantly from the cavern ahead the motley of sound ceased. That single note from the winged serpent had penetrated to that cavern and sounded over the heads of the people there, who had thought they were safe from danger. It was at that moment, while all eyes were fixed fearfully on the opening to the tunnel, that Lin stepped out into full view. From behind him surged unseen motion that swept past him and out into the freedom of the greater space of the cavern. Had they been suffering from claustrophobia? Was that why they were afraid? It could very well be. In their natural habitat in the sixth plane, they lived in empty space, with no particle of gross matter within 100,000 miles. It could be that they suffered claustrophobia, but Lin had an uneasy feeling that it was something else, something he didn't know about. For several seconds, the Indians and whites in the cavern were paralyzed by the drama of his appearance, while the echo of the call of a winged serpent still hung in the air. Then they burst into sound and activity. Montecatl at the far end of the cavern shouted words that sent the Indians surging forward toward Lin, obviously intent on capturing him. "Stop them!" Lin shouted, partly as an order to his invisible protectors, partly in warning to Montecatl, in case he could understand. Lin's eyes had searched quickly for Mara without seeing her. Now they swung to the foremost of the advancing Indians, a huge muscular man of copper skin and somewhat savage face. This man suddenly threw himself back, an expression of indescribable horror transfixing his face. Simultaneously, others of them were doing the same. They stopped abruptly, threw themselves back convulsively against their companions, then fell to the stone floor, writhing in agony. From the air above them came angry flutings as from the woodwinds of an orchestra. The others stopped and shrunk back, their coppery skins paling perceptibly. Montecatl shouted his commands again, but they fell on deaf ears. Lin strode forward. As he reached the Indians, they fell back, parting to either side to let him pass. He strode through them, past the fire around which Indian women cowered, and on to Montecatl, who stood, erectly imperious, an angry scowl on his handsome features. Now Mara appeared from the direction of her rooms. She had evidently been watching from there. Her face was expressionless. Her large blue eyes and dark hair framed the beauty of her face. Lin's eyes were divided between her and Montecatl, but his heart was pounding painfully. A part of his mind was wondering accusingly if it was for this, to meet Mara again, that he had left Adona stranded atop the pyramid with a helpless Art Gates, while still another part of his mind was denying it with a hotness that cloaked a feeling of lying.
"So, you came back,"
Mara said tonelessly. Lin's face suffused with red. His throat turned dry and hot. "Yes," he said, "but for a reason." He sounded stilted and formal to himself as he talked. "Tell your brother that I've come to take him to the pyramid, to close the door into the sixth plane."
"You didn't come back for me?"
Mara asked, her voice over-gentle and soft. "No," Lin said flatly, tonelessly, his eyes dropping from Mara's face to the even more disturbing contours of her breasts behind their veil of finely woven cream-colored cloth, and from that disturbing vision to the just as disturbing one of her slim waist and curving hips, to give up in defeat and turn to Montecatl.
"Then I won't tell him,"
Mara said. "What?" Lin exclaimed, jerking his eyes back to her face. Amazed, he was beginning to realize that Mara, rather than hating him and wanting him dead, was all the more determined to get him. His hitting her had added fuel to the fire of her passion rather than quenching it. "Look, Mara," he said desperately, "this is more important than anything else. The door to the sixth plane on top of the pyramid in the huge cavern in the cliff at Montaka is open. It's through that the winged serpents have come, and will keep coming until it's closed. They're being held back now, but not for long. The door has got to be closed, and your brother is the only one who knows how."
"Then why should you balk at sacrificing yourself to my love?"
Mara asked, her red lips curling disdainfully.
"Are you then so selfish as to sacrifice all mankind for the futile love of a child? Is Adona worth that? Or am I so repulsive? I see in your eyes that you are drawn to me against your will."
She paused, watching his face archly, then added with just a shade of wistfulness.
"Your will is all that stands between us, Lynn. It's as strong as mine, but I love you, and I have no scruples against taking the human race into my grave."
"But I don't love you," Lynn protested.
"But you do,"
Mara interrupted.
"It reveals itself in every breath you take. The way your eyes caress my body, the way that vein on your temple began to throb when you saw me."
"But it isn't a holy love," Lynn groaned. "It isn't the way I love Adona. It's just passion, lust. Your body excites me as I've never been excited by anyone before, but I don't love you."
"You could,"
Mara said softly.
"and unless you swear that you will, I will refuse to tell my half-brother why you came. I'll tell him lies that will make him kill you."
Lynn glared into her inflexible eyes, trying to keep from noticing how blue they were, how beautifully the lashes draped over olive lids, how perfectly her brows arched to frame them. A breath of air stirred against his cheek. A touch, cold as outer space, penetrating as wine, made him glance up. There was nothing to see, but just over his head burst a sharp, staccato note. It was a command.
"Et tu?"
Lynn murmured bitterly.
"What does that mean?"
Mara asked, her face pale and strained. Her voice was sharp and verging on panic. In that moment, Lynn realized that she was more than a little mad. It wasn't love for him, nor passion that was driving her to demand his love, or sacrifice her life and that of all people everywhere. It was injured vanity, and an ego that had gotten its way since birth. It was the daughter of an Inca, who all her life had been able to command the hearts of men, and their lives, until she encountered Lynn. "I promise," Lynn said bleakly. "When this is all over, if I still live, and the winged serpents are again locked behind the door, I'll send Adona away and be with you as long as you want me." Mara looked deep into his eyes, and knew that he would keep his promise. For just a moment, she was a pathetic, lonely woman. Subconsciously, perhaps, she had never hoped for Lynn to promise. The egomania that had been bred into her from generations of autocratic ancestors had probably hoped that he would refuse, so that her unrequited love could be the force that destroyed mankind. Yet, if that were so, she could not see herself impersonally enough to recognize that in triumph she had scored defeat. And she too had promised. She turned to her half-brother and spoke to him swiftly in words that meant nothing to Lynn. Montecatl listened as she talked. He tried to interrupt her several times. When she stopped, he spoke rapidly. Her answer to what he said was surprised, uneasy. He spoke again defensively. Her retort was sharp, demanding. Anger crept into her face and her tones. Finally, she turned to Lynn again.
"Montecatl says he refuses to leave this cavern," she said bitterly.
"Then tell him to describe to me what to do," Lynn said. "I can close the door myself then, without him." Again Mara spoke to Montecatl, at first calmly, then pleadingly as he shook his head.
"He says he cannot do that without breaking his sacred oath to his father to tell no one but his son and successor to the secret," she said.
Lynn opened his mouth to say something. 2 short notes sounded at his ear. He had been about to tell Mara to tell Montecatl that he would sick the winged serpents on him unless he gave out the secret. The guide had said no. Why? Did this tie in with the mystery of why the invisible guardians were afraid?
"It is within our pact with mankind that we shall not touch the person of the Catl,"
a voice formed in Lynn's thoughts with sharp clarity. So this was what it had been so hesitant about outside. It had not known how to tell him that it could not paralyze Montecatl himself, but only the others in the cavern. Lynn glared into the eyes of Montecatl, who stared back at him with an expression of haughty superiority. He felt an agonizing sense of frustration and bitterness. Too fast for him to even be aware of the change, the frustration changed to insane anger. He stepped forward and lashed out with a hard fist, putting behind it all the bitterness that had grown through hours of suffering and grueling action. A sharp pain throbbed in his hand, sending waves into his forearm as he drew back. In his eyes was a light of satisfaction as he saw Montecatl go down, his mouth a mass of broken flesh, blood, and teeth. He held his injured fist and cursed monotonously while Montecatl opened his eyes, blinked them slowly, then felt gingerly of his crushed lips and loosened teeth. "Tell him there's more coming unless he goes with me and closes the door,"
Lynn said without looking at Mara.
Yes, my darling,
Mara said breathlessly. The admiration in her voice stabbed painfully into Lynn's heart, setting up a conflict of pleasure at her admiration and hate of himself for his pledge to love her. He watched the fear grow in Montecottle's eyes as Mara spoke rapidly to him. He thought, what a coward. He could understand a lot now. Rax and Artaxel had not been cowards. They had had to hide here in the cavern inside the mountains to stay alive, because the ruler over them was a coward, and like all cowards would always try some underhanded method to eliminate his opposition. The complacent contempt that had been on Montecottle's face was transplanted now to Lynn's, mixed with disgust. Montecottle sat up, still nursing his mouth. He took out a broken tooth and looked at it dumbly, soaking in what it meant. Anger slowly suffused his face. He turned his eyes up into the vacant air and spoke, his voice slurred by the numbness of his lips. But even before he had finished speaking, Mara was talking, her voice imperious and protesting, her eyes flashing as she looked into the space where they all knew the invisible winged serpents hovered. Something seemed to close in about Lynn menacingly, then withdraw. Fluted notes floated softly, questioningly into the atmosphere. Was this part of the pact between the winged serpents and the Cottle, that they would obey his commands? If so, Lynn could appreciate their quandary. Pledged to obey Montecottle, they could not keep their pledge without breaking an even graver aspect of it, the guarding of the safety of mankind. But Mara's imperious intervention had provided them with a way out of their quandary. They could not disobey her either, and therefore they could use the keeping of 2 solemn pledges to break the third. Lynn held his breath. He felt that everything hung on what Montecottle would do next. He looked into Montecottle's pain-clouded eyes, waiting. He thought he saw defiance for him there. He took a step forward threateningly and felt satisfaction at Montecottle's cringing reaction, even though he sensed the invisible winged serpents close in around him again. Then Montecottle spoke, bitterly, his eyes turning away toward the floor.
He says he will go with you,
Mara said excitedly. Her face was lit up with happiness. She took a step toward him. Suddenly Lynn felt very sorry for her. Impulsively he closed the gap between them and took her in his arms. She tried to hide her face, but he cupped her chin in the palm of his blood-caked hand and lifted her face so that he could see into her tear-filled eyes. When he kissed her, it was not passion, nor was it love. It was compassion. He released her and turned away quickly. She stood where he left her, erect, an expression of frozen wonder on her face as she brushed her lips where he had kissed her with softly touching fingers. Lynn bent over Montecottle to help him up. That worthy pushed Lynn's arms away and stood up disdainfully by himself, while obsequious Indians came swiftly forward, half stooped over in obeisance, and brushed the dust off his robe. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. It was Mara who forced Lynn to permit the Indian women to bathe his feet and rub soothing oils into the raw skin. He would have held out against it obstinately, but she threatened to bathe his feet herself unless he gave in. It hurt his conscience to receive such treatment while Art waited at the pyramid in need of a doctor, and Dodona waited in need of foot bathing and dressing of torn flesh where sharp stones had cut the soles of her tender feet. And while Mara directed the women who worked over him, Lynn studied her covertly. It was a Mara he hadn't seen before, and probably no one else had either. In place of her bold aggressiveness, there was a tenderness with a hint of sadness. He had previously estimated her age as around 28, but now she seemed no more than 20. Her eyes avoided his with what almost amounted to shyness. He began to wonder if he had been wrong and he could love her as he loved Dodona. At the thought of Dodona, he felt a sharp pain constrict his heart. How could he ever explain to her about Mara? There wasn't any way. He would have to hide the truth and tell her he preferred Mara. It would be better that way. The hurt would be quick and clean. For her to know he loved only her while he married Mara would be to condemn her to a life of lonely suffering. Lynn's shoes, when they were forced on, were welcome pressure holding in his feet. He stood up and walked around while the throbbing in them lessened. Montecottle stood sullenly by, waiting for Lynn to get ready for travel. A small group of Indians stood near him, also ready. When Lin told Mara he was ready to start, she spoke to Montecatl. His answer was abrupt and sharp. An argument ensued. Lin listened again, wondering if the coward had decided to back down again. But when Mara explained, Lin found himself on Montecatl's side for once.
"He tried to refuse to let me go with you," Mara said, "but I'm going."
"No, you're not," Lin said quickly. "You're staying here."
"There's no use talking," Mara said with finality. "I'm going. If you won't let me start out with you, I'll follow, and run the risk of being attacked by the hostile faction of the Winged Serpents."
Lin looked at Montecatl and grinned wryly, and gave in. It looked like Mara was one girl who always got her own way. The soft, almost drowsy fluting of the invisible winged serpents overhead changed to excited clarions as Montecatl led the way across the cavern floor to the cave leading outside, walking with purposeful stride as if the whole thing was his own idea and the others were just tagging along. When they emerged into the open air, it was already night. The moon, unnaturally small and far away, hung 2/3 of the way up in the star-speckled blue sky. The roar of the waterfall died down as they left the gorge and made their way into the forest. The night air was refreshingly damp and cool. Lin glanced upward often, now and then some bright star wavering, giving away the invisible passage of one of the winged serpents in its silent flight, assured Lin that they were still under the protection of those strange intelligent beings from the sixth plane. What was the origin of the winged serpents? Why were they divided into 2 camps? One under some ancient pact to guard the welfare of the human race, the other evidently out to destroy it. Lin moved up to where Mara walked alone, flanked by Indians ready to protect her with their lives. "Mara," he said, "why are some of the winged serpents under some sort of pact that binds them to protect us? And why are the others determined to destroy us?"
"It goes back a long ways,"
Mara said, her voice soft and somehow wonderful in the darkness.
"I've studied some of the history of it. Long, long ago, our race, the Incas, were more advanced in science than Earth 3 is today. We had airships that could travel indefinitely without replenishing the fuel. In fact, the power unit outlasted several ships, being taken out of a ship when it wore out and placed in a new one. Then we discovered interplane travel, and eventually penetrated the sixth plane, to be almost destroyed by an invasion of winged serpents. A weapon was discovered that could wipe them out completely. There was a final battle during which our men even went into the sixth plane to carry out their destruction. The winged serpents sued for peace. The Cottle decided to spare them, rather than wiping them out completely, but he realized that at some future date things might change. In a way, he was an opportunist. In another way, he was probably the wisest of all the Cottles. He created the doors in various strategic places throughout both Earth 5 and Earth 3. These doors incorporated the most advanced knowledge of the various planes. They were able to reach into any plane, even through solid matter of an intervening plane, and provide an entry into any plane desired. In a way, they are like a modern radio on Earth 3 that can be tuned to any standard frequency. In operation, they necessarily exert terrific pressures and set up great stresses in the fourth dimension, and so must be solidly anchored to tremendous mass. That's the purpose of the huge pyramid. It's what do you call it that a heavy and powerful machine is set on? A machinery base. That, in effect, is what the pyramids are, bases for the interdimensional portals. The secret of opening these portals became the hereditary property of the line of the Cottles, or Incan emperors, of which Montecatl is the last right now, and by means of them he could call the hosts of winged serpents to do his bidding, and thus maintain his power, even though all mankind opposed his will. He and all his successors and heirs. In return for the pact that made the winged serpents his warrior hosts at an instant's notice, he destroyed all of the weapons that could wipe out the winged serpents, and killed all the scientists who knew anything about it, so it could never be duplicated again. The legend persists that he kept one deep in some secret cavern in South America on Earth 3, the original home of the Incas, just in case the winged serpents proved untrustworthy in their bargain. But over the centuries, the doors have remained closed. New generations of the winged serpents have sprung up, and they have divided into two camps, one still loyal to their pact, the other denying it, and the ancient weapon to enforce peace is gone."
She became silent as if in thought. Lynn walked beside her, saying nothing, hoping she would continue.
"I think," she continued after a while, "that when the door is closed this time, it will be for the last time. Those loyal to the pledge are too few, and the others too powerful. Our race has long ceased to be the ruling race of the Earths. It will never again be the leader as it was in the days of the pyramids, when the rulers of nations gained their authority from the consent of the Coatl of Atlan, backed by his interplane weapons and ships."
"Then the Incas once ruled the whole world?" Lynn asked, surprised.
"Not directly," Mara said. "Their science made them all-powerful compared to the ignorance of other races. Rather than ruling directly, they chose one of the natives to rule a nation, and backed up his authority with their weapons and ships, even molding public opinion in support of the ruler they chose for a nation in ways that seemed supernatural to the ignorant populace that didn't suspect the existence of other planes of reality co-spatial, three-dimensionally, with their own. But as the population of Earth-3 increased and the birth rate of the white Incas declined, it eventually became impossible to hold all the loose threads. One portion of the vast empire after another was cut off. Earth-2 was abandoned except for a few mines in Earth-3 accessible from that plane, and its sun, larger and much hotter and more lethal in its radiation than Sun 3 or 5, has played havoc with the tribes of men still living there. Some of them tried taking over where our ancestors dropped off, but their efforts to control Earth-3 have been ineffectual, and have often been just instruments of expression for sating their own sadistic lusts for power. With the instruments for affecting thoughts and emotions from outside a plane, they have raised up great men, like the Khan of Asia, Alexander the Great, Hitler, and others, but it gets too complicated for them to control and direct. They lose the threads just as my own ancestors did, and go down in defeat. By the time Pizarro and his men invaded the last of our colonies on Earth-3 in South America, it had already been decided to withdraw completely from that plane and consolidate the remnants of our white race and those parts of the red race still loyal to us right here in Montaka. So we didn't oppose his invasion, but rather fought a delaying tactic until we could wall up the portal between the two worlds there. Since then that wall has come down, but it served its purpose in the days of the conquistadors."
When it appeared that Mara was through talking, Lynn asked a question that had been on his mind. "These weapons that you say they used for molding public opinion," he said. "What were they like? Do you know?"
"I know little about them," Mara said. "I think they were small devices that set up vibrations in the atmosphere of another plane, so that someone just outside your plane could project his voice next to your ear so softly only you could hear it, and devices for exciting different parts of the brain by direct contact through the interplane fields to excite various emotions or to disorganize the mind completely, sometimes even being used to kill in ways that produce heart failure or cerebral hemorrhage."
Lynn looked upward at the winking stars and cold small moon. That moon mentioned in mysterious books as the dark moon hidden behind the moon of Earth-3. He smelled the clean odor of the trees that loomed like dark sentinels about him as he walked beside Mara, following the silent marchers and being followed by others behind them. Montecattle's white full-length robe led the long moving procession, followed by the shadowy forms of the Indians. From far away came an almost sub-audible bellow that sounded very much like the sound a steamboat makes when moving through fog-shrouded waters, undoubtedly the call of one of the Zenli. "Did you ever hear of a creature called the Snake Mother?" Lynn asked Mara suddenly.
"No,"
she answered expressionlessly. Lynn thought over her answer. It could mean she didn't know or that she wasn't going to tell him. Had Merritt gotten the basis of his story about that creature and invented the Snake Mother for the sake of the story? Or had his whole account been actual history or historical novel? Shaver at least had come out and asserted that what he said was true, and fantastic as it had been, his assertions of deranged humans from 2 miles under the earth, with their devices that stimulated emotions, killed by heart attack and brain hemorrhage, and whispered in people's ears in voices no one else near them could hear, had been right, though he had never known how it had been done. He had been wrong in some ways. He had concluded that because those deranged creatures lived 2 miles below the earth, they must live in caves. He had concluded that because their sun was the cause of their derangement, that it was Sun 3, Earth's own sun. The truth of the matter was now obvious. Those creatures living 2 miles below Earth 3 lived on the surface of Earth 2, under a glaring sun much hotter and more full of harmful radiations. But now, what of Charles Fort and his works? He tried to think of some question he might ask Mara that would provide an adequate answer to Fort's mysterious objects that fall from the skies. "I'd like to ask one more thing, Mara," he finally said. "I've been thinking this way. Suppose I were living on this Earth and wanted to get rid of something like the skeleton of one of the Zinli who had died and decayed down to a skeleton. Has Earth 5 ever used a device that would shift such things into the third plane and let them fall to the surface of Earth 3?
"I suppose so," she answered disinterestedly. "Such a device would be very simple, so it may have been invented and used. However, I've never heard of it."
After a few moments of silence, she took up the theme again.
"Actually, there's always a certain amount of interplane transfer," she said. "Most of it is individual atoms going over, or individual electrons."
Lynn was satisfied with the answer. He now had a general picture of the whole, of worlds within worlds, the strange and unbelievable happening overhead in the sky, or in the ground underfoot, but in other planes of hyperspace in a sort of laminated universe. What caused the universe to collect into hyperplane laminations that lay against one another loosely would be a problem that might very well be the opening wedge into the basic structure of reality. But beside that, there were the vast new fields of immediate study as the paths of discovery of the ancestors of the Incas, the Atlans, were retraced. And there were the 2 vast worlds that could be opened for settlement and exploration, not to mention space travel that needed no fuel for escape from the clutches of gravitation, accomplished by merely sliding into a plane of weak gravity above Earth 1, if there were still an Earth 1 of any kind. Now, however, the immediate problems that faced them were coming up. Montaka was just ahead. The stars in the sky over the city were in boiling motion from the refraction of invisible bodies by the thousands in combat. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Lynn studied the boiled sky with a feeling of growing apprehension. There seemed many times more combatants now than there had been before. Has some of the enemy burst through the spherical fronts of defense about the door in the 6th plane? If they had they killed Adona and Arthur Gates? He was filled with bitter self-condemnation. He could have seen Adona and Art to a safer place before leaving them instead of leaving them right at the portal through which the enemy would come. But if the worst had happened, it was too late now. Their own umbrella of defenders was being rapidly augmented until even the path on which they walked wavered and changed direction visually, a chill breath of outer space heralding the close passage of one of the invisible guardians became a commonly recurring thing. The Indians might have bolted if they had been able to find a direction free from the boiling in the atmosphere. Montecatl was held up by a muscular red man on either side, and whether it was from weakness from the blow Lynn had given him, or abject cowardice, there was no way to tell from the back of his head. Lynn moved closer to Mara to shield her from the close proximity of the winged guardians as they pressed around them. She seemed to suddenly become aware of his nearness, and moved away, keeping her face half averted. Why had she done that? What had come over her since Lynn had given her his word that he would marry her when the door was shut and the winged serpents were gone? He shook his head slowly in bewilderment over her behavior, deciding that now that she was sure of him, she had changed to the defensive, like a woman. That thought brought a smile to his lips in the darkness. The procession was in one of the streets of Montaka. The buildings stood out as solid shadows in the feeble light of moon and stars, seeming to loom directly in front of them, but also seeming to be incredible miles away yet. The face of the cliff base of the mountain formed a backdrop to the titanic struggle going on. In the darkness, Lynn discovered that a mortally wounded and dying winged serpent glowed with soft incandescence as it fell, to
to dissolve into nothingness. It seemed to be the life structure that held it together, and once that was gone, the delicate components of its body were unable to resist the pounding of the dense atoms of the atmosphere. More and more dying fighters came into incandescent view, falling like glowing everfire, as the enemy made their all-out attempt to get at Montecatl, the only living being who could close the door to their native plane. And Montecatl, knowing that he was the center of the raging battle, cringed and shrunk from it. It filled Lynn with amazement that any man could go to pieces so completely and so unashamedly. But now another thought came to Lynn. Even if the door atop the pyramid were closed, how would those of the enemy trapped in the fifth plane be disposed of? When their escape was cut off, might they not flee to some hiding place and bide their time until the defending winged serpents were gone? For surely the defenders wouldn't want to stay after the door was closed forever. Out of the darkness, Lynn felt a chill touch against his cheek. He looked above him but could see nothing tangible. Still, that touch proved to him that his guide was still with him, near him. Had that touch been to reassure him that everything would turn out all right? Lynn more than suspected that the winged serpent read his thoughts, rather than his spoken words. The fluting notes of the battling creatures of all the tones and loudnesses filled the air with deafening musical sound. There was in addition an electrical tension that Lynn could feel at the roots of his hair, and could see in the electric sparks cast off by the moccasins of the Indians near him as they walked. Moment after moment, the drama being enacted continued with unabated suspense, huge beyond words to describe, magnificent beyond the ability of camera to record, fantastic beyond the wildest imaginings of human thought or even to grasp. The procession came to the strip of ruin that lined the base of the cliff, where the Zinli had lain everything flat in their blind stampede, goaded by the enemy winged serpents. Lynn left Mara and pushed past one after another of the Indians until he was beside Montecatl. The slobbering whimpers that came from the last spoiled member of perhaps the noblest line of all humanity sickened Lynn. He pushed past that quivering mass of cowardly flesh supported by stoic Indians and went on alone, feeling the close presence of a thick wall of guardians go with him. He reached the entrance to the gigantic auditorium chamber within the cliff where the pyramid squatted. He stood there motionless for a long moment, trying to adjust his eyes to the deep darkness. He could hear motion that filled the cavernous darkness, the soft whisper of beating wings so tenuous that they could not be felt. He tried to reach out with psychic senses and contact Adona. Suddenly he was filled with an overwhelming conviction that she wasn't there. "Adona!" he called, his voice sharp with panic and fear for her safety. "Adona!" The sound of his voice echoed with unabated force, and re-echoed in moronic madness, adding to his feeling of depression and panic. "Adona!" he called again, his voice being taken up by a gallery of sadistic hecklers and thrown back to him. Then softly came the touch of ice against his cheek, sending waves of frigid stimulant through him, soothing his frantic mind, restoring partial calm. Come, the word formed in his mind with crystal sharpness. Slowly before his eyes the form of the winged serpent materialized, dimly visible with faint iridescent, slowly swirling substance. It moved away from him toward the right, away from the direction of the pyramid. With his newfound calmness, Lynn followed, while faintly from far away, the last faint re-echoes of his frantic call came to him, as a mournful whispered, "Adona!" A muted cry of sad despair in the formless void that held Lynn suspended in a spaceless nowhere, even while his feet clicked loudly on the stone floor over which he walked, following the specter that floated before him. His footsteps echoed loudly as he moved deeper into the darkness after the guide. When it paused, he stopped until it moved forward again. When it moved faster, he hastened his steps to keep up with it, wondering if its erratic progress were due to the tides of battle going on unseen around him, or because it wasn't sure of which way to go. When it stopped for the last time, it sounded a series of rapid, soft notes that went up the scale in a key no musical instrument had ever captured. Lynn stepped forward, hands outstretched in the utter darkness, and encountered the unyielding surface of a wall. "Adona," he whispered hoarsely.
"This way, Lynn,"
her voice answered him.
"Thank God,"
he exploded in relief, turning in the direction from which her voice seemed to have come. Directly beneath the softly fluorescent cloudiness of the winged serpent, his searching hands encountered a break in the wall. As they groped slowly forward, he felt one seized. Lynn!
Adona's voice sounded happily. Her hand drew him forward. He felt her body against him and wrapped it in his arms, feeling her arms steal around his neck as her warm breath fanned his cheek. For a long instant he held her tight, while the past and the future were washed away by her tears of happiness, as she alternately cried and laughed, her soft hair cushioning his chin as she pressed her face against his chest and clung to him, gaining courage and strength from his presence. Then the echo of other footsteps penetrated consciousness, bringing Lynn back to a realization of the present. Montecatl had entered the cavernous cathedral, and with him, Mara. The remembrance of his pledge to Mara hit Lynn with a sharp pain. Tenderly he tried to push Adona away. She stood beside him while they turned to look across the floor to the shadowy outline of the entrance portals, where Mara and Montecatl stood out visibly in their white robes, with dark figures flanking them. "It's Montecatl," Lynn explained in a whisper. "He's come to close the door." Adona put her arm around his waist and stood close beside him, not replying. Together they watched as the two white forms moved into the cavern in the direction of the pyramid. When they reached a point Lynn judged to be halfway to the base of the pyramid, they came to a stop. A moment later they seemed to sink into the floor, vanishing from sight. "A trap door in the floor," Lynn whispered excitedly. "We could never have found it in a million years." They stood tensely, waiting. Lynn wondered how the enemy winged serpents would be forced to go back into their own plane. It would not be enough to merely close the door. Or would it? Could it be that the Guardians were planning on bringing in enough reinforcements through the door to capture the rest of the enemy and force them back where they belonged? A sound as of a sigh floated to Lynn's ears through the medley of fluted calls of invisible fighters. It was as the sigh of a winter wind around the eaves of a deserted house. Lynn felt the moisture on his skin turn to chill frost. A voice sounded in his mind, compelling, demanding.
"Back," it said. "Get back as far as you can, and get down flat on the floor."
From Adona's sudden movement, the same voice must have formed in her own mind. Together they lay down, hugging close to each other. The deep sigh grew stronger, more throaty. A roaring thunder was born in the sound and grew until it blotted out all other sounds. A sharp pain came suddenly in Lynn's ears. He opened his mouth and felt relief. The atmosphere around him was in motion. The luminous form of the winged serpent that had been his guide started to fade into nothingness, but even as it faded, it seemed to be seized by some gigantic hand and pulled away in the direction of the pyramid. And now, atop the pyramid, a line of glowing light, a square shaft of light, began to appear in the total darkness. It was as if a door had been opened into a dimly lighted room. In the rays of that square, outward fanning shaft of light, an undulating madness of shifting movement grew, going downward into it, swifter and swifter. The roaring grew louder, and the louder it grew, the swifter the swirling, seething motion became, until it was just a blur. From the direction of the entrance into the cavern from the outside came a moaning sound, as of wind whistling through trees in a forest. Loud crashings told of solid objects being hurled against the cliff, and of debris thrown into the cavern to land shattered against the stone expanse of the floor. It was a faint voice forming in Lynn's mind from far away with a hint of sadness and finality. "Goodbye." Lynn formed the word in his mind, and shaped it with silent lips, knowing that his friend from another dimension was gone forever. Now the entire mountain seemed to be trembling with some strange force more gigantic than that of stampeding Zenli. The roaring vibration increased to a thunder, as of 1,000 locomotives blowing steam in the night. The boiling in the square shaft of light atop the pyramid lessened until it was no more. The light reflected from the vast dome of the cavern, revealing huge chunks of stone breaking free and falling to the floor with loud reverberations. Lynn's mind had long ago penetrated to the nature of the force that had been unleashed. It had been ultimately simple. From the controls under the pyramid where Montecatl had gone, he had merely tuned the door more sharply, so that the sixth plane was wide open, allowing the atmosphere of Earth 5 to rush through it into the vacuum of outer space. That door had become a wide-open valve, with perhaps 100 square feet of opening, through which the air was rushing unimpeded and dragging everything with it that could come loose. Even in the protected cubbyhole where Lynn and Adona lay, it threatened to pluck them loose and carry them along. But now the whole roof was caving in, with huge blocks of stone crashing down. Like something unreal, Gigantic blocks were falling into the maw of the doorway into the sixth plane. Abruptly, the roaring thunder stopped, to be succeeded by a silence as deep. For one cosmic instant, the square shaft of light over the pyramid stayed. Then it vanished. From deep under the pyramid, under the thousands of tons of rubble that covered the floor of the cavern, Montecatl had closed that portal into the Sargasso Sea of the sixth plane. Closed it forever. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Worlds Within Worlds by Rog Phillips. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Lynn glanced over the edge of the plane. It was the new test model of the XB-56, officially designated as the XB-56IPD. To the south, the mountainous topography of San Diego stretched to where the dim tongue of the Bay of Lower California could just be seen. To the north sprawled the vast area of Los Angeles. Underneath the plane was the erratically traced white line of the shore of the Pacific, where its waves broke against the eternal solidity of California. And to the east, but so far below that they appeared to be little hills, were the mountains that were walled in the coast from the deserts of eastern California and Nevada. He settled back in the pilot's seat, a boyish smile on his lips as he turned his eyes to the blond head close to his shoulder. His hand shot out, his fingers touching lightly on the plastic handle of a lever on the dash. "Here goes, darling," he said lightly. His fingers constricted, pulling up on the lever. Nothing inside the plane changed. But outside, the earth abruptly jumped up so that the plane was barely skimming 1,000 feet above treetops, and to the west rose the vertical cliffs of a mountain that rose far above the plane. "How does it feel to be riding in a plane designed by your husband, Mrs. Carter?" Lynn said. Adona pouted her lips in simulated study.
"Oh," she hesitated, "a little tame, to tell you the truth."
"Tame, she says," Lynn groaned. He turned his head and looked entreatingly at Arthur Gates, who returned his gaze with a philosophical shrug and a quiet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Do you suppose I've gotten myself attached to one of these female adventurers who will keep me hopping from one mad adventure to another for the rest of my life?"
"Not me," Adona said quickly. "I'm the home type. All I want for Christmas is my 2 front steps, and a door leading into a warm, cozy home where I can live for the rest of my life."
"Then what are you complaining about?" Lynn said with feigned indignance. "Didn't I buy you one the minute we were married?"
"Just out of this world,"
Adona sighed, settling back in her seat dreamily. "I should hope so," Lynn said, looking out at the scene below. They were over the city of Montaka on Earth 5. Below were small dots moving slowly along the straight lines that were the streets. To the right rose the cliff base of the mountain, uninterrupted except for a gaping hole where the giant cavern cathedral had been. His face sobered at the sight. Somewhere in there, buried under hundreds of tons of fallen rock from the caving in of the ceiling, lay the body of Mara. She must be dead, he thought. Even if she had survived, she would have died of starvation and thirst by now. It had been 2 months since that awful night, when the very foundations of a world had seemed to tremble, and the whole mountain had threatened to fall in on them. They had lain there waiting for the dawn, and when it came it revealed the mountains of shattered rock over which they had climbed painfully to safety to make the slow journey back to the village and search until they found their interplane belts and parachutes and dropped down to Earth 3 and home. He had kept silent about his pledge to Mara. If she were dead, there would be no reason to tell Adona. Time enough for that when she appeared alive. But she never would now. Lynn felt sure of that. If she did.
"You know," Arthur Gates said, "I sort of wish that cave-in hadn't sealed up Mara and probably killed her. I think I could go for that girl if she were alive. The trouble with her was that she didn't have a chance. She could probably count the eligible males in Montaka on the fingers of one hand from the time she first became aware there were men. She never had a chance to meet a nice guy like me."
"She was an unscrupulous cat," Adona said, looking queerly at Lynn. "I'm glad she's dead, in a way. Maybe I'd have had trouble with her if she'd lived."
"About me?" Lynn asked in mock amazement.
"Don't you know me better than that?"
"I do," Adona said skeptically.
"You never have explained why you didn't sock Mara the minute she came into the room, where you were just locked up instead of waiting and giving her a chance to throw herself at you."
"Do I have to explain?" Lynn asked teasingly, hiding the look in his eyes at this reminder of something that still lay in his heart against his will. Adona looked at him, the light of love in her deep blue eyes almost a visible beam.
"No, darling," she said softly. "That is, you don't have to if you let me take the controls for a while."
Groaning in simulated defeat, Lynn slid over while Adona took the controls.
"Look out!"
Art shouted from the rear seat as the needle nose of the plane tipped down in a vertical fall. But suddenly Earth 5 vanished and Earth 3 appeared 2 miles below as she flicked the interplane drive lever.
"Oh!"
Art moaned as the plane screamed downward at a speed bordering on supersonic. And Earth 3 vanished to be replaced by Earth 2. "That's enough," Lynn warned quickly. "We don't know what lies in the first plane now, and we're through taking chances for a long time yet." Adona brought the plane out of its dive and leveled off. As Lynn took the controls again, she slid over, blinking her eyes against the blinding sun.
"Take me home, Lynn," she said meekly.
The three were silent as the long nose of the plane lifted toward the giant sun and the bleak surface of Earth 2 dropped away. Far below, distorted creatures whose ancestors had been men lifted vacuous faces toward the direction from whence the soft roar of jets had originated, while eyes, made sightless from birth by the overabundance of ultraviolet rays from Sun 2, instinctively moved as though searching for the source of the sound. A sound they would hear again and again, until the races of Earth 3 came to rescue them, as the interplane drive came into usage and the peoples of Earth began their great expansion into the greater universe of worlds within worlds that formed a 4-dimensional stairway leading to the stars. End of Chapter 20, and End of Worlds Within by Rog Phillips. Read by Ben Tucker.